Yes. Yes. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, sir has also joined. He was traveling. He made time for us. Thank you so much, sir. With your permission, shall we begin?
Yes, yes. We shall.
Yes. Professor Ukey, sir, Professor Chakrabarti, sir, Michelle Hanlon, Sandeepa Bhat, sir, my fellow panelist attendees. I take great pleasure in welcoming all of you to the Global Conference on Resource Mining and in Outer Space, Artemis Accords and Beyond, jointly hosted by Center for Air and Space Law at University of Mississippi, Center for Aviation and Space Laws at NUJS, and Center for Research in Air and Space Law at MNLU Mumbai. Uh, Today is 14th October 2023, and the date is very important because 3 years back, 13th October 2020, Artemis Accords was signed by the representatives of national space agencies of 8 countries. India became the 27th country to join the Artemis Accords few months back, and it was said that Artemis Accords will be the new set of norms designed for exploration and exploitation of Moon, Mars, and potentially mineral-rich resources in outer space. There are two views to this. There are one set of scholars who believe that this is actually a very good step for India and other countries because we'll be using this as a model to counter China's expansion. And you have a other set of scholars who are very critical about this and call it as a big mistake. And I'm very much sure that real scholarship develops when there are alternative views, counter opinions, and I believe that this conference will be uh, a convergence of these two views. And I believe that this conference will be a convergence of two opposing views. With this, I invite Professor Dr. Dilip Ukey, sir, to deliver his opening remarks.
Thank you, Adithya. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So, Professor Nirmal Chakrabarti, Vice Chancellor, NUJS, Kolkata, Professor Sandeepa Bhat, Professor Michelle John Hanlon, and all other participants, very good morning, good evening, respectively, to all of you. I welcome all of you to this global conference on resource mining in the outer space, Artemis Accord, and beyond, which is being jointly organized by the Center for Air and Space Law, University of Mississippi, and Center for Aviation and Space Laws, West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences, Kolkata, India, and Center for Research in Air and Space Law, Maharashtra National Law University, Mumbai. The Artemis Accords, a groundbreaking agreement which was signed by numerous nations, represent a milestone in our collective journey into space. Named after NASA's Artemis program, which aims to return humans to the moon, the Accords establish a framework for international cooperation and the responsible exploration and use of space. At the heart of the Artemis Accords is the idea that space is shared resource, and as such, it should be explored and utilized for the benefit of all and whole humanity. The Accords promote the peaceful use of outer space and set out principles that govern how we should conduct ourselves on the moon, Mars, and beyond. These principles include transparency, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and the protection of historical sites and artifacts, among others. One of the most crucial aspects of the Artemis Accords is the exploration and utilization of space resources, particularly lunar and Martian resources. We look beyond our planets to establish a permanent human presence in space. The mining of resources from celestial bodies becomes an increasingly important endeavor. Space resource mining is the key to unlocking the potential of the moon, Mars, and asteroids. These bodies contain valuable resources such as water ice, rare minerals, and regolith, that is lunar soil, that can support life and further our ambitions for space explorations. By responsibly mining and utilizing these resources, we can reduce the cost of space missions, decrease our reliance on Earth for supplies, and enable the construction of sustainable habitats in space. However, with great power comes great responsibility. The Artemis Accords stress the importance of sustainable and ethical resource extraction. We must ensure that space mining is conducted in an environmentally responsible manner, minimizing harm to celestial bodies and protecting their inherent scientific and historical value. These principles align with our commitment to be stewards of the cosmos, preserving its beauty and knowledge for future generations. Furthermore, space resource mining must also be collaborative endeavor, reflecting the spirit of international cooperation enshrined in the Artemis Accords. By working together, nations can pool their resources, knowledge, and expertise to create a safer, more efficient, and more equitable approach to space mining. This not only benefits all signatories but also promotes peaceful relations and strengthens the global space community. As we venture into the cosmos, let us be guided by these principles and work together to harness the boundless potential of space, always mindful of our responsibility to be good stewards of the universe. Through the Artemis Accords and responsible space resource mining, we can secure a brighter future for our species among the stars. I'm not only hopeful, confident that the conference like this, thanks to Mississippi Law School as well as the NUGS Kolkata for collaborating and joining hands, and I'm confident that such discussions, deliberations will be useful for policy planning in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ukey sir. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time. Now I invite Professor N.K. Chakrabarti sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of NUJS, for his address. Sir, you're on mute. Yeah, I have unmuted you, sir. Yeah, now we can speak.
So very good morning to all present in the virtual mode. My friend Professor Ukey, our collaborative University of Mississippi Law School, my colleague Professor Sandeepa Bhat, and young colleague Adithya, and others present in this global conference on resource mining in the outer space, particularly focusing on Artemis Accord and beyond. It gives me pleasure to be present in the inaugural session and also being part of the collaborative effort on looking into the Artemis Accord, which particularly in the Indian context also, because of successful landing of Vikram, I think gradually it will definitely have more and more important in the implementation and also on research on this area. I definitely congratulate all the three centers working together to have some not only deliberation but towards publication of some of the thoughts as consequential to this conference, and it will be a joint endeavor to add literature on that. If we look into the program, it is definitely a very resource persons who are very rich and known to the space law world. So I congratulate to all of them for participating in this conference. If you look, legal developments in mining space resources started in the United States with its 2015 Space Act, which also percolated and into Luxembourg, United Arab Emirates, and Japan. The Artemis Accord is an attempt of the United States to seek cooperation from other states in the exploration of celestial resources, and also how a peaceful resource sharing can be achieved. Since the publication of the accord, it has become a matter of debate in the international arena. Its compatibility with all well-established principles of international space law has become a more importance and contention to the researchers and academics in the air and space law area. India signing the Artemis Accords recently, the legal aspects of space mining has therefore attained increased significance. In the wake of this development, this global conference is very much timely and needed also. I am confident that today's deliberation will touch upon all the aspects, and particularly the resource mining and Artemis Accords, balancing the interest of all the nations participating in it. The outcome of this conference will have a definite influence on the future space policy making, and I hope there would be definitely some publication in the book form or some articles or in the journal they can think of, or a monograph which will give the information and their opinion in the other parts of the world. I expect my all wishes to make it a successful one. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chakrabarti sir, for your wonderful remarks. Now we'll move on to our keynote speakers. And as I said yesterday, we celebrated the 3-year anniversary of Artemis Accords, and I'm very much sure that in the inaugural panel itself, we'll be getting two interesting views on the Accords. Now, I take great pleasure in inviting Michelle Hanlon. She is the Executive Director of Center for Air and Space Law at the University of Mississippi, and she is also the chair of the conference. We are thankful to you for your collaboration, and I pass the virtual stage to you for your remarks.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try and share my screen. Okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you so much, Adithya. It is a distinct honor indeed to jointly host this global conference on resource mining in the outer space, Artemis Accords and beyond, with the Center for Aviation and Space Laws, the National University of Juridical Sciences, and the Center for Research in Air and Space Law at the Maharashtra National University. Thank you all for joining us. I am delighted to be speaking to you from lovely Oxford, Mississippi. It's still the 13th year, so it is actually the anniversary. I'm in the United States, where, as Adithya said, I'm the Executive Director of the university's Air and Space Law program. I am privileged to extend the welcome of the Dean of our law school, Dean Fred Slayback, who is unable to join us due to a prior commitment. He sends his best wishes for a successful and constructive session. I am also the co-founder, president and CEO of For All Moonkind, the only organization in the world focused on recognizing, protecting, and/or preserving cultural heritage found in non-sovereign areas beyond our Earth, and starting with the impact site of Luna 2, the first ever human-made object to reach another celestial body, all the way to Chandrayaan-3, the first ever human-made object to successfully land on the lunar South Pole. Our ultimate goal is to support the exploration, development, and utilization of space and its resources in a sustainable, peaceful, and successful manner. For this reason, we recently formed our Institute on Space Law and Ethics. The mission of the Institute is to assure that ethics serve as a foundational guiding principle by shaping the evolution of legal and normative frameworks governing the exploration and use of outer space. In so doing, we seek to enhance mutual understanding and trust, reduce the potential for threat perception and conflict, and assure the sustainable and rational exploration and use of the space environment and its resources for the benefit of all humankind. First, I would like to put our discussion in context. It is without question that the decisions made today with respect to the exploration and use of space and its resources will have far-reaching implications for future generations and indeed all of humanity. Certainly, we know that as far as we can tell, space is infinite and offers infinite opportunity in the form of discovery, science, and resources. Indeed, once we have the technological capability to easily reach the outer bounds of our solar system and beyond, we may find such an abundance of resources and even other habitable worlds such that we will no longer need to fight amongst ourselves for access or for resources. But until then, we find ourselves all focused not just on the moon, but one specific area of the moon, the South Pole, where we currently understand that there exists an abundance of water in the form of water ice located at the bottom of permanently shadowed craters. The South Pole is particularly enticing because in addition to having permanently shadowed regions where water ice may collect, it has so-called peaks of eternal light, mostly on crater rims, which are constantly in sunlight. This means that equipment will not have to shut down and protect itself from the 2-week-long lunar night. Someday, when the universe of resource-rich asteroids and other celestial bodies are truly within the reach of our technological capabilities, it may very well be that we can operate freely without conflict or the need for rules to prevent potential conflict. Until then, we will have to share a comparatively small area of space as nations and private companies vie for patches of the moon, Mars, or our closest asteroids, upon which to begin mining operations. And even then, we must consider what obligations and responsibilities we owe to the ecosystems, environments, and life we discover on other worlds. And so we turn to the law. We are all familiar with the treaties and resolutions that are considered to be the body of international space law. Of course, these are all very high-level guidelines and principles, and they leave many gaps, raise many questions, and even conflict with each other. Today, I will focus on Articles 1 and 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, which offer some very important and sometimes conflicting guidance upon which ethical interpretations can be developed and agreed to underlie future governance frameworks. For example, the Article 1 obligation of free exploration and use is tempered by Article 9, which requires that all space activities be conducted with due regard for the corresponding interests of all other states. That requirement of due regard surely narrows that freedom of exploration. Similarly, Article 2 seems to be contradicted by Article 12, which presupposes the existence of facilities on other celestial bodies. Surely, building a facility on another celestial body would be considered appropriation by another means. In addition, Article 3 indicates space activities must be conducted in accordance with international law. International law includes the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states in Article 17 that everyone has the right to own property. This can be interpreted to conflict with Article 2 and indeed exposes a gap in the treaty. And finally, efforts to protect cultural heritage in outer space would also seem to violate both Article 1 and Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, as the very practice of protection would require impinging on that free access. The Artemis Accords attempt to address some of these gaps and questions. But first and foremost, I want to recognize that a substantial portion of the Artemis Accords are devoted to reaffirming or strengthening the principles established by the Outer Space Treaty. Section 3 mirrors Article 4, indicating that the moon and other celestial bodies shall be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. Section 4 gives meat to Article 11 by committing the signatories to transparency and sharing of scientific information. Section 6 supports Article 5 and recommits the signatories to the Return and Rescue Agreement. Section 7 recognizes the importance of the registration of space objects and commits the signatories to meeting the obligations and responsibilities set forth in the registration agreement. Section 8 reiterates the signatories' commitment to share scientific data, embodying both Article 11 and the requirement captured in Article 1 that states shall facilitate and encourage international cooperation in scientific investigation. And Section 12 recommits signatories to orbital debris mitigation as captured in various soft law instruments. The Artemis Accords also fill in some gaps. Section 5, interoperability, is common sense. We want to be able to work together. Section 10 affirms that the signatories interpret Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty to allow for the extraction and use of resources in outer space. But in particular, the Accords seek to address the tension between free access and the ability to construct an installation or mining operation by creating notification and coordination zones. But even these will be subject to debate. And of course, there remains the question of how to implement such a zone in respect of states that are not bound by the Artemis Accords, that are not signatories of the Accords. The answer lies in Section 9. The signatories intend to preserve outer space heritage. Note, this is not limited to the outer space heritage of the signatories. It encompasses all heritage of all humanity. This, the Artemis Accords, are the very first multilateral document ever to recognize the need to protect human heritage in outer space. Again, in many ways, this is common sense. Heritage unites. Cultural heritage reflects the life of the community, its history, and its identity. Its preservation helps to rebuild a broken community, reestablish its identity, and link its past with its present and future. And here, when I talk about community, I'm talking about the community of humans. In addition, the cultural property of any people contributes to the cultural heritage of humankind. Thus, loss or damage to such property impoverishes all of humankind. But it's so much more than that. This footprint in Laetoli, Tanzania is set to memorialize that moment in time 3 million years ago when one of our common ancestors decided to stand and walk on 2 feet instead of 4. Exploration of space would not be possible if we hadn't freed up our hands to make tools, carry things, draw, write, and build. In the middle is a picture of the Ishango bone from the Congo, which dates to approximately 18,000 BC. This is the fibula of a baboon with a sharp piece of quartz affixed to one end that may have been used for engraving. Originally believed to be just a tally stick, its 3 columns of deliberate marks running its length are now thought to indicate an understanding of various mathematical relationships. We don't get to space without math. And while little is known about the first attempts to make glass, it is generally believed that glass making was discovered 4,000 years ago or more in Mesopotamia. Glass is not only used in the arts, but also lenses and optics. It's crucial for observational astronomy. We don't get to space without glass. In short, every culture throughout history has contributed to where we are today on Earth and in space. Recognizing heritage in outer space recognizes the contributions of all cultures across time who have reached for the stars and pondered the cosmos. The heavens truly can unite us. We understand well the importance of protecting heritage here on Earth. 193 nations have ratified the World Heritage Convention. Heritage preservation is something we all agree on. Unfortunately, we cannot simply apply the Heritage Convention to space because of Article 2. The Heritage Convention requires that you only can nominate a site that's within your territory. Article 2 indicates that you can't have territory, and therefore we're unable to harness the World Heritage Convention to protect our history in space. But we can learn from its example. Our first safety zones in space should be implemented to protect, not exclude. They should be intended to conserve, not exploit. They should protect heritage, something we can all agree on. By using safety zones to protect heritage too, we can find agreement with states that are not yet signatories of the Accords, building an even greater kinship. I submit that our most valuable resource in space is not water, but our history. We should take advantage of Section 9 and assure the safety of historic landing sites before we even consider mining. We have no better place to start than to focus first on Section 9 of the Artemis Accords. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle, for your wonderful remarks. Now, I'll pass on to Professor Sandeepa Bhat, sir, for his remarks. Sir, I made you the presenter. You will be able to share your slides.
Share the slide.
Yeah.
Is that visible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So very good morning to all of you. It's definitely a delight for, definitely a delight for all of us actually. So we are having a collaboration between 3 universities, not just NUJS and MNLU, but also actually University of the Mississippi. I should first thank actually both the vice chancellors of NUJS and MNLU. So my vice chancellor has always been actually very proactive in terms of having any such kind of a joint collaboration, right? So since from day one, whenever actually any such kind of a proposal in terms of the joint activity has been asked to him or made to him, he has straight away said that actually, yes, go ahead. Whatever support is required from my side, it would be available. So I should be really grateful for such kind of a great support. I should also thank all the resource persons who have actually accepted our invitation and has become part of this particular event. We find actually people from all across the globe being part of this. And a special thanks to Michelle as well for working so hard in terms of having this kind of a collaboration. Let's also hope that actually we will continue and carry it forward further in the course of time. Meanwhile, as Adithya pointed out in the beginning, yeah, there would be diverse views which would be expressed in the in this particular conference. This is supposed to be a platform for that kind of a debate itself. So I'm also trying to actually provide a kind of a diverse view. Of course, let me not take a concrete position in this today's conference, since actually I'm also part of an organizing team. So let me just actually highlight the other side of the Artemis Accord and open it for actually the subsequent resource persons and maybe the paper presenters to carry it forward from there. Just actually, so I will highlight certain concerns which are there in actually the Artemis Accords. And probably the concerns are more in terms of section 10 and 11 rather than 9. I think Professor Michelle has actually already discussed in detail about the 9 as a kind of a starting point of a new jurisprudence. Again, on Artemis Accords, already others have pointed out, and it has also become a matter of discussion for everyone now. So I did not discuss what exactly is Artemis Accords and then what is part of that. And especially in India also, after India has signed the Artemis Accords, everyone knows about it. So I did not actually tell about the content of the Artemis Accords. Let me now straight away move forward with actually the certain concerns which arise out of the Artemis Accords, especially in terms of section 10 and 11. For this, actually, we need to understand how exactly the space law has developed over the period of time. Because when the space activities started in the 1950s, if we look at the global level, the concepts which were available at that time were only res nullius and res communis. The 2 Roman law concepts, res nullius and res communis, were the only 2 which were available for the purpose of application to the activities in outer space or on the celestial bodies. On the one hand, the res nullius or the terra nullius, that basically said about not having anyone having an individual, yeah, exactly. It is something which does not belong to anyone, but at the same point in time, whoever gets hold of it first, or whoever gets actually a claim over it first, would get the property rights. So that was a kind of a concept which is applicable under the res nullius. But on a contrary note, res communis advocated for something which belongs to everyone, but at the same point in time, nobody can individually appropriate it. Nobody can claim a private property right over the res communis. Say hypothetically, and currently the high seas is considered to be the res communis. or even in the domestic level, if we have to draw the parallel to the res communis, probably we can tell about the common property resources, like the common, say, park, or maybe common pasturage, or any other amenities, whatever actually we enjoy in common. So these were the two concepts which were available for the purpose of application to the space activities. But then, both of them had their own problems. Both of them had their own problems, and more importantly, space activities started at an era wherein most of the countries were being decolonized. They were actually coming out of the colonial powers. And majority of them were having actually a lot of political as well as economic tensions at the domestic level. If you look into the discussions of some of the early space law scholars, you can find out that actually this is what was the situation at the time when the space activities was developing. And everyone, since they had a political and economic tension, since they were liberated and they did not have the established administration, or economically also they were devastated to a greater extent due to the colonial exploitation and all, they were all expecting that the outer space activities should be beneficial to all. That was a kind of a impression, and some of the scholars also argue that that is the very reason why the states did not object for placing a satellite above their territory or maybe orbiting above their territory. Right? So international community did not object when USSR launched the Sputnik 1, or maybe United States launched the Explorer and subsequent activities. Because the understanding was that outer space activities are going to be beneficial for everyone. And at the same point in time, even US and USSR, despite the fact that they got hold of the technology, they were skeptical about each other's development. US was not very sure whether USSR is going to actually have a kind of an upper hand, or USSR was also not very sure whether US is going to have an upper hand. So this was a kind of a situation in which the space activities were developing in 1960s, 1970s and all. And that is the reason why everyone thought that we need to go for a regime which is slightly unique with respect to the space activities. Not like actually what we have already applied for earthly resources, right? Res nullius, which we have applied. So since the beginning of the civilization, it's not something which is applicable in outer space. Because if you apply res nullius, only maybe US and USSR could have actually got everything in the outer space and celestial bodies. Nobody else would have got actually anything. Res communis was also considered to be problematic, as if you can go through Kalki Crystal's writing, or even Vincent for that matter. Res communis was also considered to be problematic because in the res communis, there was no question of benefit sharing. It was that whoever actually is having the capability can actually use the resources, though not actually individually claim it. That was not part of that actually, but still they can use it and derive benefit out of that. Like if I have to give a simple example, common pasturage. So in case of a common pasturage, whoever is having the cow can graze their cow. But others, whoever is not having the cow, but despite the fact that they have a right in the common the pasturage, they're not able to enjoy that. Like that, the developed countries having technology can use the outer space or celestial bodies, but not a less developed country which is not having that technology, despite the fact that they may have a common right. So in the example of common pasturage, one of the concerns is that, of course, those who are not having the cow, they cannot actually object to the use made by actually those who are having the cow. There is no doubt in terms of that. But again, there is no responsibility on the owners of the cow who have grazed their cow in actually the common pasturage to share any benefit to others who are not having the cow. Or in simple terms, it is resulting in a benefit of select few. And there is no question of actually the others' interest being catered to, despite the fact that we are saying that you have a right in that. It's a common resource, you have a right in that. You're not catering to their right, to be very precise. There is no actually the benefit actually which is percolating to them, despite the fact that we are using the common resource. So this all thing stem out of the fact that the resources which are there in the common regions are predominantly the charity of nature or the bounties of nature. When they're bounties of nature, humanity as a whole should have rights in that. And anyone who is capable of actually exploiting them, right? So whoever is capable of laying hand over that should also have a kind of a sense of responsibility to ensure that others' rights are also respected. They are given their due share. That was the logic with which the Outer Space Treaty was being developed. And a reflection of the principle of province of all mankind under Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty is the evidence of it. Because early scholars, again, if we can look into the writings, some of the writings in 1960s or 1970s, we can find that they say that the province of all mankind is just an advanced version of the res communis, slightly an advanced version of the res communis. Though it does not include mandatory sharing of benefit, at least their argument is that that should be a voluntary sharing of benefits. Those who are using it should go for actually a kind of a voluntary sharing, since they are using from the common pool. When they are using resources from the common pool, some kind of a sharing of benefit should go to the rest of the world. Whether it should be I mean, of course, there is one more misconception. Benefit sharing does not mean that actually the whatever resources which you mine has to be shared with everyone, or technology to be shared. No, absolutely. There is no mention about that either under the province of all mankind or under even common heritage of mankind, which is a stronger version under the Moon Agreement. Right? So both of them don't tell about actually sharing everything or technology, etc., etc. What is required is a profit or a benefit which you have derived over and above actually the cost in terms of the exploitation or the use. That has to be shared on the basis of equity. That is also not that equal. It's that actually everyone has a share equally, no, on the basis of equity. That is reflected in under the Law of the Sea negotiations, as well as under Article 11 of the Moon Agreement, though the Moon Agreement has not been signed and ratified by many. But still, both of them speak about actually the sharing of the benefit, right? So it's not that you invest and you carry on the activities and you don't even get back your investment. That's not actually the principle under either the province of all mankind or under the common heritage of mankind. So this is the basis with which actually the Outer Space Treaty has come into existence, and the principle of province of all mankind has been incorporated under Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty. And this common rights regime has also been furthered by other set of principles under Article 1. Like Article 1 itself says that all activities need to be carried on for the benefit and interest of all states, irrespective of their economic development. So since beginning, it is clear that the activities in outer space should be for everyone's benefit. It is not just for actually those who are carrying on those activities. Then we have a provision of freedom of exploration, use, and scientific investigation under Article 1 itself. There's a freedom to explore, use, and scientifically investigate outer space and celestial bodies. But there is no mention about exploitation. There is no mention about the freedom of exploitation. Some scholars argue that the term use under the Outer Space Treaty is nothing but the reflection of exploitation. I should beg to differ on that. That was not the understanding of the drafters of the Outer Space Treaty, which is clearly evident subsequently also under the Moon Agreement. Use is more in terms of actually, say, using the outer space for, say, our other commercial activities, placing a satellite and carrying on actually the remote sensing or different other kind of other things, or using the celestial bodies as a kind of a platform for launch to the other celestial bodies, right? So these kind of aspects are covered within the ambit of the use, not exploitation. I should substantiate that under Article 11 of the Moon Agreement. If we can go through Article 11.4 and Article 11.5 of the Moon Agreement, they make a clear-cut distinction between the use and exploitation. Because 11.4 categorically says that there is a freedom of exploration and use. Again, it is reproducing the Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty. But on a contrary note, Article 11.5 says that before exploitation becomes feasible, there is a requirement of establishing an international regime. It is not a freedom of exploitation. Rather, it is establishing an international regime and going ahead with exploitation. That is what is mentioned under Article 11.5. So while there is a continuation of the freedom of the use under 11.4, 11.5 is not allowing the freedom of exploitation. Rather, it is subjecting it to the international regime, which has to be established in consonance with Article 11.7. So that's the reason why we cannot actually presume the freedom of exploitation under the Outer Space Treaty. Even Outer Space Treaty and the subsequent 4 other treaties also have got a very, very strong limb of cooperation between the states. They always advocate for the requirement of the cooperation, right? Even under Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty, which Professor Michel has already referred to, even under Article 11, it reflects that any stations or installations on the moon and other celestial bodies should be amenable to access for each other on the basis of reciprocity. On the basis of reciprocity, that's what Article 11 basically speaks of. So cooperation is also actually strongly reflected therein. And the stations or installations which are supposed to be made under Article 11 is more in terms of exploration and scientific investigation, as we are also having under the Antarctic regime for that matter. Even in the Antarctic also, the scientific investigation is permissible, and placement or having the kind of installations for the purpose of scientific investigation had also been made permissible under the Antarctic treaty regime. So what I'm trying to tell is that the common rights regime has been strongly embedded under the Outer Space Treaty since the beginning, and it has also been agreed upon by the states, whether it's a spacefaring nation or a less spacefaring nation, since the beginning. Now, a major debate which comes up with respect to the resource exploitation or resource mining is about the question of national non-appropriation. Because Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty mentions about the principle of national non-appropriation, which may be by claim of sovereignty, by means of use or occupation, or by any other means. National appropriation might happen out of any of these means. And interestingly, claim of sovereignty, means of use or occupation, yes, they're all okay. We would be able to actually understand that in the general sense. But what is this by any other means, the last aspect, right? Whether the resource mining by select few, individually or maybe select few of the countries, does it amount to contravention of Article 2 by virtue of coming within the ambit of national appropriation by any other means? That is the debatable issue which has cropped up with respect to the Artemis Accords. Added to that, even Article 1 also mentions about the freedom of access to all parts of celestial bodies, whether it's a developed or a developing country. All of them are having a kind of a freedom of access to the parts of the celestial bodies under Article 1. So, going for a mining, having installations therein on the celestial bodies, and also creating the safety zone around that, as per Section 11 of the Artemis Accord, how far it would intervene within the aspect of the freedom of access to all areas of the celestial bodies has become a matter of concern. Right? So, this is actually the primary concern which arises out of the interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty with respect to Artemis Accords. As I told, actually, I'll not take a position on this, being a part of actually organizing the committee. I'm just highlighting the concern with respect to the Article Section 10 and Section 11 of the Artemis Accords. Let me move forward with actually 2 other issues, incidental issues, which come up out of this Artemis Accords, focused on Section 10 and Section 11 itself. One of the debates which has come up is the debate between plurilateralism and multilateralism. In my discussions, actually, I've heard, okay, at least actually Artemis Accords is having some kind of a regulatory norms. So shouldn't it be better when compared to that of actually having no norm at all? Right? So going and exploiting individually, so isn't it better? At least actually some kind of norms are trying to be conceptualized. This is actually, I mean, this reminds me the classic debate between the plurilateralism versus multilateralism, which we had under the international trade law, WTO, since I also teach international trade law. So let me also connect it to that. When the WTO agreement, the Marrakesh agreement was actually signed, or even GATT, the precursor to that, was signed, it was thought that the bilateralism or the plurilateralism would be a kind of a platform for the multilateralism. Because under the international trade law, there was a requirement of making commitment globally in general, MFN treatment, national treatment, tariff bindings, all those kind of actually the principles. International trade law speaks about opening up for all the countries to have the free trade. But then it was found that certain countries are not in a position to make this commitment across the globe. if they make this commitment across the globe, that would have been a possibility that too much of the products inflowing into their territory and resulting in a kind of a, say, destruction of their economy. So in light of that, if the countries are actually in a position to open up their trade only for certain countries, let them go ahead with that. That was the logic with which Article 24 of the GATT was drafted. Article 24 to have actually the customs union, free trade areas, etc., wherein states can come together and have a better, elimination of the trade barriers when compared to that of a global level. This was also allowed primarily, of course, it's a kind of a exception to the MFN treatment, but still it was allowed, thinking that it is going to be a kind of a platform for the multilateralism. There may be certain regional groups which are established in different parts of the world. Subsequently, there would be further integration amongst the groups. The groups would negotiate against each other, reduce down the barriers collectively, and consequently, it would be a stepping stone for the multilateralism. Ultimately, we will have one global trade regime. That was the understanding when the plurilateralism was allowed under the GATT WTO regime. But unfortunately, it didn't work. It backfired. Now we are having a situation wherein we are having approximately 400 customs union and regional trading arrangements, and WTO getting dismantled out of that. Wherever actually you go and see, oh, we have a preferential trade agreement with 5 other countries or 10 other countries, and we have a better trade with them. This is a kind of a situation which has come up, and WTO appellate body has also become dysfunctional at present, and nothing is working in terms of actually that multilateral spirit with which the WTO was established. So I'm trying to actually, maybe some of the critics also are also pointing out this, because Artemis Accords is not actually a reflection of a multilateralism. It's a reflection more of actually the say, of course, there was also no negotiation. So initially there was no negotiation between the countries while entering into the Artemis Accords. So that's why, is it a unilateralism or a plurilateralism is also debatable. But the problem is, as we have already looked into, Russia and China have clearly opposed this. They are now coming up with actually their own lunar station. They will be parallelly maybe establishing their own regime. And God knows how many other countries would also come up with similar kind of a mechanism. Right? So we can't actually predict that Artemis Accords is going to be accepted globally by all other countries in the world. If you look into the statistics, in terms of actually the capabilities to land on the moon or maybe celestial bodies, it's only India and US. These are the only 2 who are part of the Artemis Accords as of now. All others have not got actually the mission specifically on the celestial bodies. So Russia and China going ahead with their own actually the mechanism, and maybe some other countries coming up with the further other mechanisms in terms of the exploitation of resources would be a kind of a situation resulting in a chaotic space order, and not actually something which is conducive for the peaceful exploration of the outer space and celestial bodies. So that's about the debate between plurilateralism and multilateralism. The last thing, right, so which I cannot end my presentation without looking into this law and economics issues, the divide between the rich and the poor. Right, so I mean, of course, I didn't understand that this particular debate initially. Because I, as a lawyer, we are not in a position to actually understand these kind of the problems. But over the period of time, yes, I have realized that actually this debate makes sense. With the space exploration, we are saying that the benefits are also percolating into the developing countries or less developed countries. Like say we have got facilities in terms of direct television broadcasting, or maybe remote sensing, data sharing, all those kind of things have happened. So developing countries have also been benefited out of the space exploration. But if you look in actual terms, how much of the benefit comes to the developing or less developed countries? Really debatable. Yesterday, actually, we had a debate in my class also with respect to this rich and poor, the disparity. Economists say that as you actually say go for a promotion of more and more enterprise-oriented activities, and if the benefits are not percolating at the grassroots level, we are widening the gap between the rich and the poor. This widening of the gap between the rich and the poor is resulting in a situation wherein very select few, like the space entrepreneurs, whoever are going there in the celestial bodies and exploiting the resources, they will be becoming rich and rich. Even the employees of those organizations will not be able to get any kind of a benefit except the salary which they are going to actually get. With this increase the richness of select few, what happens is that the upper middle class or maybe the lower middle class would become poorer comparatively when compared to the rich. Upper middle class would become a lower middle class would come below the below poverty line. So this is what is happening with the widening of the gap between the rich and the poor. So the space activities or maybe mining of the resources, whatever actually we are looking into, unless and until it is actually catering to the benefit of everyone, right? As we understood during the time when the space treaties were being drafted, if we don't go for such a kind of a international regime, there is every possibility that the world order would also be further disturbed, since actually the poor are not in a position to afford many a thing, which the rich have made it actually the unaffordable to the poor or maybe the middle class people actually. Select few, say, companies like, say, SpaceX or maybe Virgin Galactic or few other space companies might become rich and rich over the period of time. And by virtue of that, those which are affordable to them becomes costlier. And the middle class and the lower middle class would definitely be hurt severely in terms of actually their affordability. So this is, of course, a theory which I'm not actually proposing, rather actually which I have borrowed from others, especially from the economists, which they basically argue about this. And possibly these are the major concerns which emanate out of the Artemis records. And I mean, this is not actually a presentation to take a view, as I already pointed out. And also, definitely, I have never actually advocated against the resource mining. So that's also a misunderstanding. It is not that actually the resource mining is not permissible. Outer Space Treaty is also not prohibiting resource mining. What Outer Space Treaty is saying is that you cannot go for a national appropriation or an individually select few appropriating. That is not permissible. But if you are going for actually even Moon Agreement, many people misunderstand that actually the Moon Agreement imposes a moratorium on the exploitation of resources, which was never been actually the understanding of the drafters of the Moon Agreement. Because if they wanted to have a moratorium, they would have explicitly mentioned like that, which you have in the Antarctic regime, which you also had actually when the Law of the Sea Convention was being negotiated. There is a moratorium resolution which is also passed with respect to the deep seabed mining. Right? Nothing of that sort has been agreed with respect to the lunar mining or maybe the celestial resources mining. My only thing is that exploitation would definitely be permissible, but it should be ensured in a systematic manner. Environment is also one of the concerns which should be taken into consideration, plus the benefit sharing on a fair and equitable basis should be the mantra in terms of actually the resource mining. So these are the few initial comments with respect to the Artemis Accords, mining, so on and so forth. I hope that actually today's discourse with all resource persons and then the paper presenters would be beneficial to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandeep sir. With this, we come to a conclusion of the inaugural session. I thank Professor Dr. Dilip Ukey sir, Professor N.K. Chakrabarti sir, Michelle Hanlon, who is staying up late, Sandeep Bhat sir for joining us for the inaugural session. Thank you so much. To all the panelists, we'll be taking a short break and we'll be starting at 10:30 with the second panel. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Min.
Yes. Okay. I welcome all of you back to the second panel. For this panel, we have Dr. Asha Soman. We have Ashima, who is presenting, and we'll have
We
Professor
are
Freeland.
not able to hear you.
Yes, I'm audible to all of you.
Like you are not audible.
No, he's audible, I think. I can hear him.
Ashima, I can hear you too. I don't know, there's an issue.
Yes,
with you.
yes.
One
I think
second.
there is some problem with.
I
Am I
think
audible?
ma'am's audio may be muted in laptop.
Exactly. There might be some problem with actually the audio of. Yeah. You can rejoin, maybe reconnect yourself.
Yes, yes. Okay, by the time we'll start. So now I'll invite Dr. Asha Soman ma'am, who is an associate professor at IFIM Law School, to present her topic. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. Sandeepa Bhat sir and the dignitaries from the Mississippi University and Maharashtra National University. And when I got to know that my session has been preponed, I was a little worried, and I already told Adithya sir that I may not be going to the details of the Artemis Accord and the Outer Space Treaty. But ma'am from the Mississippi University and of course Sandeepa Bhat sir has made it clear what is the accord and also what is the conflicts and everything. So thank you so much for making my less relaxed as far as this is considered. My observations are also almost in line with Sandeepa Bhat sir, but one main difference I can find in my analogy and sir's analogy is that I'm always against exploitation and always in favor of an exploration. And I firmly believe that as a strong advocate for the sustainability concept and climate change, I will be contradicting myself if I say that I'm going for exploitation. So I also wants to highlight that thing before I starting my this presentation. I'm not against the Artemis Accord because at international level we are going with my bilateral treaties and multilateral treaties, but I am of the strong opinion that we should not be moving away from the, like we say in the jurisprudence, the grand norm. What is the foundation of the legal system? Now, in my analogy, that in my understanding, the basic thing when we are going through the, like Sir has said about the how the international law has been framed up. So our basic Magna Carta, we keep it as the Outer Space Treaty, and it is strongly advocating peaceful use of the outer space and benefit for everybody and everything. So my strong belief is that at no point we should be deviating from the peaceful use of outer space. So with that Mumbai motion, I would like to start this, and may I know the time allotted for me?
Ma'am, you can take 15 minutes, and
Okay.
then we'll say
Okay,
something.
okay. I know there are so many presenters, so kindly let me know when I'm exceeding my time.
Yes, yes.
Is my screen
Yes, ma'am.
visible to all?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, fine, thank you. So my topic is Artemis Accord and the relevance of the Moon Agreement and the Registration Convention. So we are analyzing, I am analyzing the Artemis Accord on line of the Moon Agreement and the Registration Convention. So when we are going with the Accord itself, we can see that, and I myself found that as far as the Registration Convention and the Accord is considered, there is not much significant thing we have to be worried. But obviously, as mentioned in the opening remark by Sir and all other dignitaries, that there is a friction between the Moon Agreement and the Accord. Now I'll be going to the relevance of the Moon Agreement Registration Convention, how it is actually having a similarity or dissimilarity with the Accord, and mainly my focus will be on the peaceful use versus the commercial interest. And I have the limitations for my presentation is I have not gone into the details of the space resources and space mining. It is basically a general analysis of these three documents. Now the analysis I have come to is that after going through this particular paper, this particular research area, is that Artemis Accord has affected the relevance of the Moon Treaty, but I wanted to say that it will continue to be a significant part of the international space law. But we know that at international level, there are so many things which are triggered by the political consensus and political ideologies. So there might be a situation when the Moon Treaty might lose the relevance at all. But as a strong believer of the international 5 basic documents, I personally believe that whatever be the different multilateral and bilateral treaties, Moon Treaty has to to be there as a part of the international space law, and Artemis Accord should not be taken as a reason by the nations, especially the strong spacefaring nations, as a reason to deviate from the Moon Treaty. Like I said, we know that Moon Treaty is based on the Outer Space Treaty, and obviously the peaceful use of outer space is there. But when you are diluting the concept of that thing, that you cannot touch we will not be touching the foundational laws, and we are moving ahead or deviating by the basic idea which runs the whole scenario. Now, the second analysis I have got is that registration of the space subjects may not be effectively implemented even under the Artemis Accord. Why I'm saying is that on the positive side, I can say that Accord also has a provision saying that registration of the space objects becomes something which is very much invited from the parties, and they also call for the transparency as far as the disclosure and everything is considered. Now, still we are having the registration convention from 1976, but when we are analyzing the data, we can see that most of the times it is not going to be registered properly. Even if the states or the nations are registering the space object, there is no actually a scrutinizing mechanism under the UNESCO or UN or under the registration convention itself to check whether it is actually the same for subject or the object which has been intended by the nation. For example, if we are taking the nuclear use of nuclear resources and nuclear energy, we can see that in India, all the nuclear laws in our country is in line with the IAEA, and every 2 years the licenses has to be renewed, and there will be inspections and the check as far as the nuclear reactors and the use of the nuclear energy is considered. And India being one of the safest nation as far as the nuclear energy or the use of nuclear energy in the reactors are considered. But I personally believe that we are having a registration convention. It mandates that there should be the registration of the space object, but we don't have a mechanism at a national level, international level, particularly under the convention, to check whether the same thing has been, like the licensing or the whether the same thing mentioned in the document or the form is the exact thing which has been intended by the nation. So registration may happen, but the nation still have the leeway of going with the other secret missions or whatever it is as far as the security of the nation is concerned. So I believe under the Artemis record, the parties of the accord will be going for registration, but it will not go away with the clear disclosure or the transparency aspect. Now, coming to the other aspects, I would like to start with the dissimilarities and similarities as far as the Accord and the Moon Agreement is considered. So the first thing, I understand that the Moon Agreement is having a wider scope, whereas the scope of the Accord is limited. If you are looking into the Moon Agreement, it is an internationally recognized legal framework, and the Moon and other celestial bodies are included. So when we are looking into the scope of the Artemis Accord, you can see that it is Moon, Mars, comets, and asteroids. So it is basically a limited thing and more focusing on the lunar exploration. On the other hand, 1976 agreement, even if it is titled as Moon Agreement, it has a wider ambit, even like the OST and other things, which is going for Moon and other celestial bodies that other can be interpreted in a wider manner. So that is the reason I said in the beginning part that I really intend that this may, in spite of all the multilateral treaties and bilateral treaties, let the Moon Agreement be there and all the nations see it in a positive way. And that is the reason I said it has a wider scope. Now, the second thing I have seen is that whenever we are looking to the Moon Agreement, obviously it is the main agenda is the peaceful use. But when we are looking into the Artemis Accord, I would see that the provisions say that the peaceful use in line with the existing international thing, but I have to call it as something like a mask which has been put by because of the political reasons. Why? Because you cannot leave away from the OSTs and all the things, and you can leave away from the international principles of peaceful use. But when the accord says that it is accepting the commercial use of the space resources, I have my doubt because the term commerce always associate with the term profit. Now, commercial activities, when we are saying, recently I'll come about the example where Japan has allowed the sale of the space resources to the NASA. Now, the term used is sale. Now, just for a simple example, when I'm selling a car, for example, it's a second use car, but I have two dealers, two buyers to my particular car. I will be opting the one who will be giving me more money. So I have my doubt that whenever the Artemis Accord has been politically masked with the term of peaceful, because they cannot deviate from the existing international legal framework put across by the Outer Space Treaty, the aspect of inclusion of the commercial thing will definitely dilute the concept of the peaceful use of outer space. And at the long run, agreement, we can see in the case of India, we can see that we have started with the MRTP Act, and we have to go away with the liberalization of global policy, globalization, and come up with the competition agreement. Now, competition act came in 2002, and after that, obviously, we have to make the IPR patent and everything into as a stringent law, because we are going for competition and technological advancement. And in competition, what I'm looking is more profit. That is basically the commercial part. Now, I personally believe that whenever we are talking about the intellectual property rights and competition and all these things, the concept of benefit sharing is very much there. But if all the nations, especially the major spacefaring nations, are moving ahead with the concept of commercialization, I worry no sooner we will be having stringent IPR laws and the competition laws at the national levels. So far, why? Because this common consensus of commercial thing will be leading to a technological competition where each nation will be having more interest in getting the profit as far as the use of or the commercial sale of the space resources are considered. Now, coming to the third aspect, benefit sharing. Moon agreement has a wider aspect where we are talking in line with the benefit sharing, and Sandeepa sir has already analyzed like how that benefit sharing is there and what all restrictions are there. My point also is in the same line, but when we are going for the Artemis Accord, because my intention is a commercial thing, the benefit share caring again can be a limited thing. We cannot say that all the parties to the accord will be transparently and without any hiding thing, they'll be sharing all the details and all the benefit, because my intention to join the accord is commercial exploitation of the outer space resources. Now, the fourth aspect is acceptance by the nations. We know that while considering the 5 basic documents, Moon Treaty is basically the least accepted thing. But when we are going to the acceptance of the nations and the Artemis Accord, it is widely accepted within the 3 short years span. Now, the commercial utilization, it is restricted by the Moon Treaty, but commercial utilization has been permitted. As I said, the purpose here, they have used the term peaceful, and in the commercial utilization also, they have used the term adherence to international law. Now, I have my own doubts how you are going to balance between the nations, not my, I'm sorry, the commercial interest of a nation, whereas balancing with the peaceful use. So I think I am not against the accord, but whoever is the nations, we will becoming, India has also become a party to the treaty, and we are also a party to the treaty like Australia. So we have to come up, like India's obligation is also there, that how we are actually coming to balance with the adherence of the international law, whereas we are also aiming at the commercial thing. So these are the main things I have found as the difference or the problems which are making us a difficulty for the Moon Treaty to survive in the coming years. Now, coming to the other aspects. Now, whenever the next thing I would like to highlight is the peaceful use versus the commercial interest. Now, under the peaceful use, what I understood is that the 5 basic documents allows exploration, scientific research, international cooperation, and knowledge creation. And what is restricted is militarization and also the not using the nuclear weapons or weaponization under the OST. Now, I'm sorry, the year has been mentioned as 66, it's 67. Now, the commercial interest, basically, it is profit motive and generating the revenue. Now, whenever we are going with the commercial interest, we are always running with the concept of the profit motive. So the benefits, as I said before, the benefit will lead to a competition perspective, and that competition, obviously, what is the benefit of the commercial interest in the accord is that there will be a competition among the parties to the accord as well as the non-parties to the accord, and we may be having a technological advancement, because my intention to join the accord is to benefit from space thing. So that is the benefit, that we will be having more technologies for going to the space and having the mining the resources, and that will be there. Now, the result of the commercial interest is that there will be a dilution of the principle peaceful use of outer space. So when I'm analyzing especially the Moon Treaty or the other basic treaties on the accord, the main problem I am finding is that how we are going to balance the commercial interest and also the peaceful use of outer space, which is the motto of the international space law documents. Now, within a short one, I just would like to highlight few things. That is, the countries with laws relating to the commercial use of outer space. Now we know that it is the US. Always the US comes with the first things, whether it's the landing or whether it's a crime or everything as far as the space is considered. So here also you can see that there is a 2015 commercial space launch competitiveness act. Now under this, US citizens and companies are allowed to engage in commercial exploration. So exploration, now I think we have to differentiate with the concepts of exploration versus commercial exploration. Now accord also uses the word civil exploration. So we can see that like in the statute, we have the terminology reasonableness, but none of the statute has defined the term reasonable. But I feel like the term exploration under the international space law is moving to that level. Why? Because one or the other document we are seeing the huge exploration, but it is going to, the interpretation is going to be diluted like commercial exploration and civil exploration. So what I can understand from the terminology commercial exploration is that the exploration you are doing for a commercial purpose, and obviously your intention is to take the benefit from that thing. So my intention to take the benefit is I have to get more profit. So when I'm having more profit, I will may be deviating from the peaceful use, I may be deviating from the transparency, I may be deviating from disclosing the information which I received through this thing. So, and under the US Act also there is a sale of space resource. So as I said earlier, sale is always related with the profit. So balancing of peaceful use, all these things have a conclusion. Now, coming to the recent one, 2022, the Japan, under the Japanese Space Resource Act, this is supposed to be the first sale where the private company iSpace has been allowed to conduct a commercial activity on the moon, and the sale of the space resources for profit to NASA. So this has been informed as the first case of a commercial space resource utilization. So that is the reason I said that from the beginning, the word commercial use or commercial interest can be associated with the sale. And when we are talking about sale of the resources, we are moving away from sustainability, we are moving away from peaceful exploration and use of the outer space. Now there are countries like Luxembourg and United UAE also on the same line of allowing their countries to come up with the laws. Now this is just a analysis on the
So, ma'am,
basis of the
just
trade.
keep track of the time also.
Sure.
You may, yes, yeah.
Yes, I'll conclude in 5 minutes. Okay. So we are having 3 documents. So if you look into the parties, 76, 25 parties and 75, but come to the Artemis Accord within 3 years of span, you are getting 29. Like, so here 75, 47 years, 44 years, we have seen registration convention. So far, there is no state which has been withdrawn, but Moon Agreement, after it has become the Artemis Accord came, the Saudi Arabia has been initiated a withdrawal, and it will be effective from Jan 2024. Now, if you look into the countries also, we can see that there are so many countries who are party to 3 documents. Now, they have to come up with their national laws, how they are going to balance the commercial interest, and also how they are to maintaining the peaceful use of outer space. Now, not going into the deep of the registration convention. Why? Because if you look into the links which has provided by the details provided by the UNOSA, you can see that how many missions has actually done and how many it has been registered and how the disclosure has been actually given away with the concept of the transparency, or is it really the same thing they have meant? Now, there is a conflict I have seen as far as the transparency conflict. One is the accord says that the sharing information related to space activities, including mission plans, scientific data, and use of space resources, information about planned lunar space activities, and information about the mission objective, schedules, potential risks, and other things. Now, what the thing I feel is the transparency conflict is that we all know about the India and ISRO. It is very much related to our defense system and security system. Now it's not still 2017. We are having the statute and it is pending as a bill because the space activities is very much related with the defense or security of a nation or a sovereignty of a nation. I doubt how much they will be the nations who are become a party to the accord will be in line with the transparency disclosure. Now the concluding concerns I have is with respect to the peaceful use of outer space. So I believe that we can go ahead with the bilateral treaties and multilateral treaties, but we have to always remember three provisions of the OST: Article 4, Article 1, and Article 2. Article 4 is basically disarmament and all these things, where the peaceful use of outer space has been highlighted. And Article 1 says that all the bodies are not gone for national appropriation, and but Sandeep sir has already highlighted how that can be diluted. And Article 2 basically talks about the is not subject to irrespective of the economic and scientific development in one. So sir has clearly explained how the rich and poor divide will be there. So my concluding remark is, one is the Artemis Accord is a non-binding document and which is a consensus based on the political like-mindedness to explore the celestial bodies, whereas the Moon and the registration conventions are of an international approach based primarily on the peaceful use of outer space. So I would recommend, I would suggest that peaceful use always leads to exploration, but the commercial interest will always lead to exploitation. And sustainability of outer space is always with exploration and not with exploitation. One just line, we are saying that there is a forest law which says that you can cut down the trees, and on the other hand the same forest law says that there is no need of planting new trees when you are cutting down the trees. Now I have heard that in Australia, I am not sure about the original truth of this thing, there is a rule that whenever you are cutting down a tree you have to plant a tree also. So I have my own doubts that whenever you are going with the commercial exploration of the outer space, how you are actually going to the will be able to safeguard the outer space from exploitation and preserve the peaceful use. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for taking the extra time. That's from my side. Should I answer the questions right now, or we have a Q&A in the last session?
Adithya? Adithya? Yeah, Q&A will be towards the end actually. Adithya, can you just take over?
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, Adithya, you're audible.
Yes, I'm so sorry, there was a network issue. Thank you so much, Asha ma'am. There's a question for you in the chat box, but we'll take it after Ashima's presentation. Yes. Ashima, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, over to Ashima. Just introduce the topic to everyone. Yes.
Okay. Good morning to all the dignitaries present and all my dear friends. My topic of research is sustainable space exploration. Now, the discipline of space resource utilization, which is rapidly growing in the realm of space exploration, offers the potential to revolutionize both the methods by which we explore outer space and also our ability to establish human presence in celestial bodies. In the research paper, I have explored the topic of space resource use, its importance, and its legal complications and uses. Henceforth, I shall be discussing, first of all, what are the challenges which are there with respect to traditional space exploration. Number one, the cost and funding constraints are there. That is, the space missions are inherently expensive due to the need for advanced technology, research, development, and launches. Government, space agencies, and private companies often face budget limitations, which can lead to project delays or cancellations. Second challenge of space exploration is risk to human life. Human spacelift carries inherent risk, including exposure to cosmic radiation, microgravity, health issues, and the potential for catastrophic accidents during launch, retry, and even mission operations. Third, long duration missions. There are extended missions, especially for interplanetary travel, which requires complex life support systems, which are really technically challenging to maintain over long durations. Four, there is propulsion technology. Traditional chemical propulsion systems are limited by their thrust capabilities and efficiencies. There is still need of developing advanced propulsion methods for faster and more efficient travel, which remains still a challenge. Fifth, resource limitations are there. Six, space debris and collisions, that is, the increased amount of space debris poses a threat to satellites, space stations, and spacecrafts. Number 6, deep space communications are lacking. Maintaining communication with missions in deep space is a challenge. As signals become weaker, the farther we travel from the Earth. Number 9, there is human health and sustainability issues. Prolonged space travel can lead to health issues such as muscle atrophy, bone density loss, and psychological stress. Developing sustainable solutions for long duration missions is vital, and which is also being concluded by the researcher. Then, number 10, regulatory and legal complexities are there. Number 11, interplanetary travels. Sending humans to other planets such as Mars requires solving complex problems related to life support, radiation protection, and planetary entry and landing. Number 12, there is an environmental impact. Space missions can have unintended environmental consequences such as space debris, contamination of celestial bodies, and potential disruption of other things. With respect to environmental and ethical considerations, we can further find that there are space debris management which are required to be considered because the proliferation of space debris, defunct satellites, and discarded rocket stages poses a risk to operational spacecraft. Mitigating space debris and preventing collisions are very important and vital for sustainable space activities. Number 2, we require, with respect to environmental considerations, preservation of celestial bodies. As we explore other celestial bodies such as Moon or Mars, we must minimize the risk of contamination also. Number 3, spacecraft propulsion and energy sources. Traditional propulsion methods and power sources like nuclear reactors can have major environmental implications. Developing cleaner and more efficient technologies is need of the hour. And last not the least, space tourism impact. The emerging space tourism industry raises concerns about the environmental footprint of suborbital and orbital flights. Addressing emissions and minimizing ecological impacts are important. There are also ethical considerations which have been discussed by the researcher, which I'll take only 1 minute to discuss. Number 1 is planetary protection. The principle of planetary protection obliges space missions to avoid contaminating the celestial bodies with Earth organisms. Maintaining the scientific integrity of otherworldly environments is ethically important. There is also requirement of responsible resource utilization, cultural and heritage preservation, space traffic management, which is required to be there. There is also requirement of spacefaring ethics, which have to be maintained. Inclusivity and international collaborations can be maintained, and uh, safety and security can be there, and informed consent for space tourism. Henceforth, the researcher shall conclude that ethical consideration in space exploration, environment considerations, and all other challenges are integral to the responsible and sustainable expansion of human activities beyond our planet. As we venture into the cosmos, it is essential to uphold ethical principles that guide our actions and ensure the well-being of both the Earth and other celestial environments we encounter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashima. Yeah, we'll take the questions at the end.
Thank you.
Yes. Tushar, if you can go next.
Hello,
Tushar,
am I audible?
yes, yes. So we have Tushar with us, and he's speaking on Artemis Accords and India and intersection of space law and geopolitics. Over to you, Tushar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Adithya, for introducing me. So, yeah, hello everyone. Good morning, Sandeepa and everyone else. And I sincerely apologize for not having a PowerPoint today due to like unforeseen circumstances. I was not able to prepare one for this session. However, I will do my best to ensure that my talk is clear and engaging. So yeah, today I want to talk about a topic that is both exciting and very important, the Artemis Accord and India's position in the big picture of space exploration. So the cosmos have always captivated our imagination, as the great American astronomer Carl Sagan once said that the cosmos is within us. We are made of star stuff. Today, as we embark on the next frontier of space exploration, it is essential to ensure our efforts are collaborative, harmonious, and accord in international understanding. So Now coming to Artemis Accord, you all have heard about Artemis Accord. So in simple words, the Artemis Accords are a set of rules and guidelines that countries agree to follow when exploring the moon and outer space. So these rules make sure everyone works together peacefully, respect each other's activities, and take care of space for future generation. So the Accord are named after NASA's Artemis program, which aims to send astronaut back to the moon. So now where does India fit in this? So like India has been doing a lot in space. Remember the Chandrayaan mission. Chandrayaan 3 could have like successfully land the Vikram lander and the Pragyan rover near the South Pole region of the moon. Though India is the like among the 4 states after Russia, United States and China to land on the moon. So the Pragyan rover has already made several discoveries that are of immense scientific significance. So we have shown the world that we too have big dreams about space. But with these new Artemis Accords, there are some decisions India need to make. Like when we looked into this, we found that India's choice won't be just about space. Politics on Earth will also play a part. How do we work alongside countries like our neighbor China and Russia in space? It's not always simple, but there is a lot of good that can come out of this. Like if India follows the Artemis Accord, we can do more joint missions with other countries. This means sharing knowledge, resources, and exploring new frontier together. But however, it's not always smooth sailing. There will be challenges. We will have to understand international rules better. Like think about what's best for India and sometimes compromise. So I think the biggest concern is like the sovereignty concern. The Artemis Accord emphasized the role of United States through NASA's Artemis program. Some nation might view that like US centric approach to lunar exploration and governance, potentially infringing on their own sovereign rights to explore and utilize space. And the other geopolitical consideration, given the current geopolitical landscape aligning too closely with United States space ambition might strain India's relations with other spacefaring nations, like particularly Russia and China, like who have not signed the accord and have their own plan for the lunar exploration. uh, like uh, and we have to focus on our domestic programs. Like India has its ambitious like lunar exploration program Chandrayaan and might prioritize its own national objective and mission over international collaboration. And like we have our own economic implication, like collaborative missions that align with the Artemis Accord might demand substantial financial investment, which could be a concern for the nation. Like we have a budgetary constraint. However, day by day, like when the ISRO like launch, like now we got enough good budget as compared to the previous. But there are some potential advantages also, was the international collaboration. Like the Artemis Accord emphasized peaceful cooperation among nations. Signing the accords could open doors for India to collaborate with other signatories on joint lunar and space mission. The second advancement would be the technological advancement. The collaboration often leads to technology sharing and joint research. Like India could benefit from advancement made by other nations and vice versa. Like we can hold the good position in the global space community, like by becoming a part of such a significant accord. India would solidify its standing in the global space community as a key player and collaborator. Like it will also support our private sector. Like the accords emphasize the role of commercial companies in lunar exploration. Like this could boost the Indian private space sector and will open the opportunities for them to collaborate on the international level. And it and it will further strengthen our diplomatic relations also. Like space diplomacy can be a way to strengthen ties with other nations. Like collaborative ventures can foster trust and mutual respect among the countries involved, and and like the economic growth can be the active participation in global space project by the Artemis Accord can stimulate the India space industries, leading a job creation, fostering innovation, and driving economic growth. And Like the accord act as a supplementary guidelines to the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. So by adhering to the Artemis Accord, like India would be reinforcing its commitment to the principle of the Outer Space Treaty. So in the end, what's important is that India should have a good plan for space. Like the Artemis Accords are a big step for the world, and India has a chance to be at the forefront. To sum up, space is for everyone, and just like on Earth, when we work together in space, we can achieve great things. And in wrapping up, I would like to acknowledge that some areas of the topic, particularly the finer nuances of India's stance on the Artemis Accords, are ones I am still deeply exploring. So the intersection of space, law, and geopolitics is vast and continuously evolving. So yeah, that's it from my side. I appreciate your understanding and patience.
Thank you, Tushar. Now we move ahead with our next guest speaker, Dr. Rossana Deplano. She's an associate professor and co-director of the Center for European Law and Internationalization at the Leicester School of Law. She's also a UK Research and Innovation Scholar for this year, and she's also one of the first writers to write about Artemis Accords. And she has wrote a very interesting piece. Thank you for joining, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adithya. Good morning, everyone. May I just check that my microphone works?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
So good morning, everyone. Just allow me to say my heartfelt thanks for the invitation to our colleagues and also dear friends in India. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some of my views here today with you. Now, as you can see from the slide, and I hope I am showing them correctly, today I just would like to make a very few remarks, and I will remain within the 10-15 minutes that you have allocated to me, on the legal significance or normative value of the Artemis Accords. And allow me to clarify upfront, so immediately, that in doing so, I will actually retain a pure public international law perspective. So I will not say anything from a policy perspective or governance or even international relations or geopolitical perspectives, not least because Tushar has just provided a brilliant overview, so I don't need to repeat those things. Now, moving on to the next slides. I think that when it comes to assessing the legal significance of a document, of any document, it is probably best to start from the definition or description of that document. And so in this case, what are the Artemis Accords? Well, they are, as also Tushar has mentioned, they are a set of guidelines. The preamble of the Artemis Accords describe them as a political understanding. And so this first and foremost indicates quite clearly that the Artemis Accords are not a legally binding document. And so why have they been adopted if they are just a sort of recommendation? Well, they have been adopted to facilitate the execution of the Artemis missions, which will return, we all know, humans on the moon. And for the first time in perspective, they will also bring the first human beings on other planets, for example, Mars. But how do they facilitate the execution of the Artemis missions? Well, the Artemis Accords clearly state by operationalizing or implementing, if you want, the provisions of the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. This is the stated aim of the Artemis Accords, which once again you can find in the preamble, paragraph 9 of the document. So because of this aim of facilitating the Artemis missions by operationalizing the provisions of the Outer Space Treaty, the Artemis Accords are sometimes perceived as controversial for many reasons. And so some scholars, for example, have argued that they are unlawful altogether, especially because they amount to what appears to be an appropriation of outer space by essentially extending state jurisdiction in outer space. But on the other hand of the spectrum, other scholars actually have considered the Artemis Accords in a more benevolent way, and so they have described them as a sort of innovation or evolution as opposed to revolution within international space law. But my point here is that's very fine, but what do states think of the Artemis Accords, the players on the field? And one way of finding out is really to have a look at the list of signatories, which I have put in these very cramped slides. I apologize for that. Essentially, this slide shows that as of today, so October 2023, 29 states have signed the Artemis Accords, and in all likelihood it's going to be 30 very, very soon, as the Netherlands has announced already their intention to sign the Artemis Accords. I have put them here in chronological order, the day and year in which they have acceded to the Artemis Accords. And in essence, these slides provide information also about the geographical representation of the Artemis Accords signatories. And as you can see, if you just take a second to do that, so I proceed very, very slowly, pretty much every continent is represented here in this slide. So we are moving from probably the Western-only initial steps of the Artemis Accords. And then there is some information which I have put in square brackets here in the slide. And that information in square brackets, together with the portion of the text also highlighted in bold, actually shows the relationship between the Artemis Accords and the Outer Space Treaty, but also the relationship between the Artemis Accords and the Moon Agreement. And so here in the slides, the states that have also ratified the Outer Space Treaty are those in bold. As you can see, they are the vast majority of those signatories. Precisely 27 out of 29 countries have also signed the Outer Space Treaty. And two of them, specifically Colombia and Rwanda, those not in bold, have only signed as opposed to ratified the Artemis Accords. And so this to me suggests that, at least in relation to the execution of scientific missions, I'm not talking about commercial exploitation, but scientific missions, these two countries are supporting the interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty via the Artemis Accords. Which I will address also in the next slide. And then, just to wrap up on this slide, among the signatories of the Artemis Accords, there are also two states which have ratified the Moon Agreement, and if the Netherlands signs the Artemis Accords, there will be three, and specifically they are here, Australia and Mexico. 3 states have also signed as opposed to ratifying the Moon Agreement, and they are Romania, France, and India, of course. And 1 state has withdrawn from the Moon Agreement in connection or after, as you want, the signing of the Artemis Accords, and the state is Saudi Arabia. So what is the meaning of all this? Well, I think that from one perspective, this may suggest that the Artemis Accords are probably not incompatible with the Moon Agreement, as they remain formally confined to scientific research in outer space. But probably from another angle, from another perspective, this indicates that by signing the Artemis Accords, some states have departed from the underlying philosophy, to say the least, of the Moon Agreement. I will leave up to you the final assessment of the meaning and the significance of this slide and the joining of the Artemis Accords. But today, allow me just to say that probably these remarks still remain largely in the theoretical domain. This is theoretical speculation. So let me say something about the actual content of the Artemis Accords, and I wrap up, in a sense, my presentation. So what do the Artemis Accords do from an international law perspective? In my view, essentially, they do three things. So there are three types of provisions, so to speak. Some of these provisions, they simply replicate provisions of the Outer Space Treaty. It's a sort of copy and paste from the text of the treaty into the text of the Artemis Accords. And so, for example, Section 3 of the Artemis Accords refers to outer space, which must be used only for peaceful purposes, and we have already heard a brilliant presentation on this point. Or, again, there is a reference to activities in outer space, which must be carried out in accordance with international law. We know that is Article 3 of the Outer Space Treaty. So I do believe that these provisions are relatively uncontroversial, because they simply replicate the text of the treaty into the text of the Artemis Accords. But then there are other provisions. There is a set of other provisions which aim at clarifying provisions of the Outer Space Treaty. So here we are adding some detail to the text of the Outer Space Treaty. We are moving beyond the copy and paste. And so, for example, Section 10 of the Artemis Accords refers to the extraction of space resources, which, I quote, provides critical support for safe and sustainable operations. Now here, Article 1, Paragraph 3 of the Outer Space Treaty protects unequivocally freedom of scientific investigation. But the thing is that it does not talk about the extraction of space resources as providing critical support for safe and sustainable operations. So we are moving a step beyond what is the agreed bottom line among the international community. And whether this is problematic or not, it's up to us to assess when we start implementing the Artemis missions. And then there is a third category of norms, which I put here in the slide as, or I qualified them as supplementing the provisions of the Outer Space Treaty. Again, we are moving a step beyond from point number 2 here. This set of provisions essentially add or inject concepts in the Artemis Accords which are not included in the Outer Space Treaty. It's as simple as that. And so, for example, Section 12 refers to space operations, which must include a plan for space debris mitigation, also reflected in the bilateral agreements among the Artemis signatories. Probably this we can see as an application or an implementation of Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty, which refers to the due regard for the corresponding interests of other states. But the point remains that the Artemis Accords are referring to concepts which formally are not included in the text of the Outer Space Treaty. And the other classic example is the one on protecting human heritage in outer space. That concept, as noble or valuable as it may be, it's simply not included in the text of the Artemis of the Outer Space Treaty. So, in my view, but this is really personal opinion, still this set of provisions, the supplementing ones, probably remain within the spirit as opposed to the letter of the Outer Space Treaty, and so they really don't do any harm. Going for space debris mitigation is a noble thing to do, but it is also, as I said, equally true that they are adding concepts which are not contained in the Outer Space Treaty. So when they say that they are implementing or operationalizing the Outer Space Treaty, the Artemis Accords are providing a very peculiar interpretation of the treaty itself. And I conclude with this slide, if you allow me just 1 minute. So to answer to some extent, at the very least, my own initial question, what is the legal significance of the Artemis Accords? I personally believe that if we take a very formalistic approach, so we just say, well, they are a set of guidelines, they are not legally binding, so they basically are not proper international law. I think we are not answering our question. A different, maybe a better way of answering that question is to actually assess what impact the Artemis Accords are having and probably will have in the future on the Outer Space Treaty, especially when it comes to the interpretation of some of those provisions. But we can draw the same parallel and going through the same process and ask what impact the Artemis Accords are having on the Moon Agreement, for example. And so my invitation here, my public international background really kicks in, is to play a little bit with the provisions of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, especially Article 31, Paragraph 3 on subsequent practice. I put here in the slide the quotation from the treaty, the invitation to look at subsequent practice in the application of any treaty, including the Outer Space Treaty or even the Moon agreements, and see whether it establishes an agreement of the parties concerning the interpretation of specific provisions. If that's the case, or if, in other words, the Artemis Accords establish the agreement of the parties as to specific interpretations of the Outer Space Treaty, especially when they move a step beyond the letter of the treaty, then this could turn out to be an authoritative or an authentic interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty in the long term. And so I think that at that point, probably we still are not in the domain of revolution within international space law, but at that point, probably we could tangibly appreciate something more about the legal significance of what is otherwise just a piece of soft law. I stop here because probably I have already gone over my allocated time, but thank you very much, and I will try to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Deplano. We'll be taking the questions after Professor Freeland's presentation. So it's my great honor and pleasure to welcome Professor Stephen Freeland. He's an emeritus professor of international law at Western Sydney University, where he previously served as a dean of the School of Law. He is also a professorial fellow at Bond University. He holds visiting and adjunct positions all over the world in various universities. In June 2021, he was appointed as the United Nations Committee on Peaceful Use of Outer Space as vice chair of a 5-year working group on legal aspects of space resource activities. In 2022, he was presented the Lifetime Achievement Award by the International Institute of Space Law. And that is, I think, the highest accolade awarded by the institution. And he sits on advisory boards and editorial boards of several institutions across the world, including us. It's my great honor to welcome you, Professor Freeland. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Adithya. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm unable to share because I'm not a co-host.
Yes.
Now your
yes.
colleague will help me. Thank you so much. If you could
Yes.
expand that to make it a full page, that'd be great. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's just an honor and a pleasure to be here. It's almost 5 p.m. here in Sydney. Well, in fact, I'm in the Blue Mountains, which is just west of Sydney. But it's just lovely to be here to talk again, meet some old colleagues, and hopefully meet some new colleagues, and listen also to a wonderfully stimulating debate. I had the honor of listening to all of the people on this panel, unfortunately not previous ones, and they've all made really interesting contributions, and so this is a rich debate, and I applaud you, Adithya and Sandeep and your institution for raising this as a topic. So I am here to talk a bit about the legal aspects of space resource activities, all of the conversations that are taking place, the work of the working group that I had the honor of co-chairing, and maybe some final reflections about risks and about possibilities. So next slide, please. There's a lot at stake. We've probably heard quite a bit about this. You don't need me to tell you the level of interest in the possibility of space resource activities. We had in the UN vernacular talked about the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources. That's what the discussion and the formal words were. But we've simplified that to now talk about potential space resource activities. One of the reasons we've done that is because if we kept talking about exploration, exploitation, and utilization, the way that member states operate, they would have spent 5 years trying to work out definitions of each of those terms. And we perhaps mightn't have made the progress that we otherwise must and will. So there's a great deal of excitement about the minerals, about the water, about the potential for commercial exploitation and making money. Clearly, this is, as we've heard, an area of political and strategic influence. Science is obviously very much to the fore. Humanity, in terms of its ability to expand its frontiers, is also at the forefront. There's a lot going on. Let me just briefly reflect, though, on one of the fundamental principles of the space treaties. We've just heard about the Outer Space Treaty, for example, and everybody is aware that Article 1, Paragraph 1 talks about the exploration and use of outer space to be carried on for the benefit and the interests of all countries. And indeed, every activity that is carried on in space has to adhere to that fundamental principle, although, of course, sometimes it's difficult in practice. So how does space resource activities or the possible exploitation of resources fit into that? Well, 15 years ago, and I've been representing Australia at COPWAS for many years, 15 years ago, let us say, when the word exploitation came up in COPWAS discussions, it was, and I exaggerate slightly, almost as if it was a dirty word. Yeah, nobody wanted to hear and talk about that. This was something that clearly people said was unlawful. We have Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, etc. Plus, it's not something that we should be engaged in. Then, as technology continues to develop, a number of particularly US, but not only, particularly US companies began to develop commercial ideas about actually undertaking such activities and lobbied the US government. And ultimately, as you know, we ended up with legislation in 2015 under the Obama administration, which really was the catalyst to move us forward in so many ways. Now, at the time, the benefit for all principle was justified like this. We're going to go, and I'm going in my talk just talk about the moon, although obviously it's broader than that, but it's sort of in more simple terms. We're going to go to the moon, which had got proven deposits of rare earth minerals, important rare earth minerals, and this isotope of helium called helium-3, which could be used with fusion technology to create energy in a clean way and all of that. So we're going to go to the moon, we're going to extract and exploit, we're going to bring that back to Earth. To the extent we mine off Earth, we're doing benefits for us here on Earth because there's going to be less mining activity on Earth and therefore less environmental degradation on Earth. Plus we bring back all these rare earth minerals, plus we bring back helium-3, create all this energy. It's an incredibly broad and, you know, if you take it at face value, convincing argument that there are real benefits for all. However, and it's ironic that the two companies that lobbied the US government with that argument are no longer in this business. They went into Chapter 11 and in fact are doing other things, although they have been replaced, to be fair, with other companies. But it became apparent and is still apparent that there is no economic case, let alone technical case, that will support going up there, extracting and bringing back. And so the argument is now this: we're going to go up there, we're going to not so much focus on the minerals now, we're going to focus on the water, we're going to extract the water. Through the water we can extract both hydrogen and oxygen. Obviously the water and the oxygen will sustain human life and plant life and other life on the moon. Plus, through a, they say, relatively simple process, we're going to convert that water into fuel, and the moon now is going to become a refueling station, and people can go there, refuel, and then engage in off-Earth missions, deep space missions. Now that's a completely different argument of benefits for all, because when you think about it, there are only going to be, in the medium term, a relatively small number of countries and companies that can actually go and do the extraction and the processing, and a relatively small number of countries and companies that can go to the moon and actually take advantage of the fuel and refuel. So now there's a relatively small subset of humanity that actually tangibly will benefit from these activities. Of course, you could still construct an argument to say, well, of course, but those deep space missions and our understanding of the moon will filter down and there will be a broad benefits for all. But you can see it's a much more difficult and narrow argument to justify this as a benefits for all. So I just leave that with you. Next slide, please. There is a lot of law. We've heard about it. I won't delve into going through this slide, except to say that as well as the treaty regime, we have other COPOS instruments, and of course we have other UN bodies that are dealing with areas beyond national jurisdiction with resources. We've got the ITU, for example, dealing with the natural resources, let us say, of use of spectrum on the geostationary orbit. We've got the International Seabed Authority looking at deep seabed resources. So we might, you know, it's not as if we're starting from scratch if our goal is to construct, from humanity's sake, a regulatory framework to deal with this. But of course, you know, dealing with the possibility of space resource activities is very different from those other two. Moving on, next slide, please. Under the Outer Space Treaty, I won't go through this, others no doubt will, and I'm happy to answer questions. There are many pertinent principles, fundamental principles in the Outer Space Treaty that will be and are relevant to possible space resource activities. The peaceful purposes, the responsibility, the liability regimes, how's that going to work? The due regard principle, the freedom, and of course non-appropriation, which was always put forward as the stumbling block, and now people seem to suggest that non-appropriation is in fact not a stumbling block, because non-appropriation is there to stop sovereign claims over areas, but not necessarily over the resources. That's still an argument that some have. I'm not going to delve into that, except to say, though, that the non-appropriation principle, which was fundamental and agreed between the then Soviet Union and the United States straight after Sputnik almost, but certainly in the early 60s, so well before the Outer Space Treaty, the two main superpowers in space activities agreed this principle that there would be no sovereign claims. And they did that because, for two reasons. Firstly, neither of them knew who was going to win the race to the moon. Indeed, if you look at the archives, by about the mid-60s, the Soviet Union was probably ahead technologically. But then Korolev died, who was the head of the Soviet space program, and he was a genius. He was replaced by others who made mistakes, and the rest is history, as the United States managed to get the Apollo 11 mission and everything followed. So, but in the early 60s, nobody knew who was going to win that race. And so neither wanted the other to be able to stick their flag in and claim it. And secondly, if you look at the way humanity has conducted itself on Earth, many, many, many wars and conflicts have been driven by resources and claims of territory. And so the inclusion of this non-appropriation principle, for me, for this reason, it is amongst all these incredibly important fundamental principles, for me, it's almost the most important, because it's there to stop or minimize the risk of conflict by saying neither of us, and then no one, can claim bits and hold them for themselves. Indeed, we have a freedom principle. So all of these principles and more in the Outer Space Treaty, and of course the Moon Agreement for the parties for whom that's international law, these are relevant and need to be taken into account. Next slide, please. We also have, next slide, please. Thank you. We also have, as you know, and there's been reference to it, debris mitigation guidelines, long-term sustainability guidelines. They're not necessarily directly on point, but clearly they contain guidelines and standards that may be relevant for future activities, or upon which we can build other sorts of standards. So next slide, please. So we have a lot of law already, and we have a lot to work with in terms of frameworks. But there have been many conversations, many developments in the area of space resources. As again, we've said, there's a great deal of interest. Reference has been made already to the national legislation. Thank you for that. And I also referred now to the 2015 US law, and we have other countries. Let me just dwell on the US law for a minute, which, as I said, really, I think in practical terms, was the catalyst that began the discussions in earnest that have taken us to the point where we are now. The US law, the relevant provision, as we know, essentially provides that under US law, important, under US law, any US national, so that goes and manages to extract space resources, has rights under US law of ownership, of the ability to essentially commercialize them. But there are some key words in that principle. The words say subject to the United States international obligations. So that whole premise about ownership and developing and creating, of course, was there to satisfy the lobby groups that lobbied the US government. Of course, they say under US law, this is a possibility and it encourages and promotes the activity. But of course, it also recognizes that everything is subject to resolving what international law has to say on this and what the international standards to which the United States is bound, and it's bound not to the Moon Agreement, we understand, but it's bound to all the other treaties, including the Outer Space Treaty, of course. And then if you look at the Luxembourg, because others hold out Luxembourg and say Luxembourg is, really saying you can do whatever you want. Again, the Luxembourg, if you read it closely and between the lines, it's saying, okay, private entities, you can go there. This is not appropriation, but you have to satisfy us and satisfy yourself that this is lawful. Again, the international law principles are relevant. And so the national laws are important for national purposes, but in a sense, it's circular. And we still need to work out what the international framework currently says, what it should say perhaps, if we are to go ahead with these activities, and what it will say. So we've got other conversations going on. We've had obviously lots of discussion. The point of this seminar on the Artemis Accords, I won't have anything to say about that, although I obviously have a lot to say. But we've had other presentations and I'll leave it at that. I don't necessarily agree with everything that's been said, but that's absolutely fine because those people don't agree with me. And as Adithya and I know, academic discourse is about constructive discussion, and you don't have to agree with each other as long as you understand and are respectful of each other's views. But we also have other conversations. We have, of course, the International Lunar Research Station project, really now led by China, given the geopolitical situation, and we've had others join that recently, the UAE, for example. UAE is really interesting because it's also a signatory to the Artemis Accords, and it has that domestic law that you can see on the screen. And then, of course, we've got other countries like India who have got incredible capabilities. Again, let me extend my sincere congratulations to everybody listening for the incredible development and the incredible success of the Chandrayaan-3 mission. I watched it. I'm sure all of you watched it, and it's an incredible achievement. So my congratulations. So many other countries also have their own initiatives moving forward in this. And then we've got other conversations that you're well aware of at the civil society and NGO level. Many refer to the Hague Working Group. There are other initiatives as well. So there are many conversations going on. Next slide, please. And then at the UN, again, as I say, galvanized, I think, by the 2015 US legislation, which then at the following COPOS led to lots of discussion, much critical discussion as well as positive discussion. And ultimately in 2017, this notion of exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources was included and has continued to be included as an agenda item in the legal subcommittee. And then there was a move as more and more discussion was going on, more and more of those conversations were taking place that I've just referred to. There was a move to create what's called a working group. Now, for people who don't know exactly what all that means, COPOS at the moment has 102 member states. It's growing all the time. All of the countries you would expect, plus many more. And then when they consider something is important enough to really discuss, they put it as an agenda item. And then when they, and this is by consensus, the 102 countries will decide to do that. And then when the 102 countries by consensus agree that this agenda item is so important, we want to move it from a discussion point to an action point. They then establish what's called a working group. Now, a working group sounds like it's just 4 people. A working group is the 102 countries. But it's just the, if you like, modality of COPOS that is moves from discussion point to action point. And then those working groups are given specific mandates, again, agreed by consensus, to develop whatever their actions are that they are to develop. And so there were moves already in 2019 to establish a working group, so before COVID, for various political reasons. You have to understand this is an extremely political issue, extremely political. Political reasons, that was not possible, but in a sense, a halfway house was created, so-called scheduled informal consultations, which is, and I say this with some levity, a working group, you know, the working group you have when you don't have a working group. So it's like a halfway house to a working group. Doesn't have the formal mandate, but it's really bringing it from that discussion along a path. They were established. I had the honor of being appointed the co-moderator of that, along with Ambassador Andrzej Misztal from Poland. We held meetings in 2019, 2020, 21. And then in 2021, as Adithya mentioned in his introduction, a working group was established. Ambassador Misztal and I were appointed, he as chair, me as vice chair. We then, by consensus, in these incredibly difficult geopolitical times, agreed our mandate, our work plan, and our 5-year detailed work by consensus, you know, which is extraordinary because you can imagine how many difficulties there are in that room with all of the countries given the geopolitics of the day. And so our working group is called the Working Group on Legal Aspects of Space Resource Activities. We have a specific mandate. You can easily go to the COPOS page and find our mandate and find a wealth of information. There's so many submissions that have been given already. We're about to have an intersessional meeting with 102 countries next Wednesday to move forward towards 2 specific events next year, an expert meeting in Luxembourg on the fringes of Space Resources Week in Luxembourg in March, and then there'll be an international conference within Legal Subcommittee on these issues to again forward our mandate. Our mandate, again, I encourage you, if you're interested, to look at the things we have to achieve in the 5 years. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just end with some reflections. And these are, of course, personal reflections. As I said, this is highly sensitive, highly political, of great interest to many, many stakeholders at the national and every other level. This is highly sensitive, highly geopolitical, highly strategic, and to a certain degree, highly competitive. And so there are risks associated with the notion that humanity will now want to go ahead with this. And the risks are perhaps, there are many risks, but one of the risks that worries me the most is if we cannot agree on a multilaterally agreed framework. Now, of course, we have the Artemis Accords. We've heard a lot about that. As I said, I will not comment publicly here about the Artemis Accords, except to say that they are extremely useful inputs to our working group, extremely useful. And they have lots of really helpful and interesting ideas. The Moon Agreement is also an extremely useful input. All sorts of other inputs, work by NGOs, are useful inputs as well. So the Artemis Accords is a positive step in the broader discussion of trying to develop a multilateral framework. And of course, those Artemis signatories and supporters will say, well, look, use this as the basis for that. And of course they will say that. And others will not necessarily agree with that. And that's the nature of the process that I'm co-chairing. But if we do not reach that agreement in the end, if instead we have more and more countries working on a unilateral, or if I may say, minilateral basis, then we run the risk that different groups of countries will be engaging in the same sort of activity, already an extremely hazardous, technically challenging activity, in close geographic proximity, under different understandings about what the applicable rules are. And that, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, is the makings of great misunderstandings and miscalculations. And for me, you know, we just have to be very conscious of the fact that, I'm sorry, I've got the sun shining in my face, so I hope that's okay. I have to be very conscious of the fact that, you know, the stuff of conflicts on Earth terrestrially has been about resources, and we obviously have to avoid. So next slide, and this is the final substantive slide. My view, and of course I'm an optimist, a cautious optimist, a pragmatic optimist, but an optimist nonetheless, otherwise I wouldn't do what I do. Obviously for me, amongst many, many imperatives, the most important imperative is to maximize the benefits of any such activities if they go ahead and minimize the risks. The minimization of the risk must be predominantly to minimize any potential for conflict off Earth and any potential for conflict on a celestial body, because that would be a disaster. This is now something that's very different from 1979 when the Moon Agreement came about. What is possible then is now much more possible now. And we've seen again through the incredible efforts of your country, for example. And this is a fundamental issue. If we are to go and utilize these resources in the ways that people are saying, and again, one must never all, accept at face value the hype that some are saying. But if we are to do this, this changes the nature of our relationship with space. This changes the nature of our place in the universe. This is a fundamental issue. This is a big issue. And my view is that there are a smallish but important number of big issues in space that can only be resolved multilaterally. So that even if I do not like you and you do not like me and we do not cooperate, and indeed we're probably in competition, but we both agreed on a common set of rules of the road that we both operate under, that we both get on with what we do. I hope I'm much more successful than you are, but at least we're operating on the same understandings that we've both had the opportunities to contribute to. And that is crucial. And so I am optimistic, notwithstanding how challenging it is, that the establishment of this working group and the progress that we've been able to make in the most difficult geopolitical times. It's not because I'm a genius at bringing countries together. It's because deep down, all of the countries recognize that this is in their interests. It's in their interests to find a way forward, which would then allow them to get on with it. But, everybody wants to maximize benefits. Nobody wants to engage in conflict because, that defeats the whole purpose of what it is that one is trying to achieve. So I'm hopeful, but it's tough. And we need the support of all member states. We need the support of India in our deliberations as we go forward. And it's a really important issue. So last slide, if you could. Next slide, thank you. Thank you for your time. Next slide, thank you. Thank you for your time. We're not going to see the next slide. The next slide is just a thank you, but it also has my email addresses if anybody want them, but please you get that through the organisers. Thank you so much again for the invitation. I suspect I've gone slightly over time. Thank you. I suspect I've gone slightly over time, for which I sincerely apologize. But hopefully this will, together with the other wonderful presentations we've had in this session, stimulate thought, stimulate discussion as we all move towards, if we are to do this, doing it in the way that maximizes benefits, minimizes risks. With that, thank you again, and over to you. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Freeland. It's such an honor listening to you. Actually, last week we hosted a roundtable on Indian space policy, and Professor Sandeepa Bhat sir actually said that the success of Chandrayaan can be a beginning point for India to relook at how we dealt with the Artemis Accords. So we have a couple of questions in the chat box. Dr. Freeland, there's a question for you. It says that in terms of national legislations of some Artemis Accord signatories providing for ownership of space resources to those entities who extract such resources, would you consider this to be a violation of Article 2 of Outer Space Treaty by allowing the appropriation of space resources?
Thank you. It's a good question. We have, had Rossana talk about international law. Every country can pass any laws it wants under its, as long as they fall within its constitution. So there's nothing to stop my country, your country, any country passing a law that purports to, under the national law, give any rights it wants to, as long as it meets within the constitution of the country. There is a debate about what non-appropriation means in the relatively early days of the discussion, again, when exploitation was perhaps more of a dirty word than it is now. Some argued that taking resources might constitute a breach. I'm not going to comment publicly because I have to remain neutral on these issues. Part of the mandate of our working group is to find out what does the existing law say and what are the gaps. So I will leave that to the member states. There's much that's been written on that, but perhaps I'll pass that over to other people. I said I'm going to remain neutral on these questions for reasons that you will understand. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So there's one more question directed to you. So Aishwarya is asking you, do you feel that there could be a lack of consensus on such a working group? And what can be done to build confidence among nations with different stands to come to a consensus?
That's a good question. Well, we exist only because by consensus, the 102 countries established us. I am the co-chair only because the 102 countries have the confidence in myself and my co-chair to do it. We have agreed a whole range of things, our mandate. Don't think this is easy. This is really hard, right? Because different countries come from totally different perspectives as to what they... I'm sorry, I can hear... Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I heard you talking, Adithya. We've achieved so much, I believe, in terms of moving forward, all by consensus. Of course, consensus is hard. It's incredibly hard and getting harder, given the way the world is going, because states don't necessarily always support in a way that you think they should rationally support. There are a whole range of other factors. So, of course, there is always the risk that as we move forward, countries will disagree, and then we just have to find a way forward because we have to find that way. And that involves many bilateral discussions on the fringes, many phone calls, many cups of coffee, many bringing of groups together to find positions that might accommodate other people's positions. So yes, consensus building is incredibly hard, but we just have to continue to work on it. And again, I'm quietly confident, but very quietly, that we will move forward. But we will only move forward if we do it in an inclusive way so that every country has the opportunity to contribute. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, so there's one more question from Pranav. Actually, he raised his hand. Pranav, if you can unmute and ask, if you can hear me.
Yeah, Yeah, thank you so much. My question is both for Professor Deplano and Professor Freeland. Many who favor extraction of resources argue that in situ space resource extraction, especially on the moon, is legally in line with the Outer Space Treaty. Because it is the peaceful use of space, it allows for life to sustain on the moon for astronauts. In your view, how viable is the in situ space resource extraction as a legal basis for establishing a law on resource extraction? And should we make the distinction between in situ space resource extraction and commercial extraction, where we aim to bring back large quantities of resources, not just samples, but large quantities of resources back to the Earth? Thank you.
Rossana, why don't you go first and I'll just add to things, yeah.
Thank you very much for the very difficult question. I can only say that, as Professor Freeland has also pointed out, there are many different bottom line interpretations as to the meaning of specific provisions in both the Outer Space Treaty, the Moon Agreement, and in general, any piece of legislation, including for international space law. Now, space resource extraction and whether it is lawful under the current regime, I think that the only uncontroversial bit, as for the moment, is to use resources and therefore extraction of resources in support of scientific missions. And I do believe that it doesn't do much difference whether this activity is performed by a public or a private entity, as long as the use of the resources is in support of scientific missions. A much more gray area, to say the least, if we just focus on the Outer Space Treaty for the moment as opposed to the Moon Agreement, is whether we can apply the same pattern, the same logic for the pure commercial extraction and utilization of those resources. At that point, I believe that only state practice will reveal what is the sensitivity of states, but also as an international lawyer, I have some doubts about the lawfulness of that activity without any more guidance, even in the form of soft law, about the agreement of the international community on that. If everyone is fine that we can use resources simply by relying on Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, this does not amount to appropriation of the moon or whichever celestial body, that's fine. But in the absence of such a manifestation of consensus agreement on that interpretation of the treaty, I think that the simple translation of use of resources for the purposes of supporting scientific missions to another domain becomes really, really problematic. And at the moment, I don't have any evidence in terms of state practice that this is the consensual interpretation of Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty. Obviously, Moon Agreement is a completely different scenario, also because it requires the subsequent, still missing, a dedicated multilateral treaty on resources. So this is what I would say very cautiously from the perspective of public international law. It's not like it is unlawful as such, but I don't have any evidence that the international community wants to move towards the direction of saying, yes, it is lawful under these conditions. And probably I will stop here.
Thank you. Could I just say a few more words? Just two points to make. Firstly, the Moon Agreement, and thank you, Rossana, for mentioning it as well. As Rossana said, I mean, those 18, and there are still 18, we know that the Saudi Arabia withdrawal will take effect early next year, but the 18 states parties for whom the Moon Agreement is international law, they have rights and obligations under that treaty. They will defend their rights to the hilt. And the Moon Agreement, in my personal opinion, is an enabling treaty. As Rossana said, if a party to the Moon Agreement, let us say Australia, let us say the Netherlands, were to go to the moon today and take samples, and or were to go to the moon today and extract resources to support their scientific missions. If anyone were to say, well, I'm sorry, you can't do that, that's contrary to international law, those people would point to specific rights that they have under the Moon Agreement to do that, enabling provisions. India could not do that. India is not a party, right? India is a signatory. If India went and took samples or supported, or extracted to support scientific missions, and someone said, "I'm sorry, you can't do that, unlawful," India cannot point to the Moon Agreement as a specific right. India would have to construct other arguments based on, let us say, other parts of international law, including the Outer Space Treaty, to say what we're doing is lawful. So the Moon Agreement actually is an enabling thing, and there's been a lot of discussion about that. That said, we all understand the political restrictions governing some of the parties, some member states of COPUOS towards the Moon Agreement. In the end, and I just reiterate what Rossana said, to the extent there are uncertainties, the working group that I'm co-chairing is here to try to find the answers. So part of our mandate, once we understand the technical, what's the practices that are going on now, what is possible, what is real, what is not real, then the member states will agree, as part of our discussions, what the current legal framework says and how relevant it is for space resource activities. Out of that, they will see whether there are any quote-unquote gaps, and whether, therefore, if there are gaps, there are benefits in the creation of another framework, a more specific framework to augment what we already have to deal with this. And on the basis of all that discussions within the 5 years, if that's not enough, we, the working group, have to come up with a set of initial fundamental principles which will perhaps go through COPUOS to the General Assembly for endorsement, we shall see, on how such activities, if they are to be carried out, will be carried out. And so we will have a lot of clarity on your question, Pranav, through the work of the international community under international law, operating under international law, interpreting as they see fit. So it's an excellent question. Many academics have many views. That's fine, but in the end, international law is created by the states, and it's really for the states to decide, and that's part of what will happen in our working group. It's a very exciting time, and I encourage you to follow the working group if this is an area of interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the elaborate answers, and I wish you success for the working group in the next 5 years.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I think Professor Sandeepa sir has a question.
It's not a question, it's just a response to actually Pranav's question.
Okay.
I think both Stephen and Rossana has done excellent work to respond to Pranav's question. I think it's about the in situ utilization of the resources on the moon and other celestial bodies. Yeah, of course, as Stephen has rightly pointed out, under the Moon Agreement, there is an enabling clause. You have Article 6 of the Moon Agreement, which permits the use of those resources for the scientific investigation. Parties to the Moon Agreement can actually rely on that for the purpose of justifying in situ utilization. But for other countries, maybe even outer space treaty, we can actually interpret in a broader sense, as long as there is no commercial exploitation. If it is for scientific research or some other aspects connected to that, probably Article 1 itself would be useful, because we have a freedom of exploration, use, and scientific investigation. So as long as actually it doesn't amount to an exploitation, of course, having a line of divide between the exploration, use, and on the one hand, and exploitation on the other hand, is a difficult thing. It is not that easy task. But as long as actually we can fit in within the ambit of exploration, use, and scientific investigation, probably Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty itself would be an enabling provision for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There are two more questions. If one is for Dr. Rossana, and the question says, my question is in reference to interpretation of international law. Suppose if tomorrow some other group of nations, possibly led by Russia and China, come up with their own document, which will probably contradict the Artemis Accords interpretation of OST. Now, will this new document be considered authoritative? And which document?
This is what actually was my concern when I basically spoke about the plurilateralism versus multilateralism, actually. Yeah, right. So I think the panelists would respond to that. Yeah.
Even Dr. Deplano has written in her paper regarding this idea that Americans are swiftly walking to legitimize their deviation from OST. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent question. I believe this is exactly what is going to happen, that we will have another parallel framework, soft law parallel to the Artemis Accords, where they will be compatible or different. I don't know. We will see when it will be revealed to the public. What I will say, again, just from a purely public international law perspective, so neglecting intentionally any political and geopolitical aspects in my answer is that it's not like you have a new framework between two or more countries and it becomes something authoritative under international law. It's just a new idea put forward, a framework shared by some states, but actually the test, especially of Article 31, paragraph 3 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, which is customary international law, by the way, it's pretty strict. So I would not say that just because another document, which more or less will resemble the same logic of the Artemis Accord, so a sort of guidance on how to conduct activities on the moon and probably beyond in the near future, I wouldn't say that it amounts to a new authoritative interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty. It will be the interpretation of the countries signing up to that document, but it would not speak, in my view, for the international community of states as a whole. There is another step, a much bigger one, to reach that conclusion, which, as I said, amounts to the application in practice, not in theory, but in practice, of the requirements of Article 31, paragraph 3 of the Vienna Convention, the Law of the Treaties. So as important as it may be, this new document, whatever the content of it, I wouldn't say that it amounts automatically to an authoritative interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty. That is my humble opinion.
And if I could just add, and I sort of referred to this already in my presentation, if that were the case, and as Rossana said, it's probably a likelihood that it would happen. If that is the case, and if those two countries and anyone else who supports that document wish to input that into the discussions of the working group, and no doubt they would, it's another important input to these multilateral discussions. And of course, those supporting principles in there, to the extent they might differ from the Moon Agreement, from Artemis Accords, from Hague Working Group, from any other input, they may say, well, you know, we think this is an important idea. This will just add to a richer and more informed discussion, with the end result always being, and the end aim, that we have one document, one set of rules, in whatever shape that might look like, that all of the parties can work with as the common rules of the road. That's why, as Sandeep quite rightly said, he's a genius. It's multilateralism on these big issues is the only way that I believe we can maximize the benefits, minimize the risks, in a way that will allow these activities to be conducted in the most appropriate way. So it will be another important input, just like the Artemis Accord, just like any other document that is submitted by the member states into the working group as part of that mix of discussion, as part of that curry. Okay? And we need to find the bits and pieces from the different curries and then put them together in one glorious curry that we can all enjoy together and all agree with.
Thank you so much. There are two more questions directed to Dr. Asha, but we have. I'll club both these questions so that we can save some time for the next panel also. So, Dr. Asha, the question is that do you think that the Artemis Accords regime promotes principles of space sustainability? In any case, Moon Agreement has very less acceptance by international community. And Barsha is also asking that why do you think that the commercial use of outer space or extraction of resources is against the principle.
I think you can skip the question. I have read it again. I
Yes,
would
yes,
like to
perfect.
say at
Yes,
that time.
thank you. Thank you so much.
So before that, it was wonderful hearing all the panels. It was a more adding to the information I have, and not only the panelists, but also the wonderful questions also. So I would like to answer the first question of Kushif. The first is, in any case, Moon Agreement had very less acceptance. So in international community. So I would like to put across that Lex acceptance does not make a law irrelevant. Why? Because I just want to take the example of the Epidemic Disease Act in India. That was an forgotten legislation in India. But when Corona came, that colonial legislation only came as a torchbearer. So Lex acceptance does not make it irrelevant. That is my personal view. And I would like to club the first. Do you think the Artemis Accord regime promotes the principles of sustainability? With the club that question with, I have a question that why do you think that the commercial use of space extraction resources is against the peaceful use? One point I want to make it clear is that I am not against exploration. We have to go with the exploration, especially we have gone with Antarctic exploration, deep sea exploration. All these things has given us so much information on all the unknown things as far as. My only concern is with respect to the exploitation, which is a basic concern of the international law. I would say, I just take 2 minutes for a simple example to clear this doubt. Suppose there is a river and there is two villages opposite to this river. Let's take village A and village B. There was no problem, no law with respect to using the water of that river. Now what happened? People from village A, village B used to go there, the river, take the water and use it for their whatever purposes. Now after some time, there came a distillery on a village A and village B. Now what they have used is that they purified the water and they brought that purified water in the bottle and they transported it to the cities and started commercial sale of this water. Now you have to understand these two difference as a situation where the first one is we are having the outer space treaty and all the 5 basic documents and there is no concept of commercial use. Now the second concept is we are having the basic documents which says that there should be peaceful use and there should not be commercial use, benefit of all, everything. Now the establishment of the distilleries has initiated a commercial purpose leading to profit. Now this will emerge a competition between village A and village B, which will ultimately result in who will taking maximum use of the water and who will benefit maximum thing. So that was my simple concern over exploitation and exploration of the outer space. Now, just for taking the example of the lunar space, before Artemis occurred, like rightly said by Sandeepa sir, like Article 6 of the Moon Treaty, it says that space resources can be used, but it is for scientific purposes. So the situation before the establishment of distilleries is the same thing. Now, we are having the Artemis Accord, which says that all the consenting parties agree for commercial use, and we saw the US law and Japan law, which says about the sale of this thing. So that was main concern. I hope I have explained this thing. So in the first case, the sustainability is there because there is no competition for making it. Everybody uses it equally. And in the second part, the sustainability will not be there. Why? Because village A and village B is competing to make maximum water and make the maximum profit. So just convert it into country A and country B, and country A, like Sir Sandeepa sir said in the beginning, country A if a poor country and country B if it is a rich country, obviously the loss is going to country B and there is no benefit of sharing. Now coming to the third, the last question, do you think that unrestricted use or exploitation of space resources defeat the sustainability? I think I explained through the example, it will not be. And I don't think that except the Artemis Accord, there is an unrestricted load. Like if you are taking, Sir Sandeepa sir said Article 1, and if you read Article 1 of the OST with Article 4, we can see that it is not an unrestricted use. Every state is having the freedom to explore the celestial bodies for scientific and information purpose, whereas there is a restriction put by Article 4. It cannot be used for militarization, and in all document of the OST, I don't think that it is somewhere pointing towards the this exploitation aspect. So I think that has been, it is not an unrestricted route, it is a restricted with a legal, proper legal international framework. Now just as a concluding remark, I would say that like Professor Ma'am, Deplano Ma'am has said that if you go align with the Vienna Convention, the practices can become the Artemis record can become a future authenticative this thing under the OST. In that light, my humble suggestion is that whoever the international, may not be the parties of the Artemis Accord, we as a whole globe has to come up with a solutions where you have to find out that how we are going to balance the concept of commercial interest with the benefit of mankind, and how we are going to balance between the peaceful use and exploitation. So I hope I have answered the question.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think
So
that's what actually the Hague Working Group is actually attempting. Stephen is actually
Yes,
taking
yes,
care of
yes,
that.
I hear you. Thank you.
yes, yes. So with this, we come to an end of this technical session. I'm so thankful to Professor Freeland, Dr. Deplano, Asha ma'am, Ashima, and Tushar for joining us. We'll now move on to the next panel. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. So now we'll move on to the next panel. And for the next panel, we have Bruce Gagnon with us. Sir, am I audible to you?
Hello?
Yes. Yes. So I'll just introduce you before you speak. So sir will be speaking on space gold rush, who controls the pathway to space and who benefits. And he is the co-founder of the global network against weapons and nuclear power in space. It was created in 1992, and he's also the state coordinator for the Florida Coalition of Peace and Justice, and has worked on space issues over the past 40 years. It's an honor to have you with us, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. I want to be able to share my PowerPoint.
Sir, I made you the presenter. Yes, we can see.
Okay. Shall I begin?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. I want to start with this this piece of art done by a friend of mine many years ago from Florida. He illustrated much of my work over the years. I think it speaks quite clearly to our present topic. The man standing on the earth looking up to the heavens says, "It's looking good, but let's play down God and get more size on the corporate sponsors." So that's sort of my concern, if you will, about everything happening with space today. So I'm going to talk about space colonization and the military ambitions for control. I want to start with the U.S. Space Command document from 1997 called Vision for 2020. And if you look at the middle section here, you see the last sentence. Likewise, space forces will emerge to protect military and commercial national interests and investments in the space medium due to their increasing importance. And in this document, they lay out this vision that says the US will control space, dominate space, and deny other nations access to space. And what's quite ironic that this 1997 document called Vision for 2020, in that same year, 2020, the Space Force was created by the United States Congress. This is the headquarters of the Space Command in Colorado with their logo, Master of Space. So now let's get down to the real money here. We're talking about the mining of the sky. This is what everyone is looking at these days. During the Bush administration, George W. Declared that the United States has the right to keep enemy powers out of space. I don't think that complies with any of the with the Outer Space Treaty or any other kind of arrangements that have been made internationally. During the Obama administration, a law was passed that he signed, the U.S. Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act, which appears to me to violate the Outer Space Treaty, where it says the United States will allow American industry to move and to begin to be authorized to extract and use and sell resources on the various planetary bodies. So I do think that the time is really ripe for two things. One is a new treaty to ban weapons in space, because as the United States is talking about denying other people access to space, we're talking about militarization of space. So it's really essential that a new treaty, such as the Paros Treaty, annually initiated at the UN by Russia and China, the prevention of an arms race in outer space. This treaty is really, I think, really necessary. And then I think an expanded treaty looking at all of the planetary bodies and updating the rules of the road, if you will, in terms of resource extraction in the future, because I think that's going to be the real challenge of the next generations. Elon Musk says he wants to launch thousands of nuclear weapons to explode them in the Martian atmosphere in order to terraform Mars to make it more like Earth. This is really a very crazy idea, and I'm certainly confident that it would destroy any kind of international law that now exists, even as weak as it might be. But we're also concerned about the whole process of launching nuclear power into space, something the United States is now having NASA work on, developing nuclear rockets to get to Mars, developing nuclear powered capabilities to mine on various planetary bodies. All of this has a clear danger for us. In fact, NASA has declared that they will soon be testing nuclear reactors in orbit just over our heads in lower Earth orbit, testing the nuclear rocket to Mars, the engines on them. When asked why they felt they needed to do it just over our heads in lower Earth orbit, NASA said that, well, we're not allowed to test these reactors on Earth. Environmental laws in the United States don't allow it, so we're going to do it over our heads in lower Earth orbit. Our concern is that what happens if these things misfire on their way into space, or once they're being tested, if they fall out of space, the dangers are just dramatic. So today, again, the development of nuclear power for space, for mining and for travel into space is being ramped up. The United Kingdom is working on it, as well as the United States, and I'm sure many other countries as well. Just one example to illustrate this problem of the dangers of nuclear power in space. In 1997, NASA launched the Cassini mission to deep space, carrying 72 pounds of plutonium-238. And I organized a campaign, an international campaign, to try to stop that launch because of the dangers of this mission. In a newspaper in the state of New Mexico, right around just before the launch, they reported that at the laboratory, the Los Alamos laboratory, where they were fabricating the plutonium generators for the Cassini mission, they had 244 cases of worker contamination as they were working on this particular mission. We know that the Department of Energy is responsible for the development of nuclear power for space, has a terrible track record all over the United States at their various laboratories of releasing deadly toxins into the local water systems, into the air, and then again, worker contamination. In the environmental impact statement for Cassini, NASA admitted that if there was a launch explosion and a release of the plutonium, it would be carried by the winds for a 60-mile radius, and they would have to, in that 60-mile radius, remove the population, in Florida. I'm talking around 60-mile radius from Cape Canaveral. They would have to remove the population. They would have to remove the buildings, the animals. Can you imagine that? The vegetation and the top half-inch of soil, because everything would be radioactive for thousands of years. And so even before anything was ever launched, nuclear power becomes problematic. So yes, indeed, we are looking at a space race. I call it the gold rush into space, where we will have international competition. And unless it is deeply, deeply regulated, something that is not happening today. So on whether it's on the moon or whether it's on Mars, this situation can really lead to a whole new warfighting system, taking our warfighting system, what I call the bad seed of greed and warfare and competition that we have now on the earth, taking it into heaven, into the heavens. Let's talk about the Earth-Moon gravity well for just a moment. The military is thinking a lot about this. In 1989, the Congress asked for the production of this study, Military Space Forces the Next 50 Years, was the study done by a congressional staffer. And in it, on the right side, this last paragraph at the bottom, highlighted in yellow, they talk about the Earth-Moon gravity well, and they say the United States will need to control the gravity well so that it will be able to control which countries, which corporations are authorized to leave the planet or to return to the planet with any space resources. And in the last line there on the right, you see armed forces might lay in wait at that location to hijack rival shipments upon return. So this is the kind of thinking that is existing inside of the United States Congress today. In fact, the foreword of the book was signed by the likes of John Glenn, at that time a U.S. Senator from the state of Ohio, one of the early astronauts, Bill Nelson, who's currently the head of NASA. At that time, he was in the Congress of the United States and later became a senator from the state of Florida. And many other congressional leaders who were working on the space issue at the time signed the foreword of this book. So I think it's really instructive that there's a long history inside of the United States where they're talking about who's going to own and who's going to control space. I call it space piracy. One other thing that we have deep concern about is the rate of pollution from the launching of rockets. I lived in Florida for 30 years, only about 45 minutes away from Cape Canaveral, which is surrounded by a wildlife refuge. And every time there was a launch, the toxic exhaust from the rockets, after it filtered back down to the ground, landed in this wildlife refuge where there were significant bird and fish kills. And then we now know that as the rockets move into space, the toxins also rise into the upper atmosphere, where today they're destroying the ozone layer. So this whole process of this exponential process today of more and more launches into space, more space launch sites around the world, there's just like a massive expansion of launch capabilities is only exacerbating this situation. Astronomers, I'm sure, as you are all very aware, are complaining about the loss of the dark skies at night for their work, which has helped make the going off the planet into space possible, the work of the astronomers. But this is becoming an increasing problem, especially with the Starlink satellites blinking up there so that everybody on the Earth can see them almost any night now these days. This year, during every year for more than 20 some years in October, the first week of October or so, we always hold Keep Space for Peace Week. We have a different theme every year. And this year our theme is crowded orbits, the dangers of crowded orbits, and especially lower Earth orbit that is becoming increasingly occupied. The United States Federal Communications Commission is in charge of regulating launches from American corporations. Elon Musk has already launched about 13,000 satellites. He's requested to launch another 40,000. And the FCC by law is required to do an environmental impact statement of all launches. But they've been violating the law and not doing these environmental impact statements before the launches. And so the global network, along with many other organizations in the United States, are currently taking coordinated legal action against the FCC, trying to force them to honor the law and do environmental impact statements. What we fear is that the United States military is trying to fill up lower Earth orbit now so that it has access, dominant access of LEO, and for purposes of war fighting. China and Russia, or especially China, are trying to also put literally thousands of satellites into orbit. They fear that the parking spaces in orbit are going to be filled up before they have a chance to have access to lower Earth orbit, which would not help. It would be a detriment to their military capability. So we're increasingly seeing the militarization of LEO. And I think the competition for LEO is going to become increasingly destabilizing here on the planet Earth and in space. The Kessler syndrome, some of you might be aware of a scientist at NASA by the name of Kessler who has talked about the dangers of increasing amounts of space debris and the dangers of cascading collisions as a result of filling up LEO, and then also the growth of debris. Now, some FCC, for example, is suggesting that people that launch satellites are going to have to start sending them back down to the Earth to burn up on reentry after a certain number of years to try to reduce the congestion. But what they don't ever mention publicly is that when you have satellites fall back to Earth and burn up on reentry, they create a toxic stew that gets into the air and gets into the water on the planet Earth. So they're just helping to contaminate, if you will, life on the planet. So this is a massive, massive danger. And it appears to me that the spacefaring nations are not taking seriously the grave dangers that exist today with their plans for both nuclear power in space and just this kind of unregulated gold rush to launch everything, as many satellites as possible into space, and filling up the orbits with these crowded situations. Well, that's about it, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. We'll take questions at the end. We have other panelists joining in. Anil, you are here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm giving you the presenter status.
We have a presentation, and can I share my screen?
Yes. I have given you the presenter status.
Oh, okay, I see. Wait a sec, please. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes.
Is it with the notes or just screen?
No, no, I can see the comments as well. If you can.
Okay, wait a sec, please. I'm sorry. My connection is weak.
In that case, do you want to speak after Professor Frans?
No, I'm actually now doing. Could you see my screen now?
No, actually. Okay, now I can see it. See if you can click on the slideshow. Yeah. Yes. Anil, I'm so sorry, but please keep a track of the time. Yeah.
I couldn't understand. What did you say?
You have 10 minutes and we are just
Okay.
moving ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are really excited to have this precious conference, precious meeting, and there are lots of different. I'm sorry. No. Huh. Okay. We are from Turkey. I am Anıl Akil from Ankara Bar Association Air and Space Law Board, and my colleague is Giviçer from Atılım University. She's a senior law student. We are presenting the Artemis Accords Principle 11 on safety zones and deconfliction in space. Thank you for having us today. We are starting with how may a conflict occur, how may a conflict flare up. There might be some misunderstanding or miscalculation on space acts. Some technical failure can occur, some political crisis or competition for resources might be the reason of a conflict or geopolitical rivalry. And for example, NASA and China announced their potential landing sites on the moon in recent years. And there are some safe spots on their reports, on their articles. And it might be some political crisis on the space. It might occur a conflict. And Artemis, like other space law documents, have some measures on deconfliction. What is deconfliction? It's preventing an harmful interference in space. A conflict may occur from a harmful interference, and a harmful interference is any interference that endangers below that space environment and operation, a spacecraft or an astronaut's life and functioning of space assets. For example, there are some satellites on the low Earth orbit, and it is really, how can I say, There are lots of satellites, and when a state try to destruct their all satellites, like an ASAT test, there are lots of space debris, and it's a harmful interference actually, and it's forbidden in Outer Space Treaty, in Moon Agreement, and all the other measurements of space law. But I'm sorry, my computer. Like from the Outer Space Treaty Article 9, states should avoid their harmful contamination and harmful interferences, and also adverse changes in the environment of the Earth resulting from the introduction of extraterrestrial matter. And Artemis is giving us some measurements similar with, compatible with Outer Space Treaty and the Moon Agreement and the LTS guidelines and the other space law documents. Slide. What does it mean to be safe? Because it's important, because those measures are making space safer place for the astronauts, for the space missions. And I want you to imagine a launch pad built with a strong foundation, expert craftsmanship, and thorough inspections. Likewise, a safe space operation for everyone depends on healthy communication, expertise, and transparency. It's essential because space is, with its nature, obviously, it's a dangerous place. You can do something once. If you failed, there are lots of money loss, lots of time loss, and you should make space safer. So a safety zone, according to Artemis program, Artemis Accords, is an area wherein this notification and coordination will be implemented to avoid harmful interference. And it should be the area in which nominal operations of a relevant activity or an anomalous event could reasonably cause harmful interference. But must be aware, this is not an allocation of territorial sovereignty or allocation of property in space sphere. So you cannot have some extraterrestrial matter to commercial purposes according to Moon Agreement, but Artemis Accords recognizes your purposes as long as it has a purpose, a peaceful purpose. And the confliction means, according to Merriam-Webster vocabulary, coordination of flights, maneuvers, etc., between groups, especially in areas where overlapping operations are occurring, in order to reduce the risk of accidents or incidents. And it is important, it is essential, because, as I said before, space is a dangerous sphere, and you have one chance mostly to do something. And let's get it. Does the Artemis Accords harmonize with the Moon Treaty? What if it does not? When we look at its wording and style, the Accords claim to be compatible with all space law instruments like Outer Space Treaty or Moon or the other agreements. But some conflicts with the Moon Agreement. It is all about good faith and due regard when you are in space as a state or as a private entity. So what will be the outcome of incompatible actions? It is a discussion. It is an important discussion, and there are some questions to be answered, need to be answered. And my colleague Izgi is going to continue with the other parts of the presentation as discussions.
Hello everyone, I'm Izgi. Discussions on Principle 11 is registration of safety zones, the size and scope of the safety zone, territorial sovereignty claims, commercial space mining in the safety zones, conflicts on safety zones, and non-Artemis landing sites. Our suggestion to registration of safety zones are we thought that if we register the big changings, like for example, moving the exploration area to somewhere else, should registrate, but the minor changes are it's okay to just notificate the change, and you can do it. If we compare the Artemis Accords and the Moon Agreement, the Artemis Accords is non-binding with 29 signatories, plus Netherlands is going to sign the accords. But the Moon Agreement, 18 parties legally obligated. In the Artemis Accords, exclusive for peaceful purposes, but the Moon Agreement is directly prohibited to the military purposes. We observed that the Artemis Accords is not directly prohibit the military purposes, but also its purpose. It have the purpose of peaceful use of space. And the Artemis Accords is more focused on practical measures, but the Moon Agreement is more focused on establishing a legal framework. The facts about safety zones are based on notification and coordination with due regard, but the opinions are a possibility to claim territorial sovereignty and space mining in violation of the Moon Treaty. In conclusion, Principle 11 of the Accords is a significant development in space law. It provides a new framework for preventing harmful interference with other legitimate activities in space. Safety zones are a key element of Principle 11, and they will play an important role in promoting deconfliction and cooperation in space exploration. States that are parties to both Artemis Accords and Moon Agreement will need to reconcile any inconsistencies between these two agreements. This will be a challenge, but it's essential for ensuring the safe and sustainable exploration and use of space.
I want to add something, if I can stop screen sharing. Is it gone, right?
Yes.
Like about the discussions, the fourth paragraph of Artemis Accords Principle 11, Article 7 requires registration of safety zones, and this complies with the principles of transparency and accountability, which are one of the fundamental principles of other international space law instruments. And registration of safety zones ensures that other states are aware of these zones, obviously, and prevent possible conflicts with other spacecraft that will operate in these zones. However, it is not clear how the process will work when there's a change in the size or a need of a safety zone to be registered, as Izgi said. And what will happen if a safety zone conflicts with the work of another country, like the example of Chinese sites, landing sites on the southern polar side of the moon, and the NASA's sites they announced. What will be the results if this country is a signatory or to Artemis? What will happen if it's a non-Artemis state? For example, India is a signatory of Artemis, and at the same time their signature is on the moon agreement. What will it be resulted? And there are some similar questions which need to be answered. States should be transparent, open to science. They should be open to scientific cooperation, and they should act with due regard. Those are probably the ways to end the discussions on Artemis Accords. Space is a endless space era is an endless era, I guess, and there are some measurements, of course, but it won't be enough. There will be changes all the time, and that's it, I guess. Due regard will be the solution. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. We'll be taking questions at the end. Now, it's my great honor to invite Professor Dr. Frans van der Dunk, who is one of the world's leading authorities on space law and policy. Currently holds the Harvey Susan Perlman Alumni Chair of Space Law at the unique LLM program on space, cyber, and telecommunication law with the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. He's also the director of Black Holes BW, and he has published a lot of works. He has written over 200 odd articles. He has given over 400 plus presentations, and he has taught as a guest professor at over 50 universities and other academic institutions worldwide. So it's an honor to have you amongst us today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
Okay, then I will share my slides. Oh gosh. I need to, it's WebEx, right? WebEx.
So there's an option right next to video, share.
Yeah, but my own computer needs to accept that I'm going to allow you access to my, so I have to quit and reopen. So I'll be back in a second.
Sure, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we have just given you the presenter's rights.
Yeah. I will do that. Here.
Yes, perfect.
Can you see my slide now?
Yes, yes, yes.
And only the slide or also the notes?
We can also see the notes.
Oh, then I need to swap displays. So like this, you can only see the slides, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I apologize for this small technical hitch. Thanks for inviting me to this conference on resource mining in outer space. And as you see from my title, celestial body resource exploitation. Normally we talk about that like in shorthand language as if it's space mining. So I will use that term as well. And I would like to take a look at particular how space mining and the Artemis Accords fit into a larger setting as an international legal framework. So I won't go too much into the details of the discussion. I've heard already some things about that, and we can go into that greater in detail in the question and answer section. But I want to give a little bit more of the general background of why the Artemis Accords are important in the discussion on the extent of the legality of space mining, or as the formal term says, celestial body resource exploitation. So space mining and the law, I think the first thing we should note is that obviously mining celestial bodies is an international issue. We're talking about something which is clearly of global importance, and also in the legal field, Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty provides that the use and exploration of outer space should be the province of all mankind. We should nowadays say humankind, of course, but back in the days the term was mankind. And this concept should not be mistaken as the common heritage of mankind, because they are two different things, and the common heritage of mankind principle does not figure at all in the Outer Space Treaty. Article 2 backs up Article 1 by prohibiting national appropriation. The term I usually use for this is that outer space effectively is a kind of a global commons, which is not strictly speaking a legal term. And I know that some people in the United States do not like this term at all, but I think it summarizes the character of outer space, including the celestial bodies, as an area which is not subject to national appropriation, which of course also means that all the limitations to the freedom of outer space, which is also provided by Article 1, are to be provided at the international level. So it's international law and principle which rules outer space. Now, what is Artemis to do with international law? Artemis, as such, is of course a US-led program, and the Artemis Accords supporting that program are, it has already been said by the previous speaker, not a treaty. Currently, my count is 31 partners, but then I do include the Netherlands already, even though they are about to sign yet. And they are mostly governmental space agencies rather than the government as a whole, the state as a whole, which also plays into the fact that it is not a treaty, but rather a more lower level kind of operating agreement. Section 1 talks about a common vision and practical sets of guidelines, principles, and best practices. This again testifies that we're not speaking about a treaty in the ordinary sense of the word. Section 2 recognizes that further implementation is obviously needed. The Artemis Accords are presented as kind of the first step towards more concrete, more specific, more detailed ways of operating together. And there's actually a regular review of implementation is required to make sure that whatever happens under the umbrella of the Artemis Accords will still be relevant and appropriate. The Artemis Accords deal with a lot of things, but they also deal with space mining, which is of course the point that I'm going to discuss in my talk. And that is reflected in Section 10 on space resources. Section 10 comprises 4 elements, which in summary provide the following elements. The utilization of space resources is recognized to be very beneficial for humankind and the sustainability of space activities. The extraction and utilization of space resources should be in conformity with the Outer Space Treaty and all other international space law. And I should point out here that sometimes in this all other international space law, the Moon Agreement is included. But of course, the Moon Agreement only applies to those countries that have actually ratified the treaty. So for most parties to the Artemis Accord, this is not an issue at all. They could, legally speaking, ignore the Moon Agreement. And there's just 3 partners, I should say, to the Artemis Accord to whom this does not apply. So there is this recognition or this claim, which, as some would say, that it does not inherently violate Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty. I'm going to come back in greater detail to that because that's a key element. Information should be shared, transparency is key, and finally this Artemis Accords aim to contribute to multilateral efforts to develop further international practices and rules. So it's really just the beginning of a dialogue, which hopefully at some point in time arrives at multilateral efforts or being globally recognized. Now let's have a look at Article 2 and this discussion. Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty has, to simplify matters, been subject to two different types of interpretation. One interpretation reasons outer space belongs to all of humankind, which means that all of the resources there should also belong to all of humankind, which presumes, or at least assumes, that there might be an international regime, perhaps including an international license before commercial exploitation could be undertaken. There should be assurances that all states would somehow benefit from such exploitation, however concrete and direct those benefits might be. One example that sometimes is referred to is satellite communications, where there is no international licensing system, but yet an international regime guaranteeing that all states would benefit from satellite communications to a certain extent. Or the comparison also sometimes made is with deep seabed mining, where there's a much more strict regime on how to exploit the resources on the deep seabed. The other interpretation, however, argues that since outer space is a kind of a global commons, all states are entitled to use the resources therein for their own benefits, and then also allow, if they wish, the private sector to join, subject, of course, to state responsibility and liability. So this means that as long as you are complying with international law, you can exercise your operations under a national license, a little bit like fishing on the high seas. High seas are also non-appropriable by any state, but everyone has recognized that as long as you comply with international law, you can fish and sell the fish and make money with that. So we have these two fundamental conceptual, quite opposite interpretations of Article 2. And the first international effort to clarify that was this often mentioned Moon Agreement, where Article 11 declares the moon and its natural resources to be a common heritage of mankind, and at least presumes that an international regime should be created to handle any exploitation thereof. Now again, only 18 states ever ratified, and none of them are major spacefaring nations. Saudi Arabia recently actually announced its withdrawal, so soon we are back to 17, and that's something we should take into consideration as well. So the long and short is that this failed to provide any globally acceptable legal implementation and interpretation of Article 2. There has been some mention made of India having signed the Moon Agreement. The problem is that signature doesn't bind you to the hard letter law of the treaty, and I'm not aware of any particular efforts of India ever since its signature back in the 1980s of the effort to ratify it. So it's really questionable whether India will still be bound to any part thereof. So in the absence of any successful international effort to clarify the issue, the United States took a unilateral initiative, pushed by some operators who wanted more clarity. In 2015, the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act was declared, which does a lot of things, but in Title IV handles space resource exploration and utilization. And again, this was considered necessary because there was no single agreement on the international level as to how to handle this because of the failure of the Moon Agreement in that respect. Title IV does two things. It recognizes three things actually. It recognizes the property rights of US citizens and companies, at least as far as disputes under US jurisdiction are concerned. Obviously, the United States can say nothing about dispute in the Netherlands or in China on that. It calls for more regulation to authorize and supervise, which is required by the Outer Space Treaty, and the US agencies are still battling over whom should regulate and supervise this. And it calls upon the US president to promote the US industry interest in the global context, which again goes to this question of an international regime, whereby the US would likely go for a lightweight regime, something similar to international satellite communications, rather than the heavy-handed deep seabed exploitation regime. So obviously this unilateral initiative led to a lot of international discussions. In the interest of transparency, I should say that University of Nebraska, including myself, at one arm length removed, were involved in the discussions on this US Act. So we were very close to have it to this whole political development. The international discussions gave rise to various perspectives. Luxembourg, for example, was clearly on the side of the United States because 2 years after the US, they created a law on the exploration and use of space resources. There is no time to go into the details, but suffice it to say that this basically follows the US lead in accepting the possibility for commercial exploitation under a one-nation license. 2 years later, the United Arab Emirates, and I should say in the interest of transparency, as a consultant, I was involved with the Luxembourg law. 2 years later, the United Arab Emirates did something similar. And again, in the interest of transparency, I was involved as a consultant in that law as well. It had a law which generally regulated the space sector, but also explicitly includes the possibility of getting a license for space mining. And then the fourth country, clearly on the side of the United States, was Japan. In the interest of transparency, I had nothing to do with that. But also the Japanese government had in 2021 decided to adopt a Space Resource Act allowing the commercial exploitation of lunar resources. Now, it's fair to say that not everyone was happy with that. For example, the Russian Federation was very much against it. They were very angry with this approach. There's no time to go into the details. In other articles, I have gone a little bit deeper into that context. Another country which at the time was vocally opposing this unilateral initiative was Brazil. Brazil was not so much angry, but rather sad. They were afraid that this unilateral initiative would go against the spirit of the international treaties. And the result is that, to some extent, at the international level, we still have a discussion as to which of the two interpretations are the appropriate ones, with some intermediate positions being discussed as well. And as long as we don't have a global agreement on the right way forward, on whether the US approach or the approach still championed by Russia, at least on paper, is the right one, we will run the risk of further conflicts. Now, this brings me back to the Artemis Accords. While it is not a legal treaty, as we've said, it is of course not without significance that more and more states have signed up to it, have partnered it, and it has already been pointed out that there might be some conflicts between the Artemis Accords and the Moon Agreement. I will come to that in a second. More importantly, in my view, there might be problems with the Outer Space Treaty, but apparently at least those 31 partners do not consider that the Artemis Accords principles are in violation of Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty. So basically, the Artemis Accords seem to support, of obvious reasons, as the Artemis program is a US-led program, seem to support the US perspective. And it's interesting to note, to take a closer look at the states that are parties to the Artemis Accord. They now include Brazil, one of the countries which a number of years ago was vocally against the US initiative. So apparently Brazil does no longer consider the principles on resource exploitation in the Artemis Accords as violation, as going against even the spirit of the Outer Space Treaty. I put Belgium there as well, because Belgium also was a country which originally was very much worried about the US unilateral initiative, but have now signed up to the Artemis Accords. It includes, as I said already before, no less than 3 countries who are parties to the Moon Agreement. So for those parties, for those 3 states, the question is even more appropriate. Does the idea of the Artemis Accords to allow for commercial exploitation violate the principle of the common heritage of mankind in the general and not very well elaborated version that we find it in the Moon Agreement? Apparently, those 3 states think it is, think they are compatible. At least I have not heard recent voices in either of the 3 countries that as a consequence of the signature of the Artemis Accords, they should step out of the Moon Agreement. So they might probably even view that whatever comes out of the Artemis Accords would be a generally acknowledgeable and acceptable implementation of certain parts of the Moon Agreement. There's one country which thought otherwise, that's the Saudi Arabia. Apparently they felt that the Moon Agreement and the Artemis Accords are not compatible, and that's why they stepped out. So, and the last point I want to make is that a lot of noise is always made about the Artemis Accords as being a US-dominated effort, which in many respects certainly is true. But we also have to realize that in this case, the countries signing up to the Artemis Accords come from all over the world. It's not just the classical US partners, the rich Western states who have signed up to that. There are a number of countries in Asia, the Arab world, some African and Latin American countries who have signed up to that. So that should also give a clear indication that perhaps this is an approach that, at least at this stage, might well be acceptable to the rest of the world as well, at least those who are not vehemently against any US-led initiative. So that raises the question, is this or can this become customary international law? Clearly, at this stage, I would say it's not yet the case. 31 states is a little less than 1/6 of the total number of states in the world. Major countries are missing. It will be very interesting to see in the next couple of weeks whether the Chinese, with their International Lunar Space Research Program, will come up with some concrete text about how they see resource exploitation to go ahead. But it might well be, in the end, evolve to that, in particular, in view of the bullet points above, the fact that states from various parts of the world have already signed up to this. Now, customary international law is a peculiar thing. It is very difficult to grasp, and the best way to illustrate that is a reference to looking at a grass field where you want to cross to the lake, but there is a sign saying private property, no trespassing. So it's clearly prohibited to cross that path. But then there is someone who looks around himself and says, well, nobody's really watching, you know, I push that sign aside and I cross. And then the next person says, oh, I see that somebody crossed already, so I'm going to follow. And then before you know it, the prohibition disappears in the distance, and at some point in time, there is a clear path, and everybody accepts that this is an appropriate way to go. That is a process. There is no specific point at which you can clearly agree that something has become customary international law, but somewhere along the way, what used to be prohibited or not at least accepted as general international law may well become customary international law. Again, I am not sure that we are yet at this stage. Probably we are somewhere at this stage, but it may well be that we are going to get there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. It was great listening to you. Now I'll move on to the next speaker and we'll take the questions at the end. So it's my great honor to welcome our next speaker, Professor Schrogl. He is since 2016 he is the president of the International Institute of Space Law, the Global Association of Space Lawyers for more than 50 countries. He served from 2014 to 2016 as the chair of the legal subcommittee of United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Dr. Schrogl works for the European Space Agency as a special advisor for political affairs. He has co-edited 20+ books and has written over 140 articles, reports, and papers. It's a great honor to have you amongst us, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Adithya. Thank you for inviting me. Could you share my presentation on your screen? That would be very kind of you.
Yes. Yeah. Is it visible to all of you?
I cannot yet see it. It's still loading, I guess. No, it's there. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, I'm also very glad to be part of this panel because not only speaking after my friend Frans van der Dunk is always a pleasure. It's also that I heard very interesting presentations, which I will also refer to, particularly the one by our Turkish colleagues, which I also enjoyed very much. So I will present legal and policy aspects of the Artemis Accords and try to summarize what kind of discussions we had in IISL, because IISL, as you pointed out, is very diverse. We have members from more than 50 countries. We have academics, we have governmental representatives, and we have representatives, lawyers from industry. So a very, very diverse global crowd, and this also makes it that there is not one single position by IISL, but there are a lot of views, and I would like to reflect that in this short presentation. So next slide, please. When we
it's taking a while to load, but I have changed it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. When we talk about the Artemis Accords, we first of all have to see that it covers really a very broad breadth of principles which are contained in outer space law, in the Outer Space Treaty itself, or in the Rescue Agreement, the Liability Convention, as well as the Registration Convention, even going into the broader space law in telecommunications law, for example, and also standardization. Now, what is important and what is very much acknowledged by I think the whole community is that the US did the effort to interpret how to implement the principles and provisions of outer space law for the specific case of moon exploration. And this is something we, the space lawyers, would like to see much broader in the international community, that the general principles, but also the concrete principles of space law enshrined in the corpus of space law has to be implemented. Often enough, this is not the case, either through disregard or through neglect. And therefore, it's very much appreciated that the US took the effort going through the treaties and the obligations and identifying those who are relevant for moon exploration. And this is the first very important step. Secondly, it also raises the whole Artemis Accords approach and also process, raises the issue of implementing international obligations on the national level, not only for the USA, not only for those who adhere to the Artemis Accords, but for all countries. Next slide, please. And this is something the IISL rather recently, only 2 years ago, set out in a position paper on the authorization and continuous supervision of commercial space activities, which we issued as a board statement 2 years ago in July 21. And you usually would say, oh, why is this necessary to remind the states and those who are space actors to guarantee that? Well, it's clear we still have too few countries which have national laws which translate international obligations into national laws and regulations. And this also is an issue when it comes to the exploration of celestial bodies. And there the Artemis Accords provide a lot of clear indications of how to do it and how to manage that. Next slide, please. I said that I very much appreciated the previous presentations. So I also want to give my reflections on the Moon Agreement, or not only mine, but those ideas which have been floating in the Institute when we have our colloquia and when we have discussions, also presentations at the legal subcommittee and so on. So the Moon Agreement is in force, even if there are not many signatories. We see a growing number, very slowly growing number, but every year 1 or 2 additional signatories. I should mention that the Moon Agreement is not prohibiting or blocking the use of resources. This is still something where I must personally say we hear a lot of propaganda, even saying, "Oh, the Moon Agreement, it's against the use of resources." No, not at all. To the contrary, it enables the use of resources, but it enables it in a way that is conditioned, that those states parties to the Moon Agreement have to sit down and work out, here, Article 11, a regime on that, comparable with the regime of the deep seabed mining. Now, we had a discussion recently. What would happen if the state parties to the agreement, to the Moon Agreement, call a conference to set up such a regime according to Article 11? Well, it's rather easy. This would be the only really legitimate regime, and which would mean legal framework for resource mining on the Moon and celestial bodies. And I tell you, if this happened, many more countries would immediately become signatories of the Moon Agreement in order to join them. So this about legitimacy of how to set rules, and compared with the Artemis Accords or with any other initiative like the Artemis Accords, compared with a state parties conference setting up a regime in accordance with Article 11 of the Moon Agreement, it's absolutely obvious what is really or would be legitimate and what would or is just a political approach to the implementation of international law. Next slide, please. Now, when we assess the Artemis Accords, I already gave an appreciation, and I think this is also what Frans basically said, what other speakers in this conference also voice. It's a general appreciation, as I pointed out in my very first slide. It's really a pioneering approach to consistently implement international obligations in the field. And it's also important to propose concrete measures. And most of them certainly are appreciated and not contested by a large number of states. Sometimes I wonder whether all the signatories of the Artemis Accords really exactly know what kind of obligations they now have. What they have to set up, for example, for registration purposes, or what kind of standards they should apply with regard to sustainable uses. They certainly don't have that in national legislation. Most of them do not even have national legislation where they could implement the obligations in quotation marks of the Artemis Accords. So sometimes, and this is something where I would also caution to say that it's the Artemis Accords proper why a number of countries or well, through their agencies, because it's not always governments, it's often also agencies, why they sign the Artemis Accords. I guess a lot of them just want to be part of that, make a nice diplomatic gesture, but do not exactly know what they are signing up to and what kind of obligations they do have. Nevertheless, the number is growing, and we see that that there is a growing support for this approach also. Now there are questions which are raised. We have a number of presentations at our meetings of the IISL, raising the concept of property rights. Frans outlined what is at stake for that, and our colleagues from Turkey have had a closer look into the safety zones. Well, this is now for discussion whether this is in accordance with the non-appropriation principle on the one hand, and the freedom of use for the other field. This debate is ongoing, and as I said, IISL with its very diverse membership certainly would not come to one position, but it's very important to have an exchange, and I see also your conference as a very valuable contribution to this discussion. Next slide, please. Now, the effects of the Artemis Accords, we also have to be very clear with that. There is still a misperception of the Artemis Accords as a binding international treaty. We here assembled in this group would not believe it, but go out and even in the space sector, ask somebody and they will say, oh yes, sure, it's a treaty. Yes, it's binding. But well, even the US does not say that. They make it clear. They make it clear that it is a policy document also. Of course, if you sign it, you say, well, I will adhere to what is in there. But of course, it's different to the Outer Space Treaty. But nevertheless, when you Google it, when you hear it, when you talk at conferences, there are still quite a few people, and this is even growing, who think that it's an international treaty. And it's also not setting up something like customary law. Customary law, as Frans pointed out, it's acceptance and practice. So simply by acceptance of many countries, it's not customary law. It also has to be really practiced without a kind of dissent by others. So customary law, to achieve customary law is very, very difficult. And really thanks to this concept that it's difficult to be accepted. We don't see an arbitrary use of customary law, and what is enshrined in the Artemis Accords first should be practiced for 1 or 2 decades before it would become customary law. Now, there is also one issue, and this is, it has been pointed out, the reluctance to enter into this hub and spoke scheme. Those who now join had no say in drafting the Artemis Accords. You see that those who are entering now, like Germany, made a note verbal on a number of issues in the Artemis Accords, so some reservations. And this is also what the US says, and this is also very much appreciated, that they say this is also something which we would like to bring in the international multilateral debates, in particular in UN Corpus, where we have that working group now, as the convictions of a number of states, and then we negotiate something binding all together. So this is also a very reasonable and very good and positive and constructive attitude that really binding mechanisms in that field can be done only on the multilateral level in the United Nations system. We also saw already a kind of counter proposal by China and its junior partner Russia when they came up with a declaration on International Lunar Research Station General Principles, Ways of Participation and Guidelines for Activities. We will see more possibly of that. I just hope that we do not have a block building, but that we can have good exchanges and constructive exchanges in the UN Corpus for the matter of finding hopefully binding rules for that purpose. Next slide, please. In my last slide, I put down some criteria for any initiative on resource mining in outer space. And I would distinguish that from the Artemis Accords, because Artemis Accords are also, because they are called Artemis Accords, they are also very much focused on this project, this multilateral project. This has been set up by the US and its partners, Japan, Europe, and Canada, now with further partners linked to that. And only one element of it concerns resource mining. But I now say a few criteria which we have been discussing in ISL, and this is not an ISL position. I just put down what has been pointed out recently. So such criteria encompass the question whether an initiative on resource mining in outer space expands the rule of law in outer space. So this is the biggest criteria. Is this what will be done or has to be done lawful? Does it respect the principles of the Outer Space Treaty and subsequent binding international law? Thirdly, does it reflect the status of outer space and the celestial body as global commons? And previous speakers also mentioned that. Does it guarantee the control and of the responsible, appropriate state over the companies and also, I must say, the billionaires who think they are above the state and above societies, so that they do not set their own rules? So the appropriate state, very important, and this is also one of the messages from the position paper I mentioned of IISL 2 years ago. Does it strive also for responsibility and sustainability? So space debris, but also responsibility, and this is part of the Artemis Accords, also protection of sites. Also, when it comes to science, the dark sky, the operations of scientific investigations and so on. Does it strive for these elements? And as last but certainly not least, to promote global fairness and equitable opportunities also for the latecomers. And this is also one of the messages we often hear. Do not support the first come, first served. We had that problem with frequencies and positions on the geostationary orbit, and the ITU did a fantastic job in softening that down. Let us not do the same with outer space, resource mining. We already saw from our colleagues from Turkey that some areas on the moon, some asteroids themselves are particularly not yet contested, but attractive, and there will be a competition. And in the end, latecomers will find nothing for that purpose. So again, one principle to promote global fairness and equitable opportunities. With that, I would like to close. You can show the last slide, the very last slide, where I just remind that IISL is trying to expand the rule of law in outer space for now more than 60 years. I want to congratulate you for setting up this conference, which, as I already indicated, is a very important element in the process of setting up, hopefully binding rules in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I actually have a question from my end to all the panelists. So there's a lot of discussion regarding calling Artemis Accords as a multilateral regime, but there is also a concern saying that it's US unilateralism masquerading as maybe multilateralism and maybe forcing states to follow it. But there are states like India where we don't have a national space legislation. And do you think that something like a US model that is being floated around may also influence the domestic legislations of these countries who are making national space policies for themselves? If Dr. Schrogl, if you can take this.
Yes, I can start and will also be very much interested in listening to my colleagues, what they have to say. I completely agree that this is influencing national space legislation. And in particular, for those countries which signed the Artemis Accords, it's also kind of predetermining what they would put in there, or elements at least, in their national space legislation. I would have loved to see that all the signatories already have national authorization laws, where then specific obligations from the Artemis Accords would have been integrated into subsequent lower level regulations in order then to further develop and also harmonize obligations and mechanisms of national authorization, and in particular also supervision. So now it goes, I guess, a little bit hand in hand. There are also a number of, let's say, European countries which do not have national legislation, like Italy or Germany, which have signed the Artemis Accords.
India too.
Which now have to see when they do a national space legislation whether they reflect that or not. They can't be forced because it's not binding, but it would also look a little bit awkward if they would not put in what they have now adhered to. So it's something where it will be a kind of interaction between these two elements. But I would actually also say, and you alluded to that, signing the Artemis Accords gives an additional push in setting up national space legislation, and this is already something good in itself.
Okay. Professor Frans, I think there's also a question by Pranav. He has raised his hand. Pranav, do you mind unmuting? Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Pranav.
And for my questions for Dr. Schrogl and Professor Van der Donk. Now, in the conference, in this panel, we have discussed multiple times that the Artemis Accords is not a multilateral agreement and it is not legally binding. However, Section 2 of the Artemis Accords talks about implementation. And the United States says that the Artemis Accords will be implemented through appropriate instruments such as MOUs and implementation agreements and IGAs. Now, my question is, if a signatory to the Artemis Accords will have to have a program with the US to go explore the moon, then would such IGAs bind them to the principles of the Artemis Accords? Can the United States enforce the principles through IGAs and MOUs? And would that be a loophole through which Artemis Accords could, in a way, be legally binding? And I do not have an answer for this, so I'm looking for a clarification. Thank you.
That's a great question. Of course, once you go down to the further details, as Kai-Uwe also pointed out, you need to have more specifics, and at some point you have to make binding agreements, because when it comes down to the details, we're talking about billions of dollars of investment, and you want to have some sort of a legal framework in place which guarantees that both parties, or if it's more than two, are all on the same page. And if in that IGA some of the principles of the Artemis Accords will be further elaborated, I think that only makes sense. And of course, at the moment that there would be such an IGA, or I don't think the term IGA is very helpful, because we used to reserve that for the Intergovernmental Agreement for the ISS, which is a legally binding treaty. And what we will probably see under the Artemis Accords is, Kai-Uwe referred to that in his hub and spoke analysis, is a number of bilateral accords which should not be seen as international or multilateral, but between the treaties they're obviously binding. But I would say that's the normal consequence. The question is, to what extent do principles of the Artemis Accords then translate into binding legal obligations as between the two parties or the three parties to a particular bilateral agreement under the Artemis Accords? That is the way the law goes. And if you talk about state practice and opinion juris as elements of customary international law, we should not forget that state practice in space law is often paper practice. If you look at the countries that really have anything going on the moon so far, we're basically down to 4 if we limit ourselves to the successful ones. Israel crashed a moon lander a number of years ago, so let's count them out for a moment. So we are just stuck with the United States, the Russian Federation, or back in the days the Soviet Union, China, and India. Is state practice going to be only the ones who actually do something on the moon? Then it will be even more limited to the handful of major spacefaring nations than it would be if you include in state practice the official recognition that certain principles are valid and that you're going to interpret them into either your national law, as Kai-Uwe pointed out, or in these bilateral agreements. So I do certainly think that that's likely to happen, yes. And as long as these bilateral agreements are not going all over the place in all sorts of different directions, I do think they may help sharpen the focus on what the future law should really be. I find it a little bit questionable when we are questioning the motivation for parties to join the Artemis Accords. Yes, that's always a political decision, but even more political was the decision on many countries to ratify the Moon Agreement, just because they had this general political idea of what international solidarity was supposed to mean. And back in 1979, except for the United States, nobody had any idea what it means to actually roam around on the moon. So I do think that this is a pragmatic, low-level way of finding out how things work, and that's when you can actually start building specific legal rights, obligations, and regimes on them. I'm sorry for the extension of the answer, but it's a very complicated issue and a great question.
Thank you.
Maybe
Yes.
I can add because you also asked me, Pranav. I guess the US cannot legally enforce, but politically. But the US will not do that. Even with the hub and spoke approach, the US makes clear, and we have seen that as Europeans, but also the Japanese and the Canadians through very long partnership in ISS, that the way the US is understanding partnership in such a project is very open and very much based, even if their investment is much larger, on a real true partnership. So it of course is a signal what the US would like to do itself, and what it expects also from the partners. But when it then comes to concrete cooperation mechanisms like MOUs, which we will see for various elements, also additional to the gateway MOU we already have, that this will be done in a cooperative way. Then the partners will sit down together. They will have at hand the IGA of ISS, the potentially new IGI, intergovernmental instrument for the gateway. They have the MOU gateway, and they will have the Artemis Accords, amongst other things. And then there will be a discussion and negotiation on how to handle specific issues. I will then see certainly a lot of the elements of the Artemis Accords, but I don't think that there will be a real push with take it or leave it in this sense, or an enforcement of the Artemis Accords, but that will be the partnership extended from what we have seen in the past decades.
Yeah, if I may add to that, I fully agree with what Kai-Uwe says. That's exactly the reason why the US president is required under the law to try and deal with the other states and continuously consult with them, because ultimately it is not in the US's interest to create a huge conflict there. And I think it's very interesting to see what substance the China-Russia proposal will come up with, because it could well be that in terms of the substantive approach, for example, to space resource mining, they will take a similar approach as the Artemis Accords. And there's been, to switch to another issue, there's been a lot of discussion about safety zones. If you look at how the People's Republic of China is acting in the South Chinese Sea, and with their own air defense identification zones, I wouldn't be surprised if they would come up. I mean, I'm now, of course, hypothesizing. That's why we need to first see what they're actually going to do. But I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with something rather similar in substance, in many respects, in the details of their proposed for the international program. I sometimes jokingly say that there are just two reasons why China has not joined the Artemis program. One is a political reason. China will, of course, never sign up to something which is seen as a US-led initiative. And the second thing is, of course, that on the US side, there are all these enormous restrictions, including legal restrictions for cooperating with the Chinese. But I'm really not certain, or rather the opposite. I'm expecting the Chinese substantive position on this issue to be rather similar to that of the US, because that's the benefit of power. That's the reality of power. So if there will be a regime which mitigates this first come first serve approach, as Kai-Uwe pointed out, and if it also, that regime will preserve some of the other general public interest in space. Whether you talk about the footsteps of Neil Armstrong or the first unmanned lunar landers, or whether you talk about general environmental pollution or preventing, the real cowboys to get there and make a mess of it. All these general public concerns need to be built into that. And as long as we can do something like that to sort of mitigate a full-fledged first come first serve system, I think that's the most realistic approach there.
Thank you so much for the elaborate answers.
Thank you so much, sir. I think with this we can come to an end of this technical session, and we'll be breaking for lunch. So thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It has been a great honor to have all of you around. We look forward to hosting you in our future sessions as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So now we are breaking for lunch, and we'll be joining back by 2:20 p.m. Thank you so much.
We'll be starting in 2 minutes. 2 more presenters are joining us. So we start in 2 minutes. Mohammed Sikandar sir, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Am I audible? Am I audible, sir? Can you hear
Sir, are
me,
you
sir?
there? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sir.
So I have given you presentation role,
Right, sir.
access to for presentation. If you want, you can upload your you can show your screen there.
Sure, sure, sir. I hope my PPT is visible, sir. Is my PPT visible, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. We have with us Assistant Professor Mohammed Sikandar, who is associated with National Law University, Odisha. Sir would be speaking on India's tryst with the goddess of the moon, the Artemis Accord and beyond.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I hope the PPT is visible to everyone. Okay, right.
Yeah,
So
it's up to you.
yeah. Essentially, the paper that I have worked upon questions upon why India has signed the Artemis Accord and points out to certain issues as to that may crop up following the signing of the Artemis Accord. To what extent these accords will help India in its space exploration and space. It will be beneficial to India's space exploration program is questionable, and these questions are the subject that I have worked upon. So, as we have already discussed many of the provisions of the Artemis Accords, I'm not going into specific provisions of the Artemis Accords. Rather, I'm directly jumping to the concerns or issues that that may crop up, or that are largely to crop up following the signing of these accords by India. So, one of the first accords that I want to highlight is the key differences between the private space industry that operate in India and in US. So, the difference is quite obvious in the sense that the private space industry is quite developed in the US as compared to India, with private space industry in US having its own launch vehicles and they have been quite successful in using these launch vehicles in transporting cargo to the outer space. Notably, the work done by SpaceX of Elon Musk has been quite highlighted the world over. In comparison to that, the Indian space industry is quite nascent in its stage and lacks that technological advantage that the US private space industry has gained over the period of years. It's only around 2020 that India has allowed its space industry to be open for the private players, whereas private players have been operating in US for quite some time now, and they have established their base in space industry in the US. When it comes to Artemis Accords and exploration and exploitation of resources of outer space, it's a question mark that how far the private space industry in our country will be able to take benefit of those provisions, particularly when the provisions specifically lay down that that allows private players to extract and appropriate outer space resources. Considering the differences with respect to the technological as well as public support given in the two countries, it is questionable that to what extent Indian private space industry would be benefiting from these particular provisions. Rather, what appears is that these accords have been drafted keeping in mind the interest of the US private space industry, and definitely most of the private space players in US will be benefiting from it. But as far as Indian private space industry is concerned, they have a long way to go before they can really reap the benefits out of these provisions. So this is the first issue that crops up. Now I'm going to move to the second issue. The second issue revolves around the provision of safety zones and heritage sites that are provided in the Artemis Accords regarding the deconfliction of relating to deconfliction of various activities that may take place in the outer space. And in this respect, Article 4 is noteworthy of the Artemis Accord, which provides that space shall be particularly used exclusively for peaceful purposes. At the same time, however, it provides for a provision of creation of safety zones wherein exploration and exploitation of natural resources shall be publicly known to everyone. However, it is questionable to whether these safety zones will remain safety zones as such, or over a period of time, territorial appropriations, the claims of territorial appropriations may come to arise. So if these safety zones remain safety zones as provided in the provisions, that is something we have to see, but to a large extent it seems like they are a precursor to national appropriation of celestial bodies, and this very well goes against India's long-standing policy of non-appropriation of celestial bodies. So to that extent, the provision of safety zones and the provision of heritage sites comes in conflict with India's long-standing position of non-appropriation, because ultimately it seems like these safety zones and heritage sites will be created and will be transformed into as national appropriation sites. So to that extent, it's in conflict with India's long-standing policy of non-appropriation of celestial bodies. The third important issue that I may highlight is the technological asymmetry that exists between the two countries. At present, US is the leading space exploration country, having the highest number of satellites, having the most advanced technologies with respect to space exploration as well as exploitation. India, with respect to US, quite lags behind. Though India's space program has grown over leaps and bounds over the period of years, but still India has to catch up with the US in terms of use of launch vehicles, particularly reusable launch vehicles, where India has lagged behind with other countries, particularly US, Russia, and China. So to such an extent, whether India will be able to reap the benefits from these Artemis Accords in terms of exploration as well as exploitation of natural resources when the country lags in technological advancement. So even, if you go by numbers, India doesn't launch more than around 10 launches per year, whereas a private space industry, a private space company in US like SpaceX launches some around 60 or 61 launches in the previous year itself. So it definitely raises the point that being on the technological front, you're quite bad with respect to the country with whom you're signing the accord, and expect that you will gain the same benefits. Because going by the technological advancement, the country quite significantly lags behind, and that raises the questions whether it will be able to take the benefits of the provisions of the accord. Okay, the another issue that relates to Artemis Accords is quite serious with respect to his outer space militarization. So in this respect, Article 4 of the Accords is significant to note, where it provides that in the first instance that there will be no military bases to be established on celestial bodies or in outer spaces anywhere. At the same time, it provides in the form of a clause that military personnel can be stationed for peaceful purposes. Essentially, it brings back the use of military through a backdoor, wherein it amounts to militarization of outer space or militarization of celestial bodies. This provision yet goes against India's long-standing policy of non-military use of outer space or non-military use of celestial bodies. The second important point to note here in this respect is the dual-use technology that are very well used in today's space technology, wherein a particular technology can be effectively used for military purposes as well. So these dual-use space technology has over the years have grown over the period of time, and now with the establishment of safety zones and a creation of a kind of national appropriation areas of celestial bodies, these dual-use space technology will definitely are going to be used more for military purposes than otherwise. So to that extent, also it has to be seen that whether India is going to benefit from the use, or whether India is going to benefit from the provisions of the Artemis Accords, since the use of such technology goes against India's long-standing policy of non-militarization of outer space. So yet again, it questions what benefits that the India gets out of the Artemis Accords. Right. After these issues, another issue that comes up is with regard to the Americanization of space standards, and this essentially comes up on account of Section 5 that provides for interoperability, wherein partner nations are encouraged to develop equipment that can be used interoperably. So, in one manner or another,
small reminder to brief up in 4 minutes.
Sure.
Sum up in 4 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. So it's essential to note at this point is that with interoperability provisions, many developing countries will have to switch to those standards that America has developed, because essentially the provisions of this accords have been drafted keeping the American interest first. So many of the nations which are not technologically advanced or lags behind with respect to US, including India, will have to adapt to those technologies that are mostly US based, and to that extent will hurt the domestic space industry in India. So that's why it leads to Americanization of space standards, and on the other hand, it hurts the domestic space industry in our country. Another issue is that the accords signed between the two countries haven't been signed keeping into mind, there has been no negotiation whatsoever with respect to the drafting of the provisions. So as such, the key provisions of the Artemis Accords relates to going to the moon first and then to Mars, whereas India's priority has been mostly revolving around putting satellites in the low Earth orbit. Although India has India has other priorities as well in the form of launching humans to moon, and another priority with respect to a space exploration program with respect to sun. However, majority of the India's space exploration program revolves around putting up satellites in the low Earth orbit. That's why to this extent, the Artemis Accord does not match with the priorities of India's space industry. This also points to another complex geopolitical scenario where India signing the accords may alienate other possible space partners like the China and Russia, where they have cooperated with each other and in lunar space programs. And to that extent, India may be losing some of the crucial partners in its neighborhood, particularly Russia, which has been a long-term partner for India. And it has to be seen by India that how it's going to balance this relationship with the US after signing of the accords. Now, I'd like to conclude my presentation by highlighting that with the signing of the accords, India generally has sacrificed its long-term gains and had looked towards the short-term gains in the form of private resource exploration and exploitation. But as a whole, because the accords aren't coming from the UN, that's why they doesn't have the same authority as with the UN. India, to that extent, has lost the long-term benefits that it may have accrued with any kind of space cooperation programs. Secondly, with the provisions like heritage sites and safety zones, in one way or another, India may be cooperating with the US in creating a kind of a space colonization project where colonies may be set up and countries from, spacefaring countries may be contributing to development of these space colonies. Lastly, I'd like to point out that these provisions are essentially the Artemis Accords are going to create a space divide between those countries which are spacefaring and those countries which are not spacefaring or they lack that kind of a space technological advantage. And that's why bringing them all on the same platform and having the same benefits from the Accords, it's quite difficult to get, in my opinion. Only the spacefaring nations or technologically advanced nations are going to benefit from the Accords, and that will yet again create a kind of space divide between the countries which doesn't have those technologies. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Divya Tyagi. Sir is Assistant Professor of Law and Head Professor V.S. Mani Center of Air and Space Law at Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. Sir, I'll share presenter rights with you.
Thanks, Aman. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible. I have passed the presenter rights to you.
Okay.
Over to you.
I hope the slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Just wait. At the outset, I thank Professor Sandeep and Professor Adithya for providing this opportunity for me to add on to the perspectives that are being built right from the morning today. And I will, of course, be basing myself onto what the experts have already stated. And then we'll add on a few things for the purpose of consideration of the participants. The presentation is titled as Like a Diamond in the Sky. Since childhood, we have been conversant with this. I never realized that the word diamond has a relationship apart from shining also to mining. When I was thinking about what to say and how to title it, I only realized that this is an interesting relationship that still exists. And I'm sure as we progress further, this will be the added meaning to this phrase that every child is conversant with. Now, moving on, so conception of space is largely dependent on what is the cultural background and historical background. Different cultures have looked at space differently. Largely, there has been a very high degree of reverence. Largely, there has been a sense of global commons, common rights, about which Professor Sandeep has already spoken and emphasized a great deal in the morning itself. When it comes to international space law, the regulatory framework consists of OST, rescue and return, liability, registration, and lastly, the moon, not the least, the moon. Many speakers have already spoken about moon. Apart from what is contained in the agreement and apart from what is contained in this regulatory framework, I wish to draw attention to the participants to certain statements which were made when we put our foot on moon. So this is oft quoted, one giant leap for mankind, and this mankind find consonance with OST as well as moon agreement. And then another important message from the then US President himself: we came in peace for all mankind. So again, mankind appears a great deal. Thereafter, 12 people spent time on moon, and the last one also stated, as we leave the moon, we leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return with peace and hope for all mankind. So the promise was already made then that we will be returning, and the promise was also that we will be returning for the sake of all mankind. So that has been the spirit of the political statements as well. That has been the spirit of generally statements as well, and that has been the spirit with which the entire space law at that point of time was conceptualized and drafted. However, this is a very interesting picture. This tiny little dot depicts our solar system, which was captured by Voyager at the request of Carl Sagan to NASA. And so the cameras were rotated back in order to find out as to what you see. And we could find our place as humanity, so isolated in this otherwise very vast universe. So this picture itself says so many things about the fact that space is not human-centric. And as we talk about mining in space, there might be some other beings who might be looking at Earth as another spot for mining and targeting the resources that we have on Earth. And therefore, there's an interesting perspective when we say space. We ourselves are part of that space. And whatever we have on Earth can also be the focus of mining for others, if at all they become interested in what we have on Earth, as we become interested as to what lies elsewhere. So that is the whole ecosystem that we are part of. Now, when it comes to what's happening and what's going to happen, we have commercialized aspect of space ventures already in the form of Intelsat, etc. And then of late, we have seen the not only emergence of private players, but assertion of private players. They assert their capacity in order to achieve a lot of things. We have been, so there are commercial activities which are relatively new, and there are activities which are going to be new for all of us in the sense of we envisaging space-based enterprises, where we do not bring things back to Earth, rather we do it then and there. And then asteroid belt, which continues to lure us, consisting of rare minerals and metals. So like a diamond in the sky, I continue. There are stepping stones that have brought us very close to realization of this mining aspect. So we did something on Eros in 2001. Hayabusa continued to be our focus. Bennu, we were very interested in. Samples were taken. And then another probe by the name Lucy, and one which is Psyche, which is again very interesting, the entire metal asteroid. And then we have also seen in the last decade, one feels like saying it's a paradigm shift. When you are moving from international space law to space law, of course, showing reference to international space law, but then coming out with your own version of different variations of how you're going to look at the space and what you're going to do in the space. So US, Luxembourg, UAE, Japan have all been spoken about. Not that these laws are similar in terms of content. There are very significant variations with regard to what kind of rights they give. And then when it comes to Artemis Accord, it has been emphasized from the morning that essentially a political statement, and like-minded nations are joining. When I looked at the figure, I could find 29, but then 31 were pointed out in the previous session. So I understand that the nations are, more and more nations are joining. It continues to be non-binding, but then this non-binding nature will be tested as we progress further. And then, of course, there is reference for to multilateralism in the long run, but then as things stand today, we are into bilateralism, or maybe, as Professor Sandeep pointed out in the morning, unilateralism even. However, there is another story opening up on the other side of it. So Russia found this Artemis too US-centric, and therefore it partnered with China, and they came out with a roadmap in 2021 for their International Lunar Research Station. They're going to establish a permanent lunar base in the 2030s, somewhere around, and they have established an organization. Essentially, it's a China-led initiative due to the fact that Russia is engaged in Ukraine. China is going to establish an organization, and look at the promise. They say that international partners are welcome to participate in the demonstration and construction of the International Lunar Research Station at all stages of the project and at all levels of the mission. And they also say we welcome all countries with joint hands in the International Lunar Research Station. So there is a competition building up even amongst the state. And then the rest of the world needs to decide which group to join. When it comes to ILRS, media reports indicate 15 partners in terms of nations: Venezuela, South Africa, Azerbaijan, and there was some reference to Pakistan and UAE as well. There are certain organizations also which has partnered. So therefore, as the number of participants are building up for Artemis accord, similarly the number of participants are building up for ILRS. Now, when it comes to India, of course, we have signed, but nevertheless, there is a sense that India can take the opportunity to lead the world in terms of bilateralism to multilateralism. However, when you look at the space policy, more or less, you are adopting the same approach as other nations have adopted, those who have joined Artemis. And the only difficulty is that we are yet to have our own law in place. I have a sense that it's just a matter of time. Law will also follow up. And there are certain aspects that we need to be very watchful about. Number one, there is a conception that space is unlimited. So we had this kind of a conception with other resources on Earth as well as particular point of time, only to realize that nothing can be unlimited. Of course, it can be vast. As I have already highlighted, competition is already there amongst the states, not only to be there, but also be part of others' ventures. And therefore, you have Artemis and ILRS coexisting. And then, of course, not to rule out a competition which is definitely going to ensue amongst the private corporations as well. Is history repeating itself? No, not really, but and there's a lot of difference. I have this feeling that as we progress further and venture more and more in space, we will be relying less on humankind and will be relying more on artificial intelligence and automated technologies, because that will be cheaper in terms of extracting and in situ exploitation of resources as well. And there is another difference. Now nations have also realized that because they have increasing space assets in space, therefore they need to protect them from any adversary, and so therefore there is an emphasis that we need to have Space Force in order to protect those assets. Now, how far it will lead to greater degree of militarization is something that we need to watch out for. Unilateralism, bilateralism may be a phase, but eventually, if you want to mine space as per the promises that you have made to yourself, and I'm talking here about private players as well, there is no other way from the point of view of long-term sustainability than to have an international regulatory regime, all the way translating itself to an international organization. Now, it has been pointed out in the earlier presentations that consensus is difficult to get. Difficult but not impossible, and perhaps consensus is easy to build when you don't have choices also. The space is too vast to be mined only bilaterally or unilaterally. Now, since we will have more and more lead being taken by companies, so therefore there are two frameworks which are going to be very relevant as the future unfolds before us. One is the kind of accountability that we are trying hard to build through ESG compliances. And another one is the very concept of corporate social responsibility itself. Not to exceed further time, with this, I conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll take questions in last. Now, our next speaker is Adithya Vikram Sharma. Adithya, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. I have passed the
Just
presenter
share my
rights to you.
screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Over to you, Adithya.
Thank you. I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes, yes, it is visible. Yes.
So at the outset, I thank Professor Bhat and Professor Adithya for giving me this opportunity. I also thank the presenters before me, Professor Divya, Professor Mohammed, because I will be building upon what they have just said in my particular presentation. So the focus of my presentation happens to be the Artemis Accords and the Global South. Can India lead the way? So in this presentation, I am scrutinizing what approach India has taken till date with respect to the Artemis Accords. I scrutinize the policies and the statements of the government of India and the plenipotentiaries and try to find what exactly is happening when it comes to India's interpretation of the Artemis Accords. Now, of course, we are aware in the presentations that have already happened before in the day that India has now become the 27th country to join the Artemis Accords. And of course, this is a non-binding political agreement, like what Professor Divya was saying. And this accord is basically between NASA and space agencies of other countries. Now, the crux of my argument is that India is uniquely positioned as it is a party to the Artemis Accords and also adheres to legal interpretations propounded by other mechanisms such as the third world approach, and it follows an independent foreign policy. Now, of course, we have seen many things in the presentation before. I will come back to that. But when we talk about the presentations that have taken place in the day and today, we have seen that many presenters have said that there are problems with the accords. For example, in the morning, there was a reference to Article 11 and creation of space zones, and also the whole idea that resource mining can now take place and commercial exploitation can now happen. But this approach can be mitigated if another interpretation is given to the Artemis Accords. So is that possible? So when I talk about the term leading the way, I'm talking about whether India can come up with its own approach to the Artemis Accords as they still stand, because it is uniquely positioned to do so. It's a developing country. It happens to be a great space power. And of course, it has always propounded the idea that the global south should be there. Of course, we have a mature space program. The Indian Space Research Organization is there. And our international legal jurisprudence also involves the third world approaches to international law. And our Prime Minister has said that India offers a bridge between the global south and the Western world. This is a very recent statement. So my methodology for this current paper that I have worked on is to interpret the domestic provisions of space law of India, look at the statements of diplomats, plenipotentiaries, and other stakeholders from India, and scrutinize India's activities approach with respect to other international legal instruments and analysis and inference. Accordingly, that is how I'll be going with this. So if we talk about the space law of India, unlike other major space powers, India does not have a space law. Other presenters and Professor Divya just now has also highlighted that we lack a space legislation, but the private sector's participation is increasing in India. The Indian Space Policy 2023 does exist, and there are terms and conditions that are now coming up under the Indian National Space Promotion Authorization Center. So if we talk about the space law of India, we don't have a legislation per se, but we have ancillary documents to which we can refer. Now, if you look at the Indian Space Policy 2023, of course, it advocates for commercial presence in space, and it looks at the implementation by the Department of Space of the Government of India. And ISRO, of course, will be working on development of new technologies and applications. But this conference is focusing on mining. And with respect to that, Clause 4 of the 2023 policy stipulates that the non-governmental entities would be encouraged to engage in the commercial recovery of an asteroid resource or a space resource. Further, private parties will have commercial rights over those resources. So what that basically means is that India's space policy envisages that commercial exploitation could happen of resources that happen to be in space. And of course, Professor Sandeepa has pointed out that this is very similar to the US approach, which is highly individualistic and against collective rights in outer space. However, the lack of a legislation is a major sticking point still. Now, on that note, when we talk about the space policy of India, the space policy says that, of course, we have to look at mining and we can look at those things. But after signing the Artemis Accords, and even before that, what has been India's stance with respect to mining in space or utilization of space anyway? So if we look at the statements from the stakeholders, this is the statement that came from the Ministry of Science and Technology after India signed the Artemis Accords. Dr. Jitendra Singh, he said he's the Minister of Space. He said that the India and the USA are breaking new ground in space. He referred to the fact that Artemis Accord signed during PM Modi's historic US visit will take our space cooperation to a new high. The pact will pave the way for easing of restrictions on import of critical technologies, and India can now participate in the US-led Artemis program for exploration of the moon and other celestial objects. There's no reference to mining per se. That is not what they have referred to. I will also look at this statement. So it says that in a nutshell, it should suffice to say that India and the USA are to break a new ground in space. And then the whole statement has been given by Dr. Jitendra Singh, but it does not again refer to how India will approach towards mining in space or mining in celestial bodies. And later on, it says the Welcoming India Space Policy 2023. The leaders called for enhanced commercial collaboration between the US and Indian private sector in the entire value chain of space economy. Again, there is no per se reference to how India will be approaching the idea of mining or commercial exploitation of outer space. That's one of the things that can be done as per the Indian policy. And if we look at statements from stakeholders, if we continue to look at, this is a joint statement that came from the White House after India had joined the Artemis Accords. Again, we see no per se reference to how India will be going for space mining. What is India's approach in this? How does it want to go about it? That part is missing. So we don't know over here also, even though in the last sentence it says welcoming India's space policy, the leaders called for enhanced commercial collaboration between the US and Indian private sectors in the entire value chain of the space economy, and to address export controls and facilitate technology transfer. That is still open to interpretation. So further, if we look at further statements that have come from stakeholders, this statement that has come from the Quad last year in 2022. Again, the Quad is basically a group of countries, that's Japan, Australia, and the US. And in their statement, they said that they will consult on rules, norms, guidelines, and principles for the sustainable use of space. And this is a statement that happened from this year, 2023. Again, they say that we'll continue to consult each other and the region on the peaceful, safe, and sustainable use of outer space. And if we look at the Johannesburg Declaration, that is BRICS, again, we reassert our support for ensuring the long-term sustainability of outer space activities and prevention of an arms race in outer space. Again, it's all about sustainability.
I'm so sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you, but your slides were not moving. It started moving now. Yes. I'm so sorry. Yes, you may continue.
Is it fine now? All right, thank you. I'll keep it like this only then. Yeah, so if we look at the other statements that have come later, if we look at the other statements that have come later, for example, the BRICS summit that we can see, they're reasserting their support for ensuring the long-term sustainability of outer space activities and prevention of an arms race in outer space. But again, that has been the policy that these joint statements show us, that of course we are looking for sustainability, etc. Now, the reason I'm referring to these statements is because they are relevant. And they're relevant because countries do tend to tell how they are going to look at resources in outer space, how they're going to exploit them. For example, we know that the United States of America has categorically said in their executive order during the tenure of President Trump that they would encourage international support for the recovery and use of space resources, and of course the commercial use of these resources that happen to be there in outer space and other celestial bodies. So if we look at India's stance right now after signing the Artemis Accords, yes, it is an interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty. Yes, it supports a venture known as Artemis program. Yes, we can create zones where some kind of exploitation can happen, but we per se do not know how India is going to go about it. This can be said to be an open question. Of course, we do have the policy, but still, there can be a holistic approach that can come, and India has traditionally done that through the third world approaches to international law. So, of course, we do not see mining, etc., being mentioned on the same lines for India. A law is not per se there, so there is some leeway over here. And of course, Artemis is also an international treaty. It's still subject to Outer Space Treaty 1967. It is just a declaration. So, I would say this on that note, that India's international legal approach has traditionally been that it's a pathfinder, it has used a trail approach, and it aims to lead the global south in a bigger way. So they can always create a larger approach towards the mining of the things in outer space. So with respect to other international legal regimes, I will go into that this paucity of time. But our constitution makers saw the value of international law and thus provided in Article 51 that the state shall foster respect for international law. And India has asserted its sovereignty and championed the principle of self-international movement. So, can India lead the way? So, India is a party to more than 160 treaties and conventions dealing with various fields of air law, space law, and maritime law. It has traditionally forged its own path in foreign policy. Statements till date that I just showed you have been cautious with respect to mining and other things. So domestic space policy refers to resource exploitation, but it does not detail the specifics. So there is some leeway over there. The law is pending. So Artemis Accords show that an individualist approach, which is against the collective rights approach under space law, which is strongly rooted in UN space treaties. That is what Professor Bhat has said. So India can probably find an interpretation within the Artemis Accords to go for a more holistic view. So to conclude and to give suggestions also, the accords were drafted by the US and some partners. They give an interpretation of space law with respect to their objectives. A global South is inevitable. I'm saying this accord specifically made for a space program of a country that wants to go back to the moon. But the Indian approach has traditionally been inclusive. So Artemis Accords do not prevent this approach. And that is the thrust of my argument. Maybe an inclusive approach can be found through Artemis Accords with respect to the focus of mining or anything such as similar to that. And I will conclude by saying that my assessment is highly optimistic. But that's more optimism, then maybe we can correct the lacuna that happened to be there. And this can, of course, be a criticism. So thank you. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Adithya. Our next speaker for the day is Tanvi Anand. She would be speaking on reading sustainability under the Artemis Accord through the lens of international investment law.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you are audible. I'll pass presenter rights to you.
No, sir. I have not made any PPT to present.
Oh, no issues. Now, over to you, Tanvi.
Thank you, sir. I thank the center for providing me this opportunity to present along with such distinguished guests. And for the next 10 minutes, I'll briefly explore the aspect of sustainable use of space resources and attempt to draw a parallel on how the progress and advancement in this domain could be achieved by discerning the pattern of lessons in the development of the concept of sustainability under the international investment law. So I have co-authored this abstract with my professor, Dr. Sudhir Verma, and I'll be making this presentation on his behalf. And I'm immensely grateful and indebted for his lectures and many teachings, which have helped me to develop the critical bent of mind. This presentation will be divided in 3 parts, and the first half will briefly highlight the role of the private actors in the exploration of space activities, which will help you understand why a general mention to or general reference to international investment law is necessary in this domain. And the second half will discuss the incorporation of the sustainability jurisprudence as under international investment law, which will help us to strike a balance between the interests of all the stakeholders and the a very protected and sustainable exploration of the mining activities. And the third part will, the second part will help you guys understand how a very specific sustainability related approach as given in international investment law is necessary in this domain. And the third half will provide a brief mention of the third world resistance to the hegemonic Artemis Accords, and hopefully in a hope for a collaborative exercise of the development of space instruments in future, including the third world perspective. And the ultimate argument, or the view I want to argue, is that the sustainability jurisprudence in international investment law can be used to regulate the space mining operations to protect the space environment and have a very responsible space mining industry. Moving on the first part of my presentation, in space law scholarship, resource extraction is very popular, and state actors have taken unprecedented steps politically as well as legally to realize this goal. And there are space, it attracts a lot of investors, and all of these investors expect most out of their investments. But there are numerous gaps in the governance and legal policy and the transparency and accountability mechanism. And at this in the contemporary times, it's the private entities who have taken the lead in the space exploration activities. And we can also see there are numerous policies which are committed to building a very favorable environment for all these private actors. So this helps us understand how private investors are indispensable to the advancement of space activities. And these private actors pursue their exploration either directly or through various diversified funding schemes. But the problem is that the legal uncertainty and the political frictions that exist in this regime and the field of space resource extraction have impacted these particular investors and other playing actors in this field. And this is where a general reference to general international investment law makes sense and could be interacted with. Moving on to a second half, which specifically talks about the sustainability jurisprudence under international investment law, I would like to mention that international investment as well as these environmental obligations are often caught with inconsistencies. And that is more so the case in space law or space exploration, because these space law treaties were negotiated much before the emergence or the understanding or the knowledge that we could cull out from environment law developed. So I argue that these conflicts necessitate that there is a requirement. So these conflicts necessitate a requirement for making very systematic reference to soft law and the uses and the principles and the rules of general international law as well as international environment law to reconcile these tensions between the investors' interest and a very sustainable exploration of the space activities. To Now, so to understand this context better, a discussion of this SD Meyer's Arbitral Award is paramount. Herein, this tribunal, the arbitral tribunal, struck a balance between the host state's investment and environmental obligations, and it particularly held that where a state can achieve its chosen level of environmental protection through a variety of equally effective and reasonable means, it is obliged to adopt the alternative that is most consistent with the open trade. Now, having referred to this, now when this is incorporated in space mining activities, it provides us a very guided mechanism with judicial backing how to incorporate a very consensus-based environmental standard in all the domestic policies and balance it with commercial interest and in good faith and with scientific rationality. But to understand that international sustainability under international investment law, one thing is noted that there needs to be a genuine environmental protection first. The second point is that the regulation should be reasonable to achieve such objective. The third point is that the regulation is applied non-discriminately, and the fourth point is the regulation is conducted with due process. The fifth being that there is no specific commitment made by the host state to the foreign investment. Now, all these 5 pointers that are regarded under the umbrella of sustainability under international investment law, once understood and implied as a standard in the read very cautiously in international space law, it would help the various actors in international space law, particularly in the mining industry as well, to strike a balance between all the interest and sustainability. This is also important because space environmental protection is a very strategic strategic issue, strategic importance, and the incorporation and interpretation of this standard in this application and formation of resource mining policies will eventually enable us to reach to a very consensus-based cooperative agreement between all the stakeholders. And this is wherein a very specific reading and a very derived form of understanding from other arbitration jurisprudence is necessary, particularly related to sustainability, is necessary for an interpretation of mining in international space law. Now, moving forwards to my to third aspect, being the Artemis Accords. So the Artemis Accords notably discuss the provisions for a very sustainable human exploration of the solar system, and they make a particular mention to the United Nations guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, which was adopted in 2019, and for to refer and realize its true meaning of the entire accords. But we contest that the standards of the sustainable exploration remains undiscussed and unexplored. Therefore, a rewriting of these vague provisions or an issuance of at least an interpretive statement, as is often done in international investment treaties, is required for a very effective framework for international space protection. The last part, the third part is that I would the political space in the outer space remain very volatile and charged owing to this technological race of superiority between the East as well as the West in the Cold War, and the East and West divide between in the interpretation of certain provisions of the outer space treaties. And it was only against this backdrop that the Artemis Accords were adopted and implemented through various through bilateral agreement between NASA and multiple partner states. And but as also mentioned by Professor Divya sir, it was, and he stated out, briefly stated the hegemonic nature of these Artemis Accords. It is, I particularly note that these accords have been extremely strongly criticized by the third world scholarship because of their exclusionary natures, and there is because of multiple legal uncertainties, because of their lack of transparency, and because of a very overall very hegemonic approach. in that line, I contend that this exclusion of third world's objectives in the deliberation, in the making, and the development of space instruments has only helps to secure the interest of the global capitalist class at the end of the day. And that this lack of third world contribution causes the law that is in the field of, particularly in the field of international space law, to be dominated by state practices of the very few dominant states. And these hegemonic instruments, which they have like similarities to the colonial tendencies, and these cannot be allowed to normalize in the domain of international space law in the facade of the exploration of all of humankind. Therefore, I just contend that the perspective of the third world scholarship, as well as in international space law, is extremely necessary, and their contribution in the development and the making and deliberations of international space instruments. Concludingly, to conclude, I would just make certain few recommendations that can be installed, incorporated domestically or in the international instruments as well. Would be first to update our domestic space policies to have very targeted and sustainable environmental protection provisions. And the second, and that is the way we can make a parallel. Like these recommendations I would make would have very similarities in a parallel to what is or have been attained by international investment jurisprudence. So the second being noting the investors' obligations in policies and agreements, plus to strategically accepting and regulating the entry of private actors, which have only with those actors with only having very sustainability characteristics. Now, all these sustainability characters, what could be defined or could be discussed after the deliberations between the states. And the third being setting up a new kind of private and public partnerships or policies, and arranging of finance arrangements to manage the shared use of the space objectives. And lastly, and the most importantly, is to interpret the provisions of space treaties in the light of sustainable exploration, as well as the protection of space environment, while deriving the knowledge from the international environment law and reading it in light with the jurisprudence that already exists in international investment law.
Ma'am, I also request you to just keep track of the time.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm almost done. I would just like to say all of these efforts and recommendations would only all of these recommendations would only fail if all the actors that are involved in space resource mining and international space law in general would not dedicate themselves holistically to contributing to a very to a sustainable approach in space explorations and operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanvi. Now I'll open the floor for the questions. We have one question from Prakrit. He's asking, will the future Indian national space law be drafted in the lines of Artemis Accords? So this question is not put to specific one person, so anybody can answer. Divya sir, would you like to take this question?
Okay, I'll not answer it, but share the sense that I have in regard to this. So when it comes to commitments under Artemis Accords, the US who initiated the accords and the nations who have signed the accords, I think at this stage, they themselves are not very clear what are the commitments translating finally to. So therefore, I think we need to wait for some more time to pass as the real commitments in the form of bilateral agreements are actually drafted and a more clarity achieved. And I'm sure, therefore, I don't see Indian national space law being drafted on the lines of Artemis Accords. But as Artemis Accords have themselves attempted to show that they are in compliance and furtherance of commitments already undertaken by the state under international space law. So therefore, I think in all likelihood, India's national space law will be also in furtherance of its commitment under international space law. Thank you.
I think sir has some, Professor Sandeepa sir has some comments on it. Sir, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my friend Professor Divya Tyagi is always actually polite in his answer. I am not. I am always aggressive in my answers. Yeah. I should say, I mean, it's an excellent question, and I also appreciate actually the presentation which has been made by Mohammad Sikandar just actually before. Yes, yeah, there is a widespread difference between Indian and the US positions. But despite that, actually, without looking into all those things, we are into this particular business. And I would also highlight you one thing by drawing parallel to the nuclear liability regime. United States proclaimed for the Convention on Supplementary Compensation. They did not want to be part of any other conventions which were existing therein. So 1997, they said that we will have a Convention on Supplementary Compensation with respect to nuclear liability. First thing which they said is that actually for becoming party to the Convention on Supplementary Compensation, you have to have a domestic law in tune with the CSC. You should develop a domestic law. And interestingly, we have developed a domestic law. 2010, we have got CLENDA, Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act in India. I mean, when Sikandar was basically making a presentation, I was recollecting this because the US law has been primarily with respect to the private sector nuclear activities. They have got a lot of private nuclear operators. So with respect to them, there is a two-tier liability. One is on actually the private player and the insurance coverage to be taken by them. Second level is on the state. That is how actually they have structured it. And we have also passed the law in the same fashion, saying that there is a first tier insurance coverage, private players, and then second tier by the state. Without even knowing that in India, there is not even a single private operator of the nuclear reactors. We have only government-run nuclear reactors. We don't have any private sector nuclear reactor. So at the end of the day, who is liable is only the state. There is no other entity which would be liable for any compensation. Without application of any mind, we just have passed the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act, and just to please the United States and to become part of the CSC. That's it. So here also, I don't wonder if at all actually we, for the purpose of being a kind of a vibrant, active player in the Artemis Accord, if we try to bring some kind of a legislation in tune with that, I mean, I don't wonder about it. So that's what is the response as of now, because we don't know about the future, what would happen.
Yes, Mohammed Sikandar sir. Adithya, Vikram sir.
Oh, I did that by mistake. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Sir have answered. So.
Okay. So, any other questions? Okay. So, with this, we have come to the end of the fourth panel session. Our next session, panel 5, will start in 5 minutes. We'll be starting in 5 minutes.
Hello, Adithya. I hope I am audible, right?
We'll resume with our next session, the last panel for the day. We have with us Adithya Variath, assistant professor and coordinator of the Center in Air and Space Laws. So over to you, Adithya.
Hello. Yes. Am I audible to all of you? Yes.
Yes, I
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Deva sir. So I'll be speaking on Artemis Accords and resource mining, a whale critic. That's the title of my presentation. And as I said in the morning session also, that we are also celebrating, some call it as celebration or some are calling it as a 3-year anniversary of the Artemis Accords. As I said, there are two different opinions to this side, wherein one set of scholars believe that this is a very good step. We are actually providing an alternative to what China and Russia is doing, and we are beefing up our collaboration with Quad. On the other hand, we have scholars like Professor Sandeepa Bhat sir, who are actually very critical about the whole process. Okay, and my idea about Artemis Accords and my opinion about Artemis Accords also boils down from what I have heard from Sandeep Bhat sir and the impression that I built after having a small discussion with him. I just want to show you one interesting picture, and I'm sharing my slide. Yes. Okay. So this is a very interesting picture for everybody who is interested in Artemis Accords. This is the signing of Artemis Accords. Okay, and if you look into this picture, you will see that there is something problematic about this picture itself. Okay, and the thing that is problematic about this picture is the person who is actually signing the Artemis Accords. Okay, now we will see that in the frame is Taranjit Sandhu, who is the Indian ambassador to US. Okay, and the Artemis Accords to which we joined very recently was actually signed by our ambassador to US. Okay, and now I find this little problematic because of the very entity who is responsible for entering into any form of relations, international relations, and who is taking up this task. Okay, and from here the whole discussion starts regarding Artemis Accords. What is it? Why should there be a critical angle to this, and etc. etc. So I am here to actually talk about or critique the Artemis Accords from a third world perspective. And you will see that whenever a third world perspective is brought into action, you see a sense of skepticism that revolves around. And that's the reason why third world scholars are also called as skeptics, because you are extremely unhappy with whatever happens in the West, and you will see that you find something problematic with any form of content that we are trying to critically analyze. And the document that I will be critically analyzing today is this document called as Artemis Accords. And you will see that Artemis Accords, even though it is broadcasted or publicized as a new form of multilateral agreement, or what Professor Sandeepa sir called as a form of plurilateral agreement, I feel that it is a unilateral agreement masquerading as a multilateral agreement. I feel that this is a US-oriented, US-centric document that the US is trying to sell to the whole world. And this is what US is good for, basically, if you go back to the history. Make something that is fundamentally bad and try to sell it to the third world countries and its friends. Now, you will see that the whole idea about talking about international space law and critiquing international space law from a third world perspective also becomes interesting, because you are actually talking about the development of space law. When it started, it was also an period when decolonization started. Okay, so space law was actually working together when this whole world was trying to decolonize. But as Professor Bhat said in the inaugural speech also, when space was explored, it was said that we are doing it for the benefit of all mankind. Now the problem is that when the world is at its best stage, when it is using its technology and its developments to explore space, you are seeing the old colonial ideas again coming back to the domain of international space law. And the point of discussion here is the way this Artemis Accords is structured. There are fundamental problems that I have tried to analyze in the language, it means in the content. And I also see fundamental problems in the context, that is the ideology behind Artemis Accords. And you will see that the entire discourse of Artemis Accords is actually a way of US trying to create a form of hegemony when it comes to international space law discourse. And my understanding to this problem, understanding this whole issue with Artemis Accords, is that I fear that Artemis Accords can have an impact on destabilization of the international space law itself. Because the whole idea of creating something called as Artemis Accords, something that is drafted in a US institution, and they trying to call it as an international agreement wherein all the parties the friends of US should come and try to sign it, it also becomes problematic, because you are seeing that we have a set of scholars who are arguing this idea that Artemis Accords is not a treaty, and since it is not a treaty, so you can merely enter into and try to work together. Now the problem with this document is this, and that is section 2 of the Artemis Accords. Okay, and if you read section 2 of the Artemis Accords, this is something that we had a small discussion in the earlier panel also, is regarding the framework of section 2. Now we will see that even though Artemis Accords is not a treaty, and they argue that let us not think about or correlate Artemis Accords with other treaties, you will see that section 2, the drafting itself, there are some problems. Okay, now if you read section 2 of the Artemis Accords, if you read section 2 of the Artemis Accords, you will see that it says cooperative activities regarding the exploration and the use of outer space may be implemented through appropriate instruments such as MOUs, implementing agreements under existing government-to-government agreements, agency-to-agency agreements, or other instruments. And these instruments should reference these accords and include appropriate provisions for implementing the principles contained in these accords. Now you will see that how cunningly this section is being drafted. Okay, on the one hand, they are saying that this is an accord, not a treaty. Since it is not a treaty, there are lesser provisions when it comes to implementation of the treaty, but you see section 2. Okay, and this section 2 will be problematic because of a country like India signing Artemis Accords, because you will see that India, we don't have a national space legislation. We have recently had a very controversial, or some might call it as an inconsistent international space policy, and we are in this stage of maybe making a national space policy in the coming few years. Okay. And when these kind of implementation sections are already present in the Artemis Accords, you will actually see that even though it is not a treaty, you will still see these values that are found in Artemis Accords slowly finding places in national space legislations. And this, I think, is problematic for a country like India, who is trying to explore and reasonably exploit space in the coming in the coming decade. Now, this is actually a problem that I was able to relate with the way when Outer Space Treaty was also drafted. Okay, now we will see that Outer Space Treaty was drafted in the midst of Cold War, when space flight and notions of lunar missions and mining of moon itself was called as a science fiction. Today, but the technology has caught up with our imagination. Okay, private investment with companies like SpaceX or Blue Origin, they have significantly influenced the American space exploration stories. And seeking assurance to their investment would not violate domestic law or OST, because these space agencies lobbied with the Congress to pass something called as the US Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act in the year of 2015. Okay, and sadly, a country like India, we have also not paraphrased, we have copied certain provisions of this act into our national space policy also. Okay. Now, this law allowed corporations and citizens to engage with commercial exploration and utilization of space resources. Now, we will see that on 6th of April 2020, President Trump signed the executive order of 13914, which encourages commercial development in space. The order stressed that Outer Space Treaty allows for resource utilization and that space is not a global commons, and that the Secretary of State must negotiate bilateral and multilateral agreements with other nations on the utilization of space resources. And it is after this that a month later, the Trump administration announced these 10 principles known as the Artemis Accords. Now, what I feel about this document is that without a strong international regime in place, nations like India are repeating the past mistakes. And the biggest mistake that we are doing here is US imperialism when it comes to global space governance. And you will see that the past regime in United States, they have had a strong interest in the outer space. For example, with Trump establishing the National Space Council, or the Trump establishing the Space Force in 2019, they have also increased the budget of NASA. Now, with these kind of initiatives that are happening in the United States, where the executive order is encouraging international support and trying in the form of these kind of accords, you actually see that there is a fundamental problem with the way these states are now looking at global commons. You will see that the text of Artemis Accords has a lot of hidden ambiguities. Okay, the bare reading of the text, unless you are able to decode it fundamentally, you will see that, oh, this is such an interesting document that is promoting cooperation and promoting inclusiveness. Now, they are selling this document to the states, and this is my assumption that states that are signing the Artemis Accords, they are doing it without having a clear idea regarding what the obligations are after you sign it. Okay, it could be this idea that you want to be friends with this group, or you are interested in maybe other things that could come out of signing of this document, that states, without critically reviewing and reconsidering the obligations that will come after you sign it, they have went ahead and signed the document. Now, the question that we have to ask is that, for example, in the case of India, did we sign Artemis Accords because we thought it was a good diplomatic gesture for us to sign it, or did we sign it because we wanted to do proper exploration? Now, the problem is that when lawyers critique, we have our ideas are actually based regarding the way international law is framed. Now, there are scientists and scholars who are working on the industry who say that, oh, signing of Artemis Accords is good because now our astronauts can get the training from these member states who are a part of Artemis Accords. But fundamentally, you will see that Artemis Accords actually exist in a gray area of international law. And this is not something that that is coming out because of the critical or twale approach that I'm advocating for, but it is because scholars have actually identified this whole project as a political gimmick. Now, you will see scholars like Stephen Hobe, who actually said that this whole Artemis Accords is an attempt by the Americans to walk softly to legitimize their deviation from Outer Space Treaty. We had Professor Frans von Dirk, who was actually critical about the interpretation of Outer Space Treaty and how it will deal with the Artemis Accords. Now, you will see that there are actors who are political actors who are strongly rejecting Artemis Accords because of the violation of international law. Now, for example, you have Russia. I don't know whether Russia is a good example to talk about violations of international law, but you will still see that Russia has actually talked about Artemis Accords being a project of invasion, and they have actually categorized Artemis Accords as a project of invasion of very similar to Iraq. For example, there was the interview that came out when Dmitry Rogozin, who was the chief of the Russian force, he said that the principle of invasion is the same, whether it is Moon or it is Iraq, and the creation of the coalition of the willing is actually a political project, something similar to NATO. Okay. Now you see that my arguments are not coming down to this idea that it is just because the document coming out from US, it is fundamentally bad. The problem is with the way they have tried to contextualize this entire process. Now, if you read section 2, you will see that they have put together a backdoor entry of formalizing this in the uh, national space legislation that could happen in the future. But something that I find problematic is that what happens to the states that join the treaty, join these accords. For example, India signed the Artemis Accords, but we are signing on something to which we were never part of the negotiation, because there was no proper negotiation that happened. And when you are blindly signing something, when you don't have the option of negotiating it, where is the presence of rule of law in it? Where is the presence of fairness in it? Where is the presence of the lateral entrants having some opportunity to deliberate and negotiate about the problematic provisions of these accords? Now, and Artemis Accords is completely silent on what happens to the lateral entrance to the accords. You have to sign it because the US is asking you to do so. Now, a counter proposal, like Divya sir also said in his talk, was the China-Russia declaration on the international lunar research. Now, one more problem that was addressed in the previous session was about what if they create an alternative document and ask the other state to sign, and what happens then if there's a conflict. Okay. Now, these are all considerations that could happen in the future. But one more thing that I find problematic in this Artemis Accords structure is this idea called as creating safety zones. Okay, wherein Artemis Accords is saying that we are actually creating zones so that there could be proper exploitation, but I don't know to what extent the safety zones would function. What if it is an attempt to create a safety zone where nations cannot interfere with other nations' resource activities? And I feel that while the safety zones might be able to resolve international tensions, they could actually be a source of a new issue, because the accord actually lacks clear mechanism to designate how these zones function. Now, there are scholars who argue that Artemis Accords follows the interpretative trend of the Title 6 of the 2015 US Space Launch Act, because you will see that the US companies were entitled to possess, own, transport, use, sell space resources without it constituting a violation of international law. And this position was actually critiqued by a lot of states, and most importantly by Russia and China. And they actually characterized this act as a manifestation of the total disrespect of international law. And according to me, according to my understanding of how this whole regime has been put forth, and the way this idea has been sold to states, and the way more and more states are joining this program, I actually feel that this is how a multilateral idea of space governance is slowly failing, whereas a unilateral idea masqueraded as a multilateral idea is being accepted by states because you don't have an alternative to it. Now, you will see that a lot of states have stayed away from this discussion of joining Artemis Accords, but the number has kept on rising. The number of states who are signing Artemis Accords have kept on rising, and this is where even I am concerned. I am also exploring in my draft is regarding this idea of what is the potential of Artemis Accords also gaining the status of maybe a customary international law in future. What if this becomes a practice that is followed by states, and they equate it with maybe principles of customary international law. Now, whenever this happens, you are actually seeing that there are a set of states that are disadvantaged, and they are disproportionate when it comes to accrual of benefits that will come out of exploration of space. And I believe that when international space governance or international space law was drafted, the idea was to focus on benefit sharing, that is focusing on allocation, proper monitoring, reasonable enforcement. There should be proper accountability mechanisms. What if tomorrow the United States say that, oh, now we don't believe in Artemis Accords? What can you do? What can a state that is a new entrant to this Artemis Accords do when tomorrow this big state say that now we don't believe in it? Okay, and these are the points that need critical revaluation. There is a need to actually think about Artemis Accords, the content, the structure, the context, the idea, the ideology. And this is where I think TWAIL as an idea can play a picture, because TWAIL is actually talking about these kind of scenarios wherein an idea is imposed on you. And I feel that in this era where we are talking about decolonization, wherein we are talking about self-determination when it comes to a state having right to sign treaties, somebody selling an idea and you, without knowing, are forced to it. And this is why Artemis Accords is problematic. This is why India signing Artemis Accords is more problematic for me. Okay, so I'll leave it here and I'll spare the time for some discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adithya. Our next speaker for the day is Dr. Deva Prasad, Associate Professor of IIM Kozhikode. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you. I hope I'm audible and my video is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, my topic would be touch upon outer space resource exploitation, Artemis Accords, analysis from the Indian perspective. So first of all, thanks to Adithya, he had already laid down the, and obviously I heard Professor Sandeep sir in the morning I have. So we had actually heard the entire perspective of why Artemis Accord could be quite controversial, plus the two school of thoughts, and also the fact that why it could also be significant from Indian perspective to analyze it, whether we should exactly join in the true sense of accepting Artemis Accord, or it's just a soft law which we are actually joining as a mechanism to show the cooperation with United States. Which way we should actually look at it? That's the entire controversial part which actually comes into picture. So let me actually try to maybe there could be overlap, but I'll try to actually quickly analyze from the point of view of resource exploitation or mining exploitation and other aspects which comes in the picture. So when you talk about the Artemis Accord, the entire context of being in multilateral cooperation amongst the signing nations, that's what the US is trying to actually push forward. And they obviously say that it is part of the soft law mechanism in the international law. But in practice, they also highlighted the fact that what they're trying to do could be more or less legitimizing the Space Act 2015 and getting more state practice by allowing more states to come into picture with the same market-based approach to allowing private players to allow and access resources in the outer space. And the Space Act 2015 and Artemis Accord actually provides the pathway for more or less pushing forward a view of countries such as US, allowing for ownership of space-based resources and exploitation by private players as such. That could be quite controversial. That is where I think the Artemis Accord, the Space Act 2015, especially Artemis Accord, the Section 10 even talks about extraction and utilization of space resources as such. And that's the most controversial part which actually comes into picture. When we look at this part, and this was largely highlighted by Sandeepa sir in the morning, where he had actually clarified that the Moon Agreement 1979, the fact that Moon Agreement doesn't put a moratorium, but at the same time, it actually mentions about the common heritage of mankind concept, and the resource exploitation have to be done, especially based on the common heritage of mankind concept based regime to be developed. So what the US argument is to say that since Moon Agreement couldn't be actually effectively entered into in force, they want to say that we have a spacefaring nation would like to go ahead and use the resources in the outer space without actually getting into CHOM, but we are actually trying to put a legitimization of private exploitation being allowed through the Artemis Accord kind of aspect. And this is also largely disregarding the later development of concept of sustainable development law and international environmental law principles, which could also be applied to the outer space law, especially the way in which International Court of Justice has provided clarity in the context of Gapsiwa and Nagimura's case, the fact that sustainable development concept, which has developed in the international law, has relevance as an industrial norm. That is where you could actually see that such concepts of international environment law and sustainable development principles could also be looked into while we actually look at the way in which resource exploitation in the outer space should be looked into. This aspect of how international environment law principles and sustainable development concepts need to be looked into is totally disregarded in the Artemis Accord, and there is no mention of those aspects as such. And the only mention is that of the fact that language of the document complies with the Outer Space Treaty, but that doesn't looks at the aspect that how the later development of international sustainable development principles and international environmental law principles need to be brought into picture is not being looked. So here, that is where, as a country, India, why should we actually look at and subscribe to a point of view which is being put forward by US, which is largely pushing forward the market-based approach and trying to actually say that we are looking at legitimizing our action through Artemis Accord. Why should we actually agree to that? I agree with Adithya and Professor Sandeep sir regarding the fact that we should actually take more or less a critical position of not exactly completely going in lieu with the Artemis Accord. Rather than that, India should actually take more of a international policy approach, which we have adopted earlier also, to build in more what you would call as participatory and consensus-based space global governance concept, rather than pushing forward of more unilateral mechanisms, which could be dangerous for the Indian context as well as future of space governance. That is where I think India should actually take a stance as a major spacefaring nation. We should actually look at more of equity of participation and consensus-based global space governance approach should be looked into. And while looking at Indian domestic national space policy also, I think we should actually, I think it's already mentioned, so I'm not reiterating the fact that we are also mentioning about the possibility of exploitation of natural resources and outer space resources should be largely refrained from. I think we should actually look at the clarity in the legislation to more or less having the same language as what would be the language is being used in the model national space legislation model, which is being given by the International Law Association, which actually talks about the fact that all of the activities should also be under or should be what class assessed based on environment impact assessment aspects as such, and environmental impact of those aspects also need to be looked into. If India actually would like to take forward the step of looking at sustainable space governance, I think we should actually take these steps of having clear framework at the national level of looking at international space agreements based on Moon Agreement. We should actually try to look at the environmental governance aspect which has come into picture, sustainable concepts, principles, and at the international level, we should take a step for more consensus-based space governance approach regarding natural resource exploration. And in case we need to actually view Artemis Accord, it should be just a soft law, which we are actually only allowed for cooperation, but not to actually agree with the way in which the disregard to the Moon Agreement and other environmental developments regarding international law, which could be applied to space law. Those aspects we should actually push forward in case Artemis Accord should be taken forward also, right? That's my viewpoint. Thanks for Adithya for inviting me to the session, and I enjoyed this trail aspect. 12 would be a good position to actually look at as a good framework to look at from especially global South context. Even though India wouldn't exactly fit in with all other global South countries in that context, but I feel India could take a leadership position in case trying to come with a consensus-based model. India can actually try to take the role of a leadership position in that context as such, right? So with that, I'll just wrap up my points. I'll be open for questions or any further clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deva sir. So we'll be taking the questions at the last. So I'll move on to the next presenter now. Ajay sir, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, yes, over to you.
Good afternoon all. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
So just a request, can you, yes, thank you. Yeah, if it is visible.
Yes, sir. You may start.
Great. Good afternoon all. It's fifth panel, fifth segment of the entire day, and throughout day I am listening to wonderful panelists, senior professors and experts from industry. By and large, the things that I'm going to address, or perhaps I have thought of writing in my research paper, proposed research paper, are covered by even Sandeepa sir, other Professor Wonderdung sir, and other panelists. Even Adithya sir highlighted about the US stand on the Artemis Accord and how they are trying to masquerade the entire initiative under the name of certain international initiatives as they're trying to portray it. So can you please move ahead to next slide? Next slide, please. So the title of research paper that I have undertaken for this conference is The Orbits and Ambits of Space Mining, an Analysis of International Space Law and Policy Norms. As a researcher of space law, I want to understand and perhaps highlight the very basic concepts or terminologies that are unexplored, or perhaps there is a gray area about the clear legal interpretation of these terminologies. Like we always say, the Outer Space Treaty in 1967, Magna Carta of Space Law, opens up with the use and exploration, these words. What do we mean by use, and what is the difference between commercial use, peaceful use? A similar factor has been highlighted by one of the panelists in very first segment. How commercial use is meant for only profitable gain, and if we do not, as I always say even during my academic sessions, that when private industry comes into picture and private players try to explore and exploit the opportunities for resources, it is the law that has to balance the interest of few versus interest of all. And if we leave these emerging areas unregulated, wherein large economic stakes are involved, then rule of law will be substituted by rule of profit. And in space mining domain, as billions of dollars are being invested by startups and states, high economic stakes are involved. And if we do not address these questions from the legal perspective, then definitely the rule of law eventually will be substituted by rule of profit. That's why this topic is very pertinent and needs a very thorough deliberation at this point. Next slide, please. We are aware that since 1957, it's been a huge transformation in space technology, application of space technology, in terms of investment, in terms of understanding of human beings about outer space and the application of technologies. The recent developments that we are discussing, role played by private players in entire space domain, and to what extent they can invest and transform, and how the entire space domain is being transformed due to the active role of private players. That's what I've tried to address. And what is the standing of space law on ownership of space resources? As we understand, and it has been a number of times highlighted throughout the day, that principle of non-appropriation. States are not entitled to own planets and celestial bodies, but certain interpretations allow, like Professor Wonderdunk sir said in the morning also, that Moon Agreement enable exploration and even space mining. It is one view. So when we are going to access, when private players are going to access, use, explore, are we allowed to own the extracts of these space mining activities? What is going to be the actual concept of ownership in outer space? These things we need to address in the light of 5 fundamental treaties of space law, as well as the recent developments like Artemis Accord and National Space Policy of India. Next slide, please. This is just a representation. Already we know that in with the shipbuilding techniques, how the entire history of humanity transformed, and the era of colonialism preceded after that. After these developments, similarly, now we are talking about these mining in outer space, and even beyond that, when private players are claiming that we can establish permanent base, even Artemis Accord talks about permanent presence over Moon and then peacefully reaching Mars. So it is high time to understand the interconnections between law, technology, and development. In this regard, one point that I want to highlight, that is, we are living in an economy where space technology are thriving. Paradox is, on the other hand, we are also witnessing 6th mass extinction. When we talk about mining in outer space, we need to understand that human-made changes have already tinkered the fabric of Earth's ecosystem. Are we going to repeat the same in outer space? How are we going to mine? Whether we are going to mine in a sustainable manner? So the thriving space economy and technology vis-a-vis 6th mass extinction, this has to be understood from the perspective of sustainability in outer space. Another aspect that I want to highlight is tragedy of commons, that a concept given by William Lloyd in 1833. Tragedy of commons versus common heritage of mankind. We all understand that common heritage of mankind is a principle propounded by space law, and even it is a treaty norm. No state can claim ownership of any celestial body, and perhaps we consider the entire outer space, all the outer space resources are accessible for all, and we have freedom of access to these resources. But when on the other hand, tragedy of commons theory advocates that when something is kept as a common pool of resource, nobody cares about the maintenance and sustainability of these common resources. More and more, on individual scales, like nations or private players, they will be inclined to exploit for their own self-centered economic interests, and the sustainability factor, safety factor will be a great concern for entire community. Next slide, please. That's why tragedy of commons, when we call res communis, common heritage of mankind, are we in a position to take international responsibility of all the resources that are lying in outer space, or perhaps the resources that we have still not explored? So this tragedy of commons versus common heritage of mankind principle has to be balanced in further ventures. This slide will help us to understand what all aspects, as a researcher, I'm trying to understand and highlight in my research paper. Already I have mentioned about thriving space economy and sixth mass extinction, as well as tragedy of commons versus common heritage of mankind. Resource nationalism, this aspect I'll highlight in the latter part of my discussion. Next slide, please. When we talk about what is the existing stand of international space law on resource mining and utilization, two broad views we have. As I've already mentioned, Professor Wonderdung mentioned that Moon Agreement and even Outer Space Treaty enable space mining. Nowhere space treaties prohibit any sort of exploration or even appropriation. It means that what do we mean by the word national appropriation is again open to interpretation. When private players are going to mine eventually and they are going to claim certain zones on celestial bodies like Moon and Mars, how are we going to address this question and how we are going to address the ownership and property related rights in outer space? That is a challenge before the existing space treaty regime, and these aspects are unaddressed by existing treaty provisions. More detailed clarity is required in this regard as high stakes and more players are coming up in the space domain. Next slide, please. Scope of this research study is highlighted on the slide. In topic-wise, regulation of space mining and ownership of resources in space. This aspect is broadly covered in this research paper. Temporal scope-wise, it is the research will be carried out for further 1 academic year, and then paper will be submitted to the esteemed institution MNLU. Then the spatial scope, sample units, because some part of the research paper will be researched in an empirical manner. That's why these things have been highlighted here. Next slide, please. As I've already highlighted that there is technological, geopolitical, and economic concerns involved in space. Whenever there is a legal transformation, legal change, and high economic stakes are involved, law has to play a positive role to balance the interests. Otherwise, rule of law will be substituted by rule of profit. That's what I just figuratively tried to highlight on the slide. Next slide, please. The present legal outlook on resource mining is, I have tried to highlight one of the statement from the Professor Wonderdung's book. In terms of the law,
Ajay sir, I'm so sorry, but can you please keep a track of the time also and conclude?
Definitely. Can I have
thank you.
2 minutes?
Yes, 2 minutes. Yes.
Next slide, please. Research questions. Next slide, please. Next slide. Research questions. Yes. This research paper tries to address these 4 questions, 4 cardinal questions. What is the position of international space law on concept of ownership in context to resources extracted from space mining, and how are we going to balance the principle of non-appropriation versus common heritage of mankind? As it has been highlighted by a number of speakers throughout the day, national legislations are coming up. States are claiming property rights, and even the private players have been allowed to extract resources in outer space. How are we going to address these property rights from the perspective of state as well as private players? In common, what do we mean by the exploitation of resources, and to what extent law allows exploitation of resources in true sense, those limits? Next slide, please. So some of the key aspects that this research paper will address have been mentioned here on the slide. How we are going to define what, where, and how to mine, the exact whether in situ or ex situ resource utilization, how law is going to meticulously address the on-ground mining activities instead of just laying down principles. Existing 5 fundamental treaties lay down principles required for activities in outer space. But what about the technicalities and the regulation of actual activities on field. With the opening of private sector in this space domain, competition is bound to happen, or perhaps it is visible. So how to balance this competition versus cooperation in outer space? How to address the IPR rights and duties of stakeholders? Next slide, please. As well as standards required to maintain the space environment impact assessment, safety standards while carrying out mining activities in outer space, other aspects like equitable access to benefit and benefit sharing models. What sort of benefit sharing models we can inculcate in the existing space framework? Can we refer to the UNCLOS, International Seabed Authority model? Can we refer to the Telecom Regulatory Authority's ITU's model? Or do we need to devise a new method for benefit sharing models in outer space? Who is going to take initiative? What about the voice of Global South? Fortunately, India is in a position to represent the voice of Global South and developing states. Whether these concerns will be addressed in upcoming mechanisms, that has to be addressed. Then allocation of space zones, safety zones, dispute settlement mechanism in case of outer space mining. These are some of the key questions which we need to address. And when we talk about space mining, all these aspects need clear legal understanding and clear, next slide please, provisions shall be there in order to avoid any sort of conflict in outer space. As recently it was highlighted by Justice Ujjwal Bhuyan sir in the National Space Symposium, we should take care that conflicts that exist on the Earth shall not be extended beyond this Earth to the outer space. Next slide, please. As we have already mentioned that there are national space legislations. We can see on the slide, USA, Luxembourg, UAE, Japan, they have come up with their national legislations, and these legislation allow private players to access, explore, use, possess, own, transport, and even sell the resources that they have extracted from the outer space and celestial bodies, or even from the asteroid mining activities. These terminologies need clear legal understanding, or perhaps when we say that Article 11 of Moon Agreement talks about non-appropriation of even things. If you literally read Article 11, these sort of activities are prohibited. So how are we going to interpret a term, or perhaps ownership related rights on Moon and other celestial bodies? That is the question. So overall, to summarize my presentation, I would say there is a need of clear legal Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Ownership of resources versus non-appropriation of celestial bodies. Resource nationalism versus common heritage of mankind. How to balance this amid, as Sandeepa sir has already highlighted, and the Artemis Accord and the effects amid plurilateralism and multilateralism. We have to address this concern also. To summarize this presentation, I would say space mining activities, though it seems technologically and economically very exciting, there are many legal challenges, and these legal challenges start from the very basic terminologies, how to define them, how to have a clear universal understanding about these terminologies so as to address the rights and duties of stakeholders, state and non-state entities in this domain of international space law. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Adithya sir, for a very elaborate presentation. Now I'll move on to our next speaker, Sajal sir. Sajal sir is our speaker for almost all our conferences. He is an assistant professor of law at UPS. I'm handing over the stage to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon, Adithya. I hope I am audible.
Perfectly, yes.
Yeah, and very good afternoon to Sandeepa sir and other respected professors on the panel. I would like to start by saying that October is a very auspicious month as far as space law is concerned. going back to the launch of Sputnik on 4th of October 1957. And a very interesting development that has happened last month is the return of the OSIRIS-REx mission of NASA, which has brought samples from the asteroid called Bennu, and it has not been a month when that has happened. So when I approach my topic, I look at this particular fact that much of the development of space law in its initial phase happened because of the launch of Sputnik, and we know that the necessity it created for the development of international space law and the Outer Space Treaty. So therefore, now that we have this capability to bring samples from asteroids, currently it is only about getting samples, but in the coming days, it would also be about getting something more than a mere sample. So therefore, if I look at this whole development, initially it was more treaty-based. Then we went on to the Moon Agreement, which was not kind of much of a success, as we have already noted, because the major spacefaring nations did not become a part of it, even though it has its own importance. So subsequently, the development has been more in the line of a soft law kind of an approach, where the United Nations General Assembly and its efforts, which are not so binding and being taken up by the states. So therefore, currently what we find is that capabilities are slowly being developed when it comes to the capability to mine. Artemis mission is already there in the pipeline, and the fact that OSIRIS-REx has brought samples from an asteroid shows that there is this urgent need to address this particular issue. Now, it goes without saying that when we are exploring, we talk about exploration, we talk about research. I strongly believe that inherent within the idea of exploration is also the idea of use and exploitation. So we can look at our own terrestrial Earth, that when we were exploring minerals on our Earth, we learned more about them. We discovered radioactive minerals, radioactive metals, and with the use of that, we are now using nuclear energy. We were able to send Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 into outer space, and today they have crossed the planets and they are in a space beyond that. So therefore, the fact that the technology that we have developed or we are going to develop, and the exploration that we are doing, like India sending Chandrayaan and Pragyan, obviously it's not merely for the sake of exploration. Inherent within that idea of exploration is also the future capability to use and exploit. And I think since USA has taken a lead right from the very beginning in this particular segment, and the fact that they have a very flourishing private sector and the kind of lobbying which they are able to do, the fact that they came up with a space resources law in the year 2015, and they became the first nation to do so, followed by Luxembourg and Japan, of course. It shows that obviously they are trying to develop this particular kind of a soft law approach to have some kind of a system or norm in place, because we know that it's not only US that will be able to do it. There will be a number of nations that will be able to do it. We know Russia is there, China is there, India, Japan, and many other countries are there who would be able to develop this particular capability. So therefore, what we see is that there is a major decline when it comes to the treaty approach of making international space law, and therefore we can see that something has to be done in this particular direction. And Artemis Accords, as we find that it is in that particular direction, driven naturally by American interests, and the fact that the amount of time and energy which they are investing in this accords, and they are asking more and more nations who are partner nations. In fact, it's very interesting, and in India, we are very much cognizant of the fact that this has been the American approach, that either you are with us or you are against us. So again, when it comes to the Artemis Accords also, they would be, and they are going to all their partner countries and nations, and they are, for whatever reasons, you call it diplomatic friendship or whatever, they are getting more and more countries on board, as we have already heard that approximately now 31 nations are on board this particular Artemis Accords. But it is again very interesting to note that when the Outer Space Treaty was negotiated way back in time, it was primarily the USSR, Great Britain, and America who had created the draft of that particular treaty, and subsequently it was ratified by a number of other spacefaring nations, and subsequently it became part of or the building block of international space law. So therefore, it must be looked as that this Artemis Accords is definitely a kind of a precursor in the direction of a soft law. And therefore, it is also to be noted that as it was already pointed out that India has become a part of this Accords. And the fact that we could have taken an approach like the one we took in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. We didn't go with one of the sides completely, and we took our own independent approach. So it would definitely have been more appropriate if, when it came to being a major spacefaring nation, we could have taken our own approach in this direction, not going with China or Russia on the one hand, or with the Artemis Accords. We could have called out our own position relating to utilization of space resources and possible space mining in the future. So as we already know that it is not binding, but obviously if America is investing the time and energy in developing these accords, and again, these are broader principles. So we see that same approach in the Outer Space Treaty, and we also see the approach here that there are principles. Yes, scholars have raised certain points with regard to certain provisions of the accords conflicting with the provisions of the Outer Space Treaty. And during the first half of this conference, we have already seen that there are two approaches which can be taken as far as the interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty are concerned. So I'll not go much into that, but we are seeing that there is definitely a movement in this direction. And it is one, and that's the reason why UN COPUS has taken up that particular project, which was rightly mentioned by Professor Freeland, that they are going to take 5 years of their time and they're going to get into the deeper issues of interpretation. Naturally, when America is spearheading the Artemis Accords, they want their line of interpretation to be taken. And when the Russians and the Chinese come up with their own draft of their lunar plan, obviously they would take an interpretation would be more in the direction of their national interest. So again, though it has already been pointed out that Artemis Accords is not the first agreement, bilateral or multilateral or otherwise. We have already seen in the case of the International Space Station, which was set up to oversee the intergovernmental agreement, which sets out the responsibilities for each state and its crew. The notable difference between the two agreements is that the IGA created binding legal obligation on the parties. The ISS is not governed, merely governed by the IOA though, but a three-tiered legal framework. So we see that there are certain differences, but we have already seen that, I think Adithya pointed this out, that subsequently, in order to operationalize the Artemis Accords, there will be other steps taken like bilateral agreements and other kinds of things. So we can keep this in mind that the Artemis Accord is not merely going to be some kind of a non-binding agreement. Obviously, America will use its diplomatic and other financial and other muscle in order to bring more binding elements and the kind of unilateral agreement masquerading as a multilateral one, very rightly pointed out. So similarly, once the accords have been signed, NASA intends to set out the legal obligation of states through bilateral agreements, rather than using the intergovernmental agreement as the means of apportioning responsibility as with the IGA. So this is the point that is interesting to note. Now, we already know that Russia and China have announced their own joint initiative. So this has brought in a completely new angle. We know that we are living in a multipolar world. It is not a world which is bipolar or unipolar. So therefore, when it comes to any kind of an international effort which is happening as far as lunar exploration and space station and other things are concerned, competitors are going to come into place, and it would be very interesting to see the draft of the agreement which the Russian and the Chinese are going to propose. Naturally, we can observe that China is more in the direction of America in certain aspects as far as the utilization of or exploitation of resources are concerned. So how Russia and China work this out would be something very interesting to see in the coming days. Naturally, they would also want, an interpretation to be taken of the Outer Space Treaty, which would be in the direction of, supporting their contentions as far as the utilization of the resources are concerned. So with that ILRS framework, we'll see what kind of a tentative framework it comes out with. Then there are obviously certain concerns, and we talk about equitable utilization of resources. We talk about sustainability. In international space law, we have always been talking about for the benefit of mankind or for the benefit of humankind. And naturally, when we look at the number of nations which are there on planet Earth and the fact that only certain nations have this particular capability, again, it is to be noted that any kind of a commercial venture which private firms are going to take, or the fact that getting minerals from outer space back to the earth, or any kind of in situ utilization of those resources, is going to cost a huge amount of money, a huge amount of investment. So therefore, this point is definitely going to come that when we are putting in that much amount of resources, we want a return on investment. And why should we share it with other nations? Why would any country want to share when they are making that kind of investment? Obviously, they would be willing to share.
Sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but time.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
can just wind up.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
So therefore, what I would like to say that there would be countries that would be left out. I think the African continent would appear to be one, even though we talk about utilization of resources for all mankind. So this mode of development continues. If this mode of development through unilateral approach of Artemis Accords continues, there is a great risk that governance of the domain will represent the interest of the powerful nations. So this is a common concern which all of us have raised. Given the increasing importance of access to outer space for both civil and military activities, being precluded from its governance may pose a serious threat to the state or region's security and broadly to the system of space governance established by the United Nations and COPUS. So therefore, I think the efforts of COPUS in the next years and coming out with something more important would be very much important, because as Professor Freeland pointed out, that if that doesn't work out, then there is a big problem that we are facing and the chances of conflict that may also arise. So therefore, I would like to conclude by saying that yes, Artemis Accords is a definite going in the direction of building some kind of a new norm or nudging the international community in addressing this issue of future space mining and utilization of resources. It goes without saying that yes, nations are going into outer space with not only the objective of exploration, but also the future potential of use and exploitation. And obviously, the international community needs to be more vigilant, joining either of the groups, whether the Russian, Chinese one or the US one. And the efforts of UN would go a long way in creating a framework that is more just, which is more equitable, and which would be able to prevent conflict and go along with the idea of peaceful use of outer space and its resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sajid. We'll be taking the questions at the end. So now I invite our last speaker, Pranav. Pranav, you are here? I have given you the presenter's rights. Yes. So Pranav would be speaking on India and the Artemis Accords program. Over to you, Pranav. Pranav, you're on mute. Wait. I have unmuted you. Yeah, now we can speak. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Adithya. Firstly, I would like to thank NUJS and the University of Mississippi for inviting me in this prestigious conference. It's great to be in the presence of such esteemed scholars. I myself am not a lawyer. I'm not a space lawyer. I come from the field of space policy and military strategy. So my perspectives are going to be quite different from the ones present here. But nonetheless, I am very honored to be among this crowd. So since morning, since I'm the last speaker, quite a lot of ground has been covered on what the Artemis Accords is and what are the different provisions and what are the major loopholes in the Artemis program and the Artemis Accords and what are the motivations. In this presentation, I aim to mainly talk about why India signed the Artemis Accords and what it aims to achieve it through a both strategic and a political lens. Again, this has been covered for quite a long time, but some fundamentals are required. I will once again iterate that the Artemis Accords is not a legally binding agreement. It is a non-binding set of guidelines that the United States and its partners and allies who aim to take forward their interpretation of the Outer Space Treaty into state practice and eventually customary international law. The Artemis Accords is not multilateral in nature, although there are multiple countries who have signed on to it. These are bilateral agreements that countries sign with the United States. And the Artemis Accords is not really connected to the Artemis program, although they're loosely connected, that it is somewhat a prerequisite to sign the Artemis program, but the Artemis program by itself is not defined as a space program. Right now, it's a program that is aimed to take US and Canadian astronauts and perhaps Japanese astronauts to the moon in the coming years. India has signed the moon agreement, but it has not ratified it. This is quite very well known. India currently does not have any national space legislation. Although there was a bill in 2017, the bill lapsed, and eventually the process was reset, because of which we got the Indian Space Policy of 2023. Within the Indian Space Policy of 2023, there is a clause which states that non-government entities have the right to extract resources from asteroids and other celestial bodies. India has refrained from referring to the resources of the moon, but obviously when we say other celestial bodies, we also include the moon. With that, let me come to the puzzle of why India signed the Artemis Accords. Now, I myself was quite surprised that India signed the Accords, although there were many hints since January this year that India might be more open to signing. The day when India announced that it would sign the Accords itself was a day of surprise to me. So let's analyze some of the puzzles. Firstly, India has traditionally refrained from signing unilateral initiatives, particularly ones that India had no role in negotiating. Two examples stand out. The first is the European Draft Code of Conduct that was in 2015. The process was ongoing since 2010, and there were several drafts of this. But India refrained from supporting the Code of Conduct because it was not involved in the negotiation, and it saw this as a Western approach. More recently, India has also refrained from supporting the moratorium on the US-led anti-satellite testing, mostly because this is unilateral, and India would like to see something different than something that was put forward by the US. And India generally does not sign agreements that could degrade long-established partnerships and alliances. Most importantly, Russia, because Russia is not on board with the Artemis Accords. So it raises the question, why did India sign the Artemis Accords? India also signs, also refrains from signing agreements that does not benefit it. And when we look at the Artemis Accords in the face of it, it will not yield any tangible benefits to India in the next 10, 15, or 20, or even 20 years, perhaps. So the question remains, why did India sign the Artemis Accords, especially given the fact that there is a parallel mechanism that is also open to have India. And earlier since 2020, Indian diplomats have demonstrated strong skepticism towards the Artemis Accords, including in conferences where the former chairperson of ISRO said that India is not taking the Artemis Accords quite seriously. So what came to change Indian minds? What came to change the Indian policymakers' psyche? This overall, because of these four factors, it is generally a puzzle that India actually signed the Artemis Accords. As far back as December in 2022, people who are quite well known within the space policy community did not think India would ever sign the Artemis Accords. So what made India sign the Accords is the biggest question. And given that I mentioned earlier that there are two competing lunar governance structures, the US has the Accords. The Accords are non-binding. They are and similarly, the Russia and China have the International Lunar Research Station. They aim to achieve similar goals. If you look at this, they are not quite different. The principal reason why the Russia and China do not stand with the United States is because it's too US-centric. Dmitry Rogozin, who was the head of Roscosmos, had mentioned that the Artemis Accords were not bad at all, but rather it was too US-centric, and they did not want to be a part of it because it was Western-centric, and Russia and China did not want to lose their positions. And of course, China cannot legally participate with any program of NASA because of US domestic legislation. So one of the standouts is that the Artemis Accords does have quite a large number of signatories. At present, it is 29 and it's growing. So among these choices, India could have chosen the International Lunar Research Station, but it didn't. Probably because it has Pakistan. But then again, Artemis Accords has far more gray areas than what India might have established within the ILRS. I have two hypotheses, and I think that there are two reasons why India signed the Artemis Accords. The principal and the primary reason is because it provided a very strong political outcome for the Prime Minister Modi and President Biden's summit. This summit was the first time that the Indians and the Americans met in a large delegation in Washington, D.C., and they had a number of meetings. And signing the accords provided a perfect opportunity to demonstrate that in India's relationship with the United States is far more robust than what skeptics in both the US and in India and in other countries presume. If you speak to skeptics of the US-India relationship, you can often hear that India will not sign the Artemis Accords, or India will not cross certain red lines. But India, of course, by signing the Artemis Accords, is able to disprove some of these misconceptions or preconceptions in order to suggest that the India-US relationship is far stronger than what other people think. And I also believe that the signing of the Accords had less to do with any long-term strategic thought and any legal understanding. Rather, we signed the Accords without thinking deeply about what the consequences might be. Perhaps the closest step we came was to have this small clause within our Indian space policy to pay a nod to the Artemis Accords. But there is far stronger secondary rationale as to why we signed it. Now, perhaps if people were following the ISET framework very closely, the ISET framework is a framework for US and Indian technology cooperation. There were strong talks that if India perhaps signs on to the Artemis Accords, or if India is more open to the American space program, then India might be a part of the safeguards agreement that the United States signs to transfer technology. So in this regard, and with regard to the statement that Minister Jitendra Singh made, the secondary rationale is that by signing the accords, Indian diplomats and Indian politicians hoped that India would get some relief from export controls, particularly the ITAR, which has always been a roadblock to more robust US-India cooperation. However, signing the Artemis Accords, in fact, does not guarantee that the restrictions of ITAR will be lifted in any way. The lifting of ITAR will primarily depend on the extent to which NASA or the Department of Defense is able to sign off on technology transfers. And it also depends on congressional legislation, whether such congressional legislation can actually pass in order to allow India and the US to have a bilateral technology safeguards agreement. So although India assumes or hopes that we will get some form of relief from export controls in the US, there's no guarantee. So primarily, signing the Artemis Accords was a political move than something strategic. So how do you implement the provisions of the Artemis Accords at home? Now that we have signed on to it, and we have also paid nod to resource extraction, what are the instruments that we require in order to implement it with our domestic space legislation? Remember, this law is currently being drafted by InSpace, the Indian National Space Promotion Authorization Center, and ISRO and other members of the Department of Space. So I believe, first of all, I'm sorry, the title is wrong. I don't know how it came as missile. So firstly, the space policy bill must elaborate on the provisions of the resource extraction. If we look at the legislation that was in Japan, we saw that the Japanese legislation had quite a long laundry list of requirements that private entities were required to provide before being given a license to extract resources. During the implementation of our space law, we also must have such extensive and exhaustive guidelines on how private entities or even ISRO will be allowed to extract resources. Further, the Indian space policy and does not speak anything about the other aspects of space exploration, such as liability on the moon, non-contamination on the moon, mostly because the liability convention and the registry convention, the liability convention does not apply to the moon. It applies only around the Earth. So in this regard, our own domestic legislation must elaborate on some of these provisions in our domestic space law before we embrace some of the provisions in the Artemis Accords. Now, the other one is for India to advocate for its interests in international fora, particularly UN COPIOS. Now, if you have been following the debates in the recent years, India has perhaps been less active in advocating for its interests. In this regard, India must play a more proactive role in its approach to advocate for lunar governance, particularly if it wants to alter the American narrative for the Artemis Accords. India can definitely, by having a more vocal policy, India will be able to shape the provisions of the Artemis Accords in its favor. Finally, now India will not yield if India will not benefit if we don't expand our own ambitions. In particular, given that there are several American companies which are now open to cooperating with India, such as Blue Origin, India must look to increase its space ambitions, not only by increasing its budget, but by also involving the private sector. Remember, as far back as 2015 and 2016, India had one of the leading private entities who was building a lunar rover, Team Indus. Unfortunately, the history of Team Indus is lost because it has currently been disbanded and they're operating at a very small scale. But the Indian private sector is far more capable than we provide them than we commend them to be. So the greater involvement of the private sector is essential for expansion of India's goals in outer space. With this, I would like to close my presentation, and I'm open to questions. Thank you. And I'm also associated with an organization called Council for Strategic and Defense Research in Delhi. So if you would like to approach me, please take my email. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pranav. Now the floor is open for questions, but last panel, I'm not sure where there could be any questions. Okay, the panelists, do you have any questions for each other?
Adithya, yeah, I would like to open for a discussion. Now, in your presentation, you mentioned that suppose we have safety zones that are implemented, then perhaps a country might restrict the other from coming to its station. In this regard, do you believe that Article 12 of the Outer Space Treaty could be implemented, which allows for other countries' representatives to inspect the lunar stations or space stations of others through mutual consent?
Yeah, no, my only concern with the safety zones was that in this idea of creating safety zones, you are saying that it is for your peaceful exploitation, etc., so there could be no other interference. But I was actually skeptical regarding how it would span out. For example, you have created something called as safety zones. And what if the safety zone in itself becomes a restricted area wherein you will do where you will do exploitation, and in the guise of that being declared as a safety zone, you will not let maybe any other actors to come in and see what you're doing. So I was really skeptical regarding this idea of how safety zones would function per se. So I believe that the safety zone itself can be used to stop maybe any form of inspection. So this is what I have in my mind. Professor Bhat, sir, do you have? Yes.
Okay, great. If you read into Article 12 of the Outer Space Treaty, it's one of the weakest limbs of the treaty itself. You can find that actually, first of all, it says right to access and right to access only on the basis of reciprocity. So if you have a station, you can have access to others, and others should also consent for that. And if you look at the last part of Article 12 also, it categorically says that actually with the former agreement that there is a possibility of the access, and also the state actually which is allowing the access might also decline. It may say that actually, no, there are so many reasons, safety concerns, or so many other aspects, and that's the reason why we will not actually give permission. So there is no binding obligation created under Article 12. So that's why you might not be able to have that access as a matter of a right under Article 12.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I think actually your paper was an interesting paper to probe into actually what pushed India to sign Artemis Accords. In fact, many people believe that India is not going to sign Artemis Accords, and I was also one of the strong believer of the fact that India would not sign the Artemis Accords. And I also did my best to actually convince the people over at whatever level it may be not to sign the Artemis Accords. And the people to whom I have contacted and convinced actually were also surprised at the time when it has been signed actually. Yeah, maybe it has to do with something apart from the space, other factors, as you pointed out, political or maybe many other factors have to play a role in terms of signing the Artemis Accords. And interestingly, after signing the Artemis Accords, few of us have got the information or communication with respect to what is the implication of that actually. So that happened afterwards. So you can predict what exactly it is.
Yeah, that's right. Because in my conversation with a few prominent members of ISRO, ISRO themselves were quite surprised that India had signed it. And they were even more surprised that India would be sending astronauts to the ISS in 2024. So this was told to me in confidence, so I will not tell who it was, but there was quite a strong skepticism within the government itself. And so this was a decision taken by a small number of individuals rather than a collective effort to understand the deep implications of what it will have on domestic law and international obligations.
Because of the confidentiality itself, actually, I didn't tell who has contacted, and it is at much higher level than what you are speaking of, right?
Just to check, Adithya, can I raise a point or raise a question?
Yes, sir. Yes, of course.
So my question is to actually, I would like to push Professor Sandeepa sir actually to look at the point Adithya has raised, whale. So what about third world approach to international law, whale or other global south based perspectives? Sandeep sir, do you think that such kind of a consensus building or such kind of a alternate international law framework has any relevance at this point of time, especially the way in which the multilateralism is moving back to the unilateral actions? What do you think, sir? I would like to hear from you.
Yes, I mean, it's an unfortunate state of affairs at present, I should say that. Because actually some of the countries which were known for their whale approach, they have also joined Artemis Accords. As actually in the morning it has been highlighted, Brazil has actually joined it, Belgium has joined it. So, I mean, I believe that actually this kind of a thing has happened because actually nobody wants to be left behind. That is the basic issue why we are all rushing into this Artemis Accords. Most of us think that, okay, United States has come up with something. Actually, if we don't join this particular initiative, ultimately we might lose out in terms of the space exploitation. This is what pushing most of us to actually sign it in a hurried manner. But if we go back, if you look into the space treaties negotiation, 1960s, or even for that matter, the UNCLOS negotiation, even Convention on the Law of the Sea, it was country like, say, Malta, which is proposed for the common edge of mankind, right? So Argentinian delegate Aldo Armando Coca advocated for CHM in space law. So at that particular point in time, they could all able to develop actually a very, very strong regime and resist the first world from actually encroaching upon the rights in the common resources. And I just pointed out in the last week's conference also, 1974, when the Moon Agreement was being negotiated, United States proposed for the resource exploitation at that time also. They proposed for actually having the resources for benefit of everyone, etc., etc. It was India, along with Egypt and Nigeria, opposed this actually. With Egypt and Nigeria, we could able to actually oppose this. And I mean, there is a document in the even General Assembly document. You can refer to the 1974 the document, which I have referred to in my blog post as well, actually. So that's how we could able to actually play a kind of a balancing role, that too during the Cold War era. And if we take initiative at present, definitely I'm sure that actually there would be some, or there would be actually good number of states in the world who would definitely support in terms of our the more. And probably we can be a balancing act in terms of actually whatever is going on. Say on the one hand, this Artemis Accords, and on the other hand, the lunar station project of Russia and the China. So probably we can have a kind of a balancing act. Even though I'm not saying that we should completely prohibit the resource exploitation, I'm saying that India should actually have a kind of a balancing role in terms of ensuring that the benefits percolate to everyone. It's not confined only to these two blocks. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? There is one question in the chat box, but I don't know. So I think it's Aishwarya who has raised this question.
I have a question. I have one question.
Yes.
Yeah. So very good afternoon. Good evening, Bhat sir. Sir, my question is, Opus will be taking up these issues as Professor Freeland had mentioned. And so US would also be using its own diplomatic might in those particular negotiations. So at the end of those 5 years, what is the direction in which you see the recommendations coming out of that particular effort? Would it be more in the direction of the Artemis Accords, or can we have some other kind of recommendations coming out of it, contrary to what is there in the Accords?
Okay, my friend Stephen has actually desisted from answering this question, to be very precise, as being an internal member. Though he has shared actually some of the information, I think also I should be actually telling only, I mean, generally. As you have rightly pointed out, there is a lot of pressure which is actually coming from coming from the United States, even at the Hague working group level, actually. And building blocks have already come up. If you have actually gone through the even Copper's website, you must have seen the Hague building blocks, right? So there is something with respect to the resource exploitation, something just general instruments they have prepared, and they are working on that to fine tune and come up with the concrete system. But there is a lot of pressure even on those who are actually working at the working group the level. And thankfully, I should say that there are few scholars of space law who are still holding their fort very, very strong. Stephen should, I mean, I should definitely actually thank Stephen for that, actually. So he is holding his foot very strong therein, actually. And in fact, Kai-Uwe from ISL also, today morning, actually, the president of International Institute of Space Law, he has also got a strong views against the things like Artemis Accords, actually. So probably because of these reasons only, the United States is facing a kind of a resistance at the Hague working group level. But after 5 years, what would happen, even it's very, very difficult to predict. It should be a kind of a midway, though not actually a kind of an international regime as supposed to be actually developed under the Moon Agreement. Maybe these set of scholars would be able to pressure, would be able to offset the pressure of the United States to a certain extent, and might not agree the Artemis Accords as a whole. That's what is my prediction with respect to the future developments.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think this is it. With all your permission, we'll wind up the last session. So
Yes.
I'll propose a formal vote of
it's a delight. Really, it's a delight, actually. So we had all contrasting the views, right?
Yes.
So I mean, I should thank all the participants. Even the paper presentations were really, really good, actually. Yes, Adithya, go ahead.
So I'll propose a formal vote of thanks. So we have collaborated with NUJS in the past on a lot of events. This is the first time that we had an international collaborator with us. So I'd like to thank Center for Air and Space Law at the University of Mississippi, Michelle Hanlon, who was very instrumental in this conference. Professor Sandeepa Bhat sir, thank you for everything that you do for us. Professor Ukey sir, our Vice Chancellor, Chakrabarti sir, NUJS Vice Chancellor, all the resource persons who agreed to join us for our conference. They were from different time zones. They adjusted their schedule. I thank them for joining us. All the paper presenters and attendees, you are the real stakeholders of the conference, and thank you so much for joining. We look forward to hosting you in our future events. Thank you so much. You'll be getting your certificates and everything very shortly. Thank you so much for joining.
And also ensure that a full-length paper is actually developed and submitted by the end of this year, because we are going to actually publish that in the form of a book. Brill has already shown its the interest in all probability to be published by Brill itself. Right.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you so much. See you there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.